kill me, makes me stronger.
플러스게요 화이팅! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. And some would say that we have saved the best till last for our very first week. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf as we get into the banger of a day that we have for you. First up, we have an Enigma versus a Mystery, and afterwards, we have a rematch of an absolute banger final of the LCK Cup as well. Like, this is a huge day.
I mean, we had so many of these series between KT Rolster and D+ go to 3 games. These two teams play wild against each other. I feel like they don't play their best. Sometimes they actually go better than their best. It's what we're going to expect coming into this is just that it's going to be 3 games. It's going to be back and forth. It's not going to be the cleanest League of Legends, but I guarantee you it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think there's going to be between 2 and 3 games played, and one of the teams of either DK or KT are going to win. That's how it kind of works.
I think that's safe. Yeah, I think that's a safe bet.
Yep, and it wasn't a rematch of the final because, of course, T1 is the team that's going to be playing in our second match, but I was just testing everyone at home. Sometimes my brain just leaks, and that's okay. It, in fact, kind of could have been, though, because that first round probably shouldn't have been the first round. T1 were looking good in that tournament. But that is digressing. This is a look at the standings, where DK, even though they dropped a game against BNK, that was because of a Senna Cho'Gath mistake, and we'll see whether they make any more of those as we move into this match.
Yeah, DK looking like the stronger team right now, but we haven't really gotten that much information about them. I feel like the series against BNK, they did not look their best. They did not look like the form that was the #1 team when we were in LCK Cup, so we'll have to wait to see if they show that tonight, but it's the KT series, so probably not, but we'll find out as the top lane here. Perfect's not a rookie anymore, but he's still young and hasn't proven himself, so he still does kind of hold on to that moniker. It does still feel like he's quite new, whereas Shu is actually literally a rookie. I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup goes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one as well. Of course, Perfect has been playing for a little bit longer, but they still feel like challenger flavor. But now it is time to get into the teas. Let's have a look.
LCK컵에서 DK가 좋은 모습을 보여줬는데 PRS 드래프트가 도입되고 나서 좀 유연하게 잘 했던 것 같아요.
제가 DK에 합류하면서 방향성이 확고해지고 시너지가 나는 것이 사실인 것 같습니다.
제가 건희 형이 어떤 상황에서 답답해야 하는지 알아가지고 그 부분을 파헤칠 것 같습니다.
서로를 잘 아는 게 항상 좋은 건 아니라고 생각해요. 그거를 이제 이용해서 플레이할 수 있는 게 잘 아는 거의 단점이라고 생각합니다.
DK 팀 자체 상대하는 게 되게 할만하다고 생각하고 앞으로 계속 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
KT 상대로 4연승 중이라는데 연승 계속 이어나갈 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
I find it so incredibly cute that KT always talk about striving for consistency. And what always happens is that they are extraordinarily inconsistent.
No matter what.
No matter what. And you can put whichever players you want on this team, but you will always just have a complete mystery of a scenario every time they take to the Rift.
They were so close to hitting it in 2023.
Yeah.
So close. They couldn't quite make it to that finals. But ultimately, with a new support here in the bottom lane, with Peter replacing Wei, at least thus far here in LCK 2025, looking like a big step up over the LCK Cup.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that already they have looked better. It was a very difficult first test that KT have had already here in the LCK. So now wanting to kind of right the ship, it isn't going to be an easy task, right? I think that most of us had DK as our sort of fourth place team in our power rankings almost unanimously. But KT are nebulously somewhere beneath them. We just don't quite know where.
Sure, potentially above them, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
As D+, I think this is a team, it was discussed in the teaser there as well, that they are by far leading strategic team with Fearless coming into LCK Cup, and now that that's just in LCK as well, this team has a lot of strategy they can pull out. It has backfired a few times. It's backfired already this season, as you mentioned with the Cho'Gath game that we didn't really enjoy all too much. But I think fundamental-wise, though, when you look at the mid-jungle of this team, when you look at Xiu's potential, his strengths as a player individually, how strong he is already as a rookie, this team has a lot more than just strategy and tricks up their sleeves. And I think that that's why most people favor them in this matchup against KT.
Yeah, and I also think that they have shown that they can play a diverse amount of drafts and compositions, right? Like we saw the Ivern comp come out. That's not something that I would equate to a Lucid playstyle, but Lucid is just so good that he can just pick this one up. We saw LM like colossally fail in probably one of the most draft utopia situations yesterday because an Ivern draft requires you to play a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And DK, very good at playing very differently. And I think that they are kind of a jack-of-all-trades team, and that highly benefits a fearless format, right?
Absolutely. And Lucid it feels like he is the successor to Canyon in almost every way.
Yeah.
Plays AP junglers incredibly well. His early games are strong. He plays through Prio incredibly well. He has great synergy with Showmaker. And with the strategic depth that this roster has, and the bottom lane that now has a robust, strong shot caller in it, in Barrel, with his return, we expect big things for this team. I feel like I've been let down a little bit, though, with how they performed in playoffs, in LCK Cup, and in their first series against BNK. I felt like I don't want to say they didn't take them seriously, but there was just a level of sloppiness that we don't otherwise expect to see from this team, especially with the dominance they had at the very beginning of the year.
Yeah, and I think that we need to unshackle ourselves, Wolf. We need to just release these feelings of expectation that we have for not only DK, but for KT as well. We can be fans of these teams. We don't need them to win. We don't need them to do what we expect them to do. And I just hope that there's more grins like that on the faces of these players. Dr. Arm and aiming that we're seeing right here, aiming a little bit more business. But as long as they're having a good time, maybe the results don't actually matter. And in fact, that's what I hope is the case, because otherwise they're just going to give global heart attacks like they have for, you know, the last X amount of years.
At least for both of these teams, it's a long season, it's a long year. You will have, obviously, halfway through it, the cutoff point for Rise and Legend groups.
Yep.
But there's a lot of League of Legends to play, so a loss here in a close matchup against one of your closest rivals that you're competing with for playoffs would mean a lot more in our normal format, but it means a little bit less here, so a little bit less pressure. You're gonna have a lot more opportunities to make it to that big play-in stage or playoff stage when we get to the season playoffs. It's a long way away from now.
It really is. One thing, as we get into draft, that I just want to point out that is so incredibly cool is that we have Bengi versus Score in our coaches battle, And Hachani's there as well. So we have like the power of the Rocks Tigers, SKT and KT all together facing off here as far as the coaching staff. It's just, and Pumandu's there as well. I mean, much longer ago, and of course he's a support, but still, it's just reading these names. It gives me goosebumps, as does seeing a Nefiri left up and available, seeing a Gwen left up and available. I believe the Gwen is probably going to go.
Yeah. Don't have to ban it necessarily in the second spot, and that may be able to get them a Rumble ban as well. See if they want to go for that. Azir going to get taken away from BDD. I just think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Just because it's been his most consistent pick, and when you're the only guy seemingly who can consistently get gold advantages, you have a lot of playmaking potential and scaling on that pick.
I think DK have realized we just need to get rid of any BDD 1v9 champion and it's fine. Like, oh, he's a phenomenal Orianna? That doesn't matter. He requires teammates to play that. So we're just going to let him have it if he wants it.
I think they're going to take the Gwen away here, and unless Shiu plans on playing the Rumble into it, and that will leave the Nefiri up and available if Cuz would like to lock it. It hasn't been very successful here in the LCK. My takes on it have been pretty clear. I think it's not that strong, but still not completely solved, as down it will go. So they are leaving Perfect the Gwen, but he could also just first pick Rumble.
Yeah, the Rumble is the answer, and it's very, very possible to just pick that one up now and feel comfortable.
Or...
okay, unless we just take Jace and Rumble. I mean,
Jace was one of the old counters to Gwen back when Gwen first got released, just because you outrange her, and it's one of the best early game matchups you're ever going to get. They'll grab the Sejuani to deny that from Cuz as well. We've already seen Sejuani Gwen has great synergy.
Yeah.
And it works decently well with Jace as well, so...
I mean, Hammerform with the ranged attack speed that you can give it really does stack up Permafrost very quickly. This is a powerful 1-2-3 coming out of KT, though. We've seen Xin Zhao be very successful here in our first week of the LCK, and Aurora, no slouch either. Doesn't feel necessarily like a 1v9 champion and has had some ups and downs, but still, I think this is a strong core, especially if Doctarm's on something that can do a lot of physical damage. That's an Ezreal for aiming, though, and DK, I think, feeling pretty comfortable.
So Varus is already gone, of course. The Ashe, I think, will likely follow suit here. Kalista is gone as well, so can try to protect this Ezreal in the lane a little bit. They'll take away the Rakan, actually, from Peter. A little bit surprised to see that.
Was one of his favorites. Peter was known for Yuumi and Rakan, kinda. They were sort of his picks, but I do think that Peter is just being good. Like, his Nico was fantastic, his Alistar, he was making loads of plays around the map.
The Rumble ban, I mean, the Jace is still absolutely flexible, can be a good matchup into the Aurora as well. I think that's a very safe and good call here by the side of KT Rolster.
Agreed.
And they may opt to ban Leona as well, but I don't think you necessarily have to in this case, because it would be D+ if they grabbed it here, blinding it.
Nautilus,
very strong into Ezreal, obviously. Weirdly, pretty strong into LeBlanc as well. We've seen in the past, and that is a pick that Showmaker has pulled out a lot already this year. So I'm not saying he's necessarily going to lock it here, but could be a sign of that.
For some reason, I just think he's going to take Talia, and then we're going to counterpick for Beryl, and he's going to play something weird. That's sort of where I'm at right now. The Braum going to be taken away, so not going to see some Freljordian synergy there. But Doctarm can play basically anything. His Ashe was pretty decent. I think if you can put Doctarm on utility, then KT are going to be feeling good, especially when they have Gwen Aurora already locked in. That's a lot of firepower that they already have.
Yeah, I like him on utility. I like him on anything that scales, that's safe as well. Even something like Azeri, I would be down to trust, but... see what this is going to be, because this is going to tell us what the rest of the draft is going to look like here for D+, and the way down to the last possible second, and it's Ryze. Okay.
And Ryze has seen a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah.
So not too surprising. Does fit into, you know, a Showmaker champion wheelhouse, right? Semi-global availability, things like this. He can get around the map very quickly, and we know that he has played this to pretty good effect in the past, but it doesn't make me go, oh, so this is what the draft is doing. It's more just he picked right.
Yeah, I mean, he has great side lane power and pressure. He has global threat as well with this pick. Jhin is going to be the option. I was thinking it was going to be Ashe or Jhin, given the draft, and they banned the Braum themselves, so made the Ashe a little bit less likely. The Jhin will come through. Could be Jhin and Leona.
Jhin Alistar, I think, would be fine as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good into the Leona if you grab that Alistar here. Peter's Alistar didn't end up being successful, but I feel like he was very comfortable on the pick. So it's a pick he's done well on in the past too. A lot of discussion about it though, and they will opt for Rel instead, which will hurt Misfortune in future drafts as well.
True. But does give them a whole lot of engage. There are so many circles that you need to worry about as well. I mean, BDD is going to throw down a circle. Cuz lives in a circle when he presses R. Perfect has the old immunity circle situation, and then they got Magnet Storm. There is a lot here, as that is a Poppy for Beryl. We've seen Poppy banned so much. We just haven't really seen her picked that often.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be just based on how Koreans normally R5 into the Rel. It's 100% an Alistair angle every time. But he is going to opt for the Poppy instead. And this draft here for D+ has a lot of objective control because it has insane poke with Jace and Ezreal. So if you're not on the objective first, you can kind of force your way in if you can chip away at those frontline health bars a little bit. The immobile Jhin as well is going to be a great target to layer CC onto. And then the fact that they have Beryl on this Poppy to just knock people out of the Drake pit, the Baron pit, just stop them from setting up entirely, gives you so much agency. And if you get map control with this Rise, D+ are just not, the train isn't going to stop. They're going to have insane side lane pressure, rotational power, collapsing power. So I think for KT, you really need to get through this early game without a hitch. Otherwise, it just becomes so difficult, becomes so oppressive what D+ can do.
Yeah, I'm really worried about what Beryl can get done here as well. Keeper's Verdict can really make KT's life extraordinarily difficult. Their composition basically just says pile on. And they're not going to be able to do that if half of them have exited the area, except for BDD, who's locked in there by pressing his R button, and then he may just be the only one there, which could just spell the death of a lot of their damage. Still, if KT can avoid that, if Beryl's not necessarily playing on form, then could be that KT will be able to get the roll over the top. We'll have to see what happens as we jump into the Rift for Game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of KT versus DK. We have no idea how this one's going to go. We might get a bit of a clue in our first couple of plays. Who is on form? Who woke up and had their Wheaties this morning? And who perhaps is ready for some shenanigans in Game 2? I don't know. And if DK wins this, I almost guarantee that we're going to see something weird.
I also feel like with, you mentioned the LM loss on the Ivern yesterday. I mean, that was probably the biggest draft gap. Finally got there.
There we go.
Words hard, as Ox has said multiple times this season. I feel like draft doesn't necessarily matter. I don't ever feel like I could say it is 100% going to be a reason why we should give a team an edge, especially not in this matchup. But I like what D+ have put together here, as we will see the 2v2 begin momentarily.
Yep.
The Jhin has a lot of frontline. Like, there's a lot. There's a Rel with hard engage with a Rel, with the Xin Zhao as well. So I like the Jhin in this draft. I think it's actually a good angle. It has a lot of setup, and Duckdom should be pretty safe, and we'll be able to follow up incredibly easily on KT's setups.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that this is a pretty even draft, and both of them wanting to do relatively similar things. Playing for side lanes with Jace, Gwen. Rise, of course, going to feel a little bit better than an Aurora, but you can still be very sneaky as an Aurora, as Sepia mode is going to start. We get to, have a little bit more of a discussion about this. I think the bottom side of the map is where things are going to really become problematic for KT, just because Aiming is on his favorite champion of all time and has just been better than Duckdom. I hate to say it, but it's just, he's been another weapon that they've been able to utilize, whereas Duckdom's kind of been a liability so far. It's only a one-match sample size, but we do also have the LCK Cup where he didn't also perform.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before already this tournament, but I feel like he was the most criticized individual player across the board. I think it's because people wanted to see hype on this team, and obviously Duckdom has done great things in the past, so the standard we hold him to is still quite high, actually. And I do agree, though, especially when you consider that Aiming, like you said, he has a ton of mastery on this champion, and it's extremely mobile. So while there is great engage with this Rel, it's hard to lock down the Ezreal specifically. The Ryze will end up being relatively tanky as well as the game goes on, so a tough target to blow up. Jace is going to be far away. So, you know, it's hard for the Rel to find those angles.
Just have to see whether they can. Right now, as you can see, no one has an advantage. There is a slight audio issue though. It is with Aiming. So hearing your teammates going to be very important. So we're going to make sure that that one is sorted out before we get back in to this match. But now get to sort of go through exactly what we expect to happen. When do both of these teams need to fight, Wolf? Like, that's maybe going to be the first port of call, is to work out, like, who's going to be winning Grubs fights, who's going to be wanting to start things off early.
I think with the Jace Prio early, it played well, which, you know, that's where we paused. We were zooming in on it. And the fact that, you know, they have this Rise, they have the ability to Realm Warp. I do like the fight for D+ around Grubs, and I think they should set up for it. But the Aurora is a combat ultimate. The Rise ultimate is not really an ult. Obviously, Gwen has a combat ultimate. Jace doesn't. Like, there are some really big spikes for that first Grub fight that, with those level 6s being hit, that KT has an advantage to. But I think if the setup is there first for D+, they should be the ones who are favored. So that's what I'll say there. And then in terms of how we fight later on, when you have the Rod of Ages completed for the Rise, it's going to be a little bit stronger later on. 2-item spike for Ezreal is going to be the big one there.
Yep.
And so keep your eyes on that. Like, how far ahead does Aiming get, or does he just kind of have an average 2-item spike that gives KT potentially some angles? Because their ability to fight is pretty simple because they have that robust engage I was talking about, and they have the follow-up with the Jhin, so they can kind of force things on their terms a lot of the time. Killing the AD carry or mid laner first in a fight is a little bit trickier, but front to backing, I think that's something they could definitely look for.
Yeah. And we can see in this mid lane already, BDD had found himself a pretty nice trade onto Showmaker. Showmaker trying to answer there just a little bit, but I think mid priority is going to be a huge deal in this game, and we know that Auroras can really brute force that if they play effectively. BDD not going for the Electrocute version of the Aurora as well for those really snappy trades. Going for a little bit more consistent damage with the Comet. It's kind of cute. Aiming, looking for a little bit here as that grenade dances a very long way to eventually land onto Aiming. Doctom is looking a little worse for wear though, but so is Beryl.
Beryl taking some hits here for sure. Does have Aftershock, but that's not proc.
Ooh, there's a flash to get out of the way of the Shattering Strike. Peter really putting the fear of God into him right now.
That was
Aiming, dashing over.
Great movement there from Peter. And that was a good reaction there from Beryl, because he could have been in some serious trouble.
Yeah.
Had that landed.
Still had to use the flash and doesn't have Hex Flash.
Yeah. So
I don't know why. You know, it's gone for just no inspiration, I guess.
Yeah, just
Makes
didn't
me a
go
bit
for
sad.
it. And, you know, that's a move that can give you a lot of safety as a Jhin. The fact that a Poppy can't flash push into a wall in the lane. Even going to stop it back here.
That was blind. Nicely done there from Doctom. As Beryl is now going to look to go back home, free up on some potions, and he's not even allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Beryl could have just taken a safer back, but I thought he wasn't going to be stopped the first time, and then as they push up, he will definitely be stopped the second.
Yep. Probably doesn't want to go back now, so
yeah, no.
Can grab a bit of experience here, isn't under too much threat or anything like that, so should be totally fine. So far, everything completely even. Jungle is also,
you know,
similar spots on the map.
We haven't watched this too much, but in the past, Jace would crush this matchup, but obviously some of the stats in the early game for Gwen have been changed. That's the main reason why she's super strong right now, but looking pretty even here. Dead even CS, and actually things getting a little bit awkward for Xiu. Will take the first back, so maybe kind of the past way we looked at this matchup might have to rethink it a little bit here, as it's not going as well for Xiu as I think I expected it to.
Yeah, the wave looking a little bit doomed, actually, as we've got Perfect now making his way in. Xiu not going to be able to back now, but also may not survive. As this cannon, that's going to go to the wayside. It's already a disaster as Peter comes in, looks for something here, wants to boot back Perfect, but he didn't pick up Turret Aggro. Finally, he does, and there's the Shock Blast. He gets the trade back. It's still a full wave that is going to only go to Beryl, maybe Lucid as well, as they're looking for a bit of an angle. Beryl wishing that he had his flash available still, but still Arctic Assault going to come in. No heroic charge stun as Doctom's able to flash out of the way, as the stun didn't actually come in. No connection with the wall, and 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, just that one extra turret shot that actually is the difference maker here. As Xiu is about to hit level 5. Flash is expecting Peter to go for the faster crash down, but Peter doesn't pick up turret aggro. And it's that extra shot there that actually he wanted to have, that he doesn't. And that's what ends up being the trade here. Obviously, like you said, a ton of lost CS here. He's now 11 CS down, but he is able to pick up a kill, I think, that most people did not expect him to get, and I think with a better execution, he would not have.
Yeah, that was looking real dire. In the end, still going to be fine here for KT. DK with a bit of a gold deficit off the back end of it. So still going okay. Could have been way worse. Now we've got a little bit of a face-off. Lucid moves on in, able to get himself out of there as well. As you can see, 3v3 for now.
Yeah.
Mid lane is moving up.
Xiu does have teleport, but I don't think he's interested in joining this fight. D+ have enough control here. And, you know, you can see Showmaker looking for an angle.
Deadly Flourish comes down, aiming, able to Arcane Shift to avoid the stun, but Lucid still has to flash. And that should be 2 grubs going over to KT in this first round. BDD moving back himself. And Xiu here towards the bottom side, just waiting for Perfect to make his way down. KT just being way more proactive in this early game.
That was really carefully played from KT too. They were so careful about it. They knew that BDD has a better ultimate than Showmaker would have to turn that fight. Showmaker could look for an angle, but you know, he just dropped the wave for a second there. Still comes back and catches all of it. Also, Perfect rotated up just in case, and then came back down. Isn't losing anything there either, knowing he has a teleport disadvantage.
Well, BDD taking a bit of damage here, but Showmaker as well. Taking the first salvo from this Aurora is always difficult to deal with. And the one big benefit for DK is the fact that they have an Ezreal with a 20 CS lead. And that is sort of a third of the max CS of Ezreal right now. So that's not going too bad.
Going very well for aiming, as we expected. They had a lane swap come through here with that dive, but they were able to match.
Oh, there's the flash forward, and that's a very dead BDD. Know where he could go. Sometimes Flash Room Prison is all you need.
Yeah, and sometimes your jungler takes the kill, but you're okay with it because you're best friends, and it's fine.
Well, Beryl looking for a bit of an angle. That's a lot of Q damage, actually. Wasn't expecting that. As now Peter being pretty thankful here for the Aftershock.
Yeah, I think Beryl went cheap shot with this rune selection. Maybe that's part of the reason why he's doing a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, I actually, maybe I'm okay with not having Hex Flash.
Pretty big hits on this Poppy, and I mean, it allows you to pressure this Jhin so much more, and it's going to lead to a plate here. You know, Duckdom's already so significantly behind in gold, so significantly behind in CS, despite having that kill from earlier, but aiming has really just continued to put on the pressure.
Yeah. Is Ezreal still doing exactly what we have come to expect, and that is just kind of win throughout these games. We'll have to see, though. There has been some sporadic play from both of these teams as we move towards the mid to late game, so I don't think this is giving us all the information.
Yeah, look at his XP advantage as well, full level ahead. Yeah, it's not just 6 to 5, but a full level, and they'll get the dragon here as well.
And Beryl is also level 6, so it's not that aiming has been left alone, it's that Duckdom hasn't been there to pick up CS. Yeah, I think a lot of that to do with the fact that Xiu was... you know, did give them a full wave. But you can see Xiu's actually ahead of Perfect as well. So as far as navigating the experience in the early stages of the game, DK certainly winning out on that front. As Showmaker moves up, does have Peter here in his lane. Beryl is going to assist, though. And that means that he might be able to get this cannon. Oh, he was. So there we go. That's fine. No -1s in the chat this time.
A bit of a wraparound here for Cuz, but he is on Vision. Showmaker very aware of this. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to punish, but at least Showmaker could try to get some of the mini chickens.
That was very close. Unending Despair, the rush item here for Lucid as well. So
yeah,
you haven't seen that one too much.
He's also rushing right up to the top lane here to try to defend a potential dive. They're very aware. I mean, they're utilizing the vision they have so incredibly quickly. Duckdom 1v1?
Yeah, I'm not having a great time into the Poppy here. True Shot Barrage also going to be helping out, but here on the top side of the map, Lucid has made his way in and loses a bunch of his health bar. Xiu trying to deal with the wave as best he can, and that is going to work out as Showmaker turns up with the Realm Warp, and Peter is the one that takes the prison there, as Peter does have to flash to get himself out of the way as well. Xiu wanting to take that pot shot as the 3 bullets from that empowered auto attack not quite going to work out. Man. Peter is able to go home.
Just such good reads from D+. The whole way through, they knew where Cuz was. They had the vision. They send Lucid topside. He's able to buy enough time. They have Realm Orb, so they know Showmaker can get there at a moment's notice without expending his teleport. And that leaves alone in the bottom lane Duckdom, who's getting 1v1'd and zoned off of his farm and experience by Beryl as aiming gets more plate gold down there. D+ are winning on both sides of the map. It's just not fair. Yeah, it's just great macro.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Like they've put aiming in a good map. matchup and then isolated it so effectively. KT is sort of playing into their hands, and it's not working out. The phenomenal, like, understanding where you're playing defense and where you're not is actually, it does seem very difficult for some of our teams. DK are navigating it really, really nicely, understanding where they need to be reactive, and that was the top side of the map, and where they can play aggressively, which is absolutely this bottom side. Lucid, able to take away one of the grubs, is actually okay with giving away the remaining two by the looks of things.
I mean, with Showmaker having Prio as well for so much of this game, he's got a ton of agency, and punishing an Ezreal is just so much harder than punishing a Jace, so the Jace is the option they go for, and then it's backfiring twice, and that's going to be the whole turret here. First turret as well for Feats of Strength, going over to D+, and it's suddenly a 1,200 gold lead. Yeah, solo gold, and he's 40 CS up.
Man, this is a big aiming Ezreal problem that KT are facing, and KT know a lot about aiming Ezreal problems. They were utilizing it in seasons past, so they're not going to be surprised when he comes back with a couple of items completed and is an absolute menace. Now has that Trinity Force done. He's 1,000 gold in the lead, the only real notable lead that we have in this game so far.
I mean, KT fans will remember his insane Ezreal lead in the T1 series in the lower bracket finals, which then he threw away.
Yes.
KT fans will remember, but he's now beating KT in this early game himself, and Duckdom is just not allowed to play the game.
Yeah, sent home with a Empowered Shock Blast there. And I think that he is going to say, yes, I will, in fact, go home, because this is looking a little rough. It might be an outer turret that can be taken here by KT as well, because, of course, Eclipse done for Xiu is a bit of a different build option here. Kind of like it, though, a bit more of a Battle Jace option.
Yeah.
But we'll be doing a bunch of damage to this turret, as Beryl does have access to his Steadfast Presence, but he can't press it. There's a Magnastorm from Peter as well, as Beryl's in trouble. He's just trying to walk it off, and it's going to work out, and never mind! BDD says, I'm flashing for it, picks that one up. And finally, the Aurora is on the board. Malignance is just done, and he just shows what it's capable of.
Yeah, that was a very close, narrow snatch of Beryl. He was almost able to get out, held his flash a really long time there, but ultimately BDD does snatch him up. Showmaker trying to get some advantages down here, isn't going to be able to get too much more.
Yeah, Needlework actually coming out here from Perfect, but Showmaker just walks away.
And you know, when we were at the beginning of this game and we had the pause and you were asking me about when are we going to fight, what's going to happen, and I was like, well, let's see Aiming's pace on his two items. He's pretty ahead as Showmaker does get another root here, and Perfect is now pushed out of the lane. He's stacking up these small advantages, knowing that Cuz wasn't anywhere nearby, and is actually just going to force him out of the lane. So side lane pressure already real for this rise into the Gwen. Gwen, normally the champion you talk about for KT's team, that would be incredibly strong in the side lane, but so far in this game, just not happening. It will later on be more relevant, but I'm not sure how much more relevant if Showmaker's tear does continue. He's got his Rod of Ages completed now. And I mean, Aiming is really just gate-kept by his tier stacks at this point. I mean, he's well and truly on his way to getting that Muramana online.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing like Manamune for a while, is what it kind of feels like. But it does stack up once you complete the item pretty quickly. First Drake going to be going over to DK here as Feats of Strength, one away for both kills and for the objectives. And it's going to be an Ocean Soul this game. Not the most exciting of the souls, but I think when you've got a Jace and an Ezreal, you're pretty happy to play that poke game, and the extra regen certainly going to be helping out there. But I was going to say before that Showmaker got his Catalyst, and then he's like, all right, I'm brawling everyone. I'm just totally happy with it.
Yeah.
Just turns out that that item is pretty good for the Rise.
Absolutely.
And now has, okay, Magnastorm to deal with as Cuz is moving on in. Beryl says, no, you're moving on out, as it turns out. And that is going to be the end of that.
It just feels like KT have some really decent setups, you know? They're playing the map as their comp should, but D+ are just one step ahead every time. And they're always just kind of too slippery to catch, too slippery to punish, or they turn on the fight and end up winning out on it, or at least trading even, as we saw that first gank on the Xiu as Lucid's looking for play.
Oh dear. Aiming picks up turret aggro for a moment, but it looks like DK are just happy to take this turret instead of killing Duckdom. It's not something they're going to be able to do with Cuz in the vicinity unless... Well, never mind. Aiming just does a lot of damage, and he is able to take this one down.
That's only
Duckdom is now in trouble.
2 grubs, and he just pushes Duckdom away, and it just ignores him, frankly. To be honest, it just kills the turret. This is... I mean, the gold lead is 2,000, but it feels like it's so much more just because we know what's coming. We know the scaling of this composition. And we know that this Ezreal is a ticking time bomb. It's ticking quite quickly at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
As we'll watch this replay as
yeah,
well.
It was just Shiu not quite finding the engage. Now looking for a bit of revenge here, as Perfect did put his ulti on cooldown and used the Ghost, but got the flash out from the Jace. You could see that Beryl was looking for a little bit of an angle, but does not quite find it. Him and Cuz now going to be facing off in this jungle, although Cuz looks like he just wants nothing to do with this Poppy, understandably so.
My biggest fear for KT is, I mentioned that they have a lot of engage, they have a lot of tools to fight on their terms if they can group, but with this mid turret down so early, and the lack of vision and lack of map control is going to come with that. You see D+ trying to clear some of this vision right now. They need to take these fights when they can find moments where D+ are not grouped, and this is one of those potential angles, you know, if they wanted to fight for this Rift Herald, but they're giving D+ so much time. Aiming's heading back. He's got his Mana Moon completed at 264, and I mean, this is just, the spikes are coming.
Ooh, Showmaker, good sidestep on the Wind Becomes Lightning, but I don't know whether that's going to exactly keep him safe. True Shot Barrage going a completely different direction, and that is BDD picking up a second.
Okay.
Nice play from KT.
That's a good angle. You know, you end up isolating one target, take them down. Now you can look for this 4v5 or 5v4, that is to say, and D+ are just simply going to give this up and try to push mid instead.
Ooh, certainly a possibility. Is Perfect not going to get stunned up this time. Beryl trying to move him out of the way, but Peter is here once again. DK, they were looking to try and trade for something, and Lucid also realizing that they don't quite have as many members up here as they otherwise would. 10 seconds left on Showmaker as Beryl getting rid of the Jhin, but Cuz is still there with the Smite, and he's going to be able to pick up the Eye of the Herald. Shiu, though, answers with an inner turret on the bottom side of the map. So they get something had to give.
Yeah, they had to, I mean, they lost their inner, they lost most of their inner in mid lane as well, or half of it, I should say. And that was a really scary situation. I think KT fans can have a sigh of relief at least, because when Lucid came over there, he's like, there's nobody here. If Beryl comes up, if that Keeper's Verdict hits Cuz, then that's just the Herald to D+. You know, the jungler's gone, you hold that down, you lock it up, and that would have just been a disaster. They still lose the inner in the bottom lane. And at least KT got the Herald. Maybe they can look for dropping it for this next dragon in the mid lane, try to time that one out so they can have the setup they want here.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, I'd say.
Yeah, that could be the opportunity. 55 seconds on said dragon. That will be third here for DK if they're able to lock that one down. Still looking for feats of strength. As you can see, KT with that pick on the top side of the map were able to lock down the Warfare version of it. So that's helpful for them, but still, these objectives, just one more for DK. And KT, because they weren't able to get 3 grubs ever, it is still only the one objective lockdown with that Herald.
Yeah, it's a little rough. It's not unplayable, but it is challenging.
Oh yeah, and it's only 2,000 gold. Make it 3,000 gold as the outer turret on the top side does fall down. It's a lot of standing gold though, as we do like to say, 4 turrets to 1. KT need to get a few more of these. Peter crashing down in the wrong direction as Lucid able to get himself out. Showmaker and Beryl pushing here in this top lane. Heroic Charge pushes Perfect towards Showmaker, and Beryl is the one taking the damage. The slow is good from Showmaker, and Beryl with a nice flash, but that's a 1v2. And Perfect is doing really well. KT going to take this opportunity now as Aiming says, no, sorry buddy, you are dead.
I love that. They hard commit to the cross map. You know, the first attempt on the cross map, well, they give Dragon, not so great. Second attempt there with Aiming coming over is going to guarantee them the kill and that inner, so a 5th turret. And while KT get the Dragon, it's pretty quiet on their side of the crowd with a big clap for D+ as they get that turret and get the kill, because it's just a solo Ocean Drake in exchange for more and more map control here. Is, you know, this was a bit of the outplay by the turret to Beryl.
You did take a lot of damage from that one.
And then Realm Warp comes through. As you, while Aiming is doing this, Showmaker is guaranteeing there's no way he can run out back towards the base, so that was kind of cute as well.
Yeah, kind of like the checkmate maneuver.
Yeah.
Was pretty cute.
A lot of resources used for that, but I still feel like you could argue that's way more valuable than the solo non-contest on the Ocean's Dragon like that KT got. I think fighting for that with a bad position would have been way worse for D+. I think they're very happy with this exchange.
And we've got the evolution now for Aiming. Does complete that Mirror Mana as Beryl is under a little bit of fire here. The curtains have been called as well as the Magnet Storm pulls him out. Oh, the last bullet, and Doctor's finally on the board. They take down the Poppy, but are they out of the woods? That's the question. Peter's in so much trouble. Arctic Assault going to connect and aiming. Yeah, he's got enough damage. Arcane Shift over and gets the auto into the air. So it's a 1-for-1 trade of both of the supports. DK with control of the area.
You know, after he played Senna earlier on, or they played that Senna draft, and I thought aiming would be, he's going to be looking at this going, rough, man, I'm not going to get Gold King. But now I'm kind of feeling like maybe he's got a chance.
Yeah, I think he's doing okay this game.
Yeah, that was a lot of money given to this player early on, and now he's using it. He's using it against the turrets, now he's using it against the champions as pretty slick moves here from Peter to try to keep Beryl in. Does get caught by that last shot, but then when aiming shows up, it's just done. It's just 100% done, and they can just front to back this. Peter gets caught. Look at this damage. It's unreal.
I feel like it could have been worse. Oh, this is not great either. As Otacon is just going to be taken here by DK. It looks like KT, not a lot of options to get up here, so that is just going to be it secured. A whole bunch of flowers on the floor.
Feats of strength as well.
Yeah. Feats of strength and all of the adaptive force and the experience. My God, they were already in the lead, and this is really not helping.
Yeah. Unfortunately for KT, it's going to take a real big mistake or some sort of crazy angle and engage to get them a one-team fight to get back into this game. You can see second item is on the way here for Duckdom. He will eventually be able to have some of that tread.
The second item armor pen just feels so not okay.
Into this Sejuani build.
Yeah. And Collector was already feeling bad, and then you're like, well, I guess I can't build an Infinity Edge or anything. I'm just going to have to try and build Lord Doms, and he does finish that.
He does have it, so that's a spike, but Herald is also just not utilized. It just timed out. They didn't use it to get the Ocean Dragon. They could have, when they saw that D+ was going to index on the top, tried to go for mid turret at the same time, but now it's just going to maybe get them bottom outer. It looks likely, although D+ are grouping. I don't know. It's looking hopeless, Atlas.
Yeah, they know exactly where it is, so because it was cast so early, they can just move on down. That is going to stop any sort of charge. Should be able to keep this turret alive. Still, only that one turret is perfect. He is in the mist, but there is the ulti from Beryl. Might still be a sacrifice of the Poppy, and there is the first bullet to lock that one down. Cuz with his ulti is also really helping him stay. Oh, never mind. He's not staying alive at all. Showmaker says no to that. As there's a charge on the Rift Herald, Peter comes back. BDD locks down a kill. Peter does sacrifice himself, but BDD is doing so much damage. Aiming 1 versus 3. Is that going to work? I don't know about it. Captive audience comes down. Duckdom will be able to say, no, please, just stop chasing us. A 2-for-2 trade in the end. Shelly doesn't get a charge.
I mean, we often say when the game states like this, if you get an even trade, it's a huge win, but it just feels like it's one step forward, one step back in this exchange. I do appreciate how quickly the teleport comes through from BDD, because he has an angle here with this control ward to get straight to the thick of things with his ultimate. And then when you see this curtain call come out, it's not doing enough to actually finish the fight for them. But Peter returning with the Rift Herald here is actually super clutch, bounces out of it and gets the double Magnet Storm. Really aggressive sacrificial play though, but I think plays like that are pretty necessary here for KT Rolster at this point. Herald does not charge, by the way, either, so that turret's still sitting at half health.
Yeah, and of course, because he drove it into a wall, it's not going to be doing any charging, but I think it was good use of it, as that's a solo kill. Perfect, just lying on the floor.
Yeah.
Huh. Not quite what Gwen is supposed to be doing. Is Arctic Assault. There's Permafrost as well. As Cuz taking a fair bit of damage. Holds onto the ult button. Eats some honey fruit. He'll be fine.
Right now, Shiu is just like bored. He's like doing Gromp because there's nothing to take. He's got a whole set of 2 waves pushing into the top. Inhibitor turret. He's finding any gold he can. As D+ have full prio on this dragon. They have control of all 3 lanes. Baron spawns in 10 seconds. And you can see that Peter is trying to get in there and get some vision. Group up from Cuz as well, as that is where the next fight will likely break out. Dragon taken easily.
Gold King still 1,000 gold ahead of his next competitor as far as money is concerned, and the other 2 are his solo laners. So things going fine.
He's asking D+ to drag the game out a little longer so he can start stacking it up.
I need to make up for the Senna game, please, guys.
Yeah.
It's not looking great. Bloodthirster is completed here for said Gold King. The Warmog's kind of cool here from Lucid as well. can use his health bar pretty aggressively throughout a lot of these little skirmishes that they might be having.
Scuttle being D+ also means that even though the rest of the vision was taken away, they knew that KT didn't start this.
Beryl face checks these.
Wow, look at the discipline.
He doesn't. What is...
Look at the discipline.
My boy's grown up. Showmaker, he might though. There's a Magnet Storm from Peter. Shattering Strike's beautiful. And there's nothing Showmaker can do. He does a fair bit of damage on his way out, but now Lucid is the one in trouble. He's going to have to try and get an Arctic Assault, but it does not work. He's just held in place, and that is 2 beautiful kills from KT.
Now,
they might be able to get themselves a Baron.
She was going to try to rush to get this inhibitor turret. Teleport coming through from the Gwen as well, straight to the Baron.
The
he
Baron
might get this
for
inhibitor.
Nexus.
Yeah, and I mean, aiming, getting that push in mid as well. So yes, you did get the Baron, but it took so long to do so that the value is just arguably even better here for D+. Barrel is looking for some shenanigans.
There's a Keeper's Verdict around here. He's not going to use it. That is bounty gold, though, going over to KT.
Could stop some of these backs, though, and deny them from
2
returning.
inhibitors should be the sacrifice here, as there's a Keeper's Verdict, but Gwen is immune. And that is going to be the kill going over to Cuz, aiming on Vision now, but they do manage to get 2 inhibs for the price of a Baron.
They just really snap called that. The second the pick came through from the party bush, they were like, all right, we just push for the inhibs. That was such a great decisive call from D+. Now, let's see if the punish comes through.
Oh, well, Shu, he's done this one before. As Perfect in the mist right now. Showmaker's moved down, does still have the Realm Warp. Man, if they want this fight, they could take it. They can just get into any position that they want, but not going to push the envelope. And we do have Lucid coming back at the same time. So DK back on the map, back feeling good. But KT now with Baron for a little while.
Look at where they are on the map right now, both the Ezreal and the Jace. The aiming pushes on the Gwen the second Showmaker gets caught. And this actually forces the back to come through from Perfect. So while he backs, he pushes the mid turret. I guess we know that the CC chain happened, these 2 players die, but what happens on the map next, on the instant push, the instant call to make that happen and to grab those 2 inhibitors from D+ was the right move. Beryl goes over to the Baron pit as well to try to slow them down on their return. So what looks like a win for KT is really not, unfortunately. Like, the good news for KT is just a blank piece of paper, it feels like, at this point in time. I mean, there's a death cap for BDD, who once again is the biggest member on KT roster. Shocker, I know.
Well, steadfast presence there from Beryl. We do have a Glacial Prison going wide here, and that spells the end of the Poppy, but still, look at this AoE. This is absurd from Showmaker. The needlework not quite doing enough as the teleport from Shiu says, Peter, there is no way out. Cuz is flashing, but Shiu's diving on top of him. Perfect there as well, the flash forward, and there's the Realm Warp to make sure that this Gwen is dead. Aiming not going to be helping out here as Showmaker moves on over, finds the Rune Prison, and should be able to get the combo off. Oh, not quite able to get in there as BDD just kills Aiming. That's what that death cap is for, apparently, and Showmaker, you don't need to tank 2 Nexus turrets.
Yeah,
buddy,
no,
that's not what you need to do.
Not necessary to make that move. But look, they're wearing down the Baron timer, Atlas.
There you go.
Those Baron minions are getting a lot of value defending the Nexus turrets with BDD.
This was so much of like a beautiful back and forth macro game as we have a look at this replay, but now it's turned into absolute chaos, and that is precisely what we wanted out of KT versus DK.
Yeah,
thanks, guys.
I was starting to get a little disappointed. I'm glad at least D+ are sticking with the theme of today.
Yeah.
To at least make the casters seem like they really knew that they didn't. they made us look like we knew that we didn't know what we were talking about the series. Yeah, this is cool and all. Looking for Perfect. Yep. But then, yeah, BDD.
BDD hit 2 buttons.
Yeah, and Perfect doesn't die, and then the root comes through and.
Showmaker, why?
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You can see they're not feeling hyper serious about the whole situation. That was a, oh, I'm dead type scenario instead of, feeling the catastrophe or anything like that. 3,000 gold the lead for DK. The Rebel Baron power play was about 2.5k. Is now Beryl going to get engaged on yet again. Perfect. Can't be milling about taking free damage though, as you can see. Oh, these Mystic shots really do hurt. Shiu clears out the ward as BDD gets over that wall.
I mean, BDD and Peter can shape this fight if they can get grouped here. Shiu's trying to block BDD from the flank. He's going to have to wrap all the way around to the front.
Yeah, remember this is Ocean Soul as well. Lucid looking for an angle to try and get himself in there. And Showmaker says, well, maybe we'll just win the game instead. Could be the angle, and that is going to be the soul picked up by Lucid. Good smite as Peter pulls him back. He's not going to be able to get away scot-free, as DK might just use this as an opportunity to win the game, but Perfect gets his teleport off and will be able to get himself out of there. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect onto Beryl as the Shock Blaster coming in. That's an aggressive teleport there, Mr. Showmaker, as Cuz is also going to be going down. There are different ways to engage. That is one of them. Not sure whether it's the best, but it's working out. Aiming, going to get his revenge, or at least Beryl is, as he takes the kill onto PDD. Now they're looking to chase, looking for more. Aiming will just take some jungle camps. And KT, they get to breathe another day.
I mean, these inhibitors are going to respawn. This situation here is pretty smart from D+, because they have the ability to threaten the end, but Perfect isn't actually locked down, so he can teleport back and actually end up defending the base. Showmaker comes in seemingly to die to try to clean up this fight as well, because it looks pretty winnable here for KT. They have to back away as they realize the teleport's coming through. I think if Duckdom is on a traditional AD carry and not on Jin, maybe they actually could clean this fight up, but he's actually kind of split here, and BDD, he is just going to get shoved in, and Aiming rips him to shreds. Duckdom running around reloading, and that's the end of that.
The classic Jin situation.
The 5-0-3 Jin, who's not in a position to carry that fight.
Yeah, wow, I hadn't actually looked at his scoreline. His curtain calls have been good this game, but unfortunately, it's just, you're not doing nearly as much just in the course of a team fight that Aiming will be doing on this Ezreal.
You're not really the cleanup type. I mean, there have been moments. There are scenarios in which Jin can do that, but this, unfortunately, was not one of those scenarios.
Well, you can see the undulating gold difference over time here, as it is gradually moving back towards KT, unless we have another dip coming up. We'll just have to see, as the Baron up again in 5 seconds' time. That's why everyone's here towards this top side, and there is so much vision for DK.
Yeah, it's the Showmaker happiness meter. The more KT there is, the more fun Showmaker's having.
Yep.
And he is trying to eventually get this top push through. Like, top lane has been mostly ignored since those two inhibitors came down. Now they have Prio for this Baron, teleport for Shiu, and he could also just threaten this inhibitor. So KT need to act fast and to make a decisive call here. And they're actually just going to watch D+ walk away.
Well, it is going to be True Shot Barrage getting a fair bit of information here, as Perfect and Peter both get chunked by that one. 4 items completed for the Ezreal is real scary. Beryl, don't know about this position as the rest of KT crash in on top of him, mainly Peter because he has an ability that he's kind of called that. Curtain calls come in. That is a 6th kill for Duckdom.
I think D+ can team fight. They just really don't want to. They just keep threatening these split pushes. The backdoor, you could almost call it. I mean, it's not quite a backdoor, but they're playing it as if they're trying to backdoor to end instead of just grouping on Baron, taking a Baron, and pushing to end with these open inhibitors. But again, a pick on the Barrel means a little bit more reprieve here for KT.
Owie.
And they are going to now get a little bit of Baron Prio themselves.
They're just going to walk on up and start it. That seems to be the answer here. Duckdom's still relatively low. On vision right now, as you can see, there is irremovable vision. And Showmaker now moving over. Captive Audience not going to quite find Aiming there as the Deadly Flourish comes in. They're taking a fair bit of damage. Cuz down to 50%. Teleport in from Shiu as they're looking for the team fight now. Cuz with that ulti running is so durable. And now Shiu dives in. My God, the AoE is absurd. Perfect goes golden, but that means that he just has to watch as the rest of his team dies. It's an ace in trade for Lucid. And DK are going to realm warp their way to the base.
You know, a bit of an anticlimactic end. Looked like KT may have been able to finally find some semblance of footing in this game. It was a nice try. It was a good ult from Cuz, but they're unable to secure the Baron. They look for the ensuing team fight, and they do not get it done. And as these waves come through, D+ will finally, at 33 or 34.5 minutes, end this game. A little bit of happy gaming there towards the early part of the late game, but D+ still get it done. Beautiful macro game from Lucid and Beryl. To be totally honest, just outclassing KT in the early game and building such a phenomenal lead.
I think it's so impressive that Beryl gets to int and also have great macro decisions in the same game, in the same moment. It's the epitomization of what makes this player who he is, and that is a beautiful thing to see. Showmaker as well, big grins on his face. He took his hands off the keyboard at the end there and was like, I just got to run around and do a fair bit of dying on the rise, but also putting the pressure where it needs to go. Shiu with some beautiful solo kills in that game. The Jace in the 1v1
Shiu,
looking fantastic.
I feel like this is like peak Shiu, what we saw in this game. Not only great laning and great solo kill opportunities and stuff like that, but also just really good side laning and putting on the pressure, knowing when to TP, when not to TP, how to absorb pressure, when to really hard apply pressure. No indecision from this guy. Looks like a veteran already.
Yeah. I do want to say, though, on the KT side of things, Peter is such a good addition to this squad. I don't care about the result of this game. KT still kept it competitive, and I think a lot of it was to do with Peter finding so many of these catches. That catch into Baron, it's the second time they've managed to make a play like this, and even though it hasn't worked out in either time, having these moments is what KT is desperately needed. So despite the result, I think it's still definitely a good call. They just need to play together a little bit better, and I think Doctarm's going to, like, being on Jin makes things more difficult. Being forced to build Armor Pen second item is difficult, and in game number 2, he's not going to be able to play Jin. It's going to have to be something else, and we'll see whether he can join in the carrying as we move into it and bring us to 3 games. Time to go to a break. When we get back, Space going to break it down, and we'll have game 2.
아, 네, 집 갔던 디테일 자리 괜찮거든. 그 시야 한 번만 밝혀주는 포지션 좋아.
오로라 보였냐?
오로라 숨었어.
오로라 밑에 생각.
나 오로라
나 짜오
플래시,
이줄게.
플래시.
나 짜오한테 이줄게. 분광할게 싸우.
아, 나도 각 줬다, 여기.
야 싸운다 아 오로 아래 빼면 세봐 싸우자 오로라 진 받고
아, 이겼어.
이겼는데?
아 이겼어
나이스.
가자
계절 받았다.
야 공타자 가자
나이스.
everyone, and welcome back to the space. No, your eyes don't deceive you. For the first time ever in my career, I'm joined by the same duo as yesterday. Degon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid to break down D plus Kia against KT.
We're the same duo, then why are we, or trio, why are we not wearing the same clothes? Can't be.
We are kind of color matched.
Almost.
We are
right?
kind of matched color.
Yeah.
Hoodies.
You take
I don't
my
see
hoodie, your blue, his jacket.
I don't see it. I was working with different people yesterday, I'm pretty sure.
All right. Okay. Well,
A lot more energy. A lot more manic hype.
We have
A lot more dramas.
We have a little bit of people working with different teams in just a little bit as we take a look at some of the highlights here from KT versus D+. First thing we want to do is teach you a little bit about macro.
Yeah, I think they really want to trade it side here, but I think DK, the way how they played this sequence was so perfect. So first of all, they denied Duckdam to farm on the bot side, and KT was not helping Duckdam at all. But on the other side, DK was protecting Jace, Sejuani was covering here, and also you can see Showmaker walking towards top side with his Rise ultimate. So this difference made huge gap between the AD carries here.
Yeah, and I don't think Duckdam has had the best performance, but this legitimately wasn't his fault. What's happening here is that DK is reading the map so much better, and they're playing towards Shiyu. The trust that they have in this player very clearly also ended up paying off hugely, but you have both Lucid and Showmaker covering for a 4-man investment towards the top side of the map, which doesn't end up working out. They even have to invest some defensive summoners. DK don't really lose anything for this, and Duckdam ends up being super far behind as a result of this play. Aiming gets further accelerated, and it's an interesting highlight because I think these type of moments are really easy to be like, oh, well, dive didn't work, and Duckdam is just getting gapped. Which, again, I think Duckdam hasn't had the best performance yet, but this is a team difference that we see here between the way that DK play the map and the way that KT do, which leads to this.
Brutal.
Which is not, it's a full item up, right? And obviously, yeah, you have steel caps.
So how are you gonna play the objective? How are you gonna play the fight? You know, when you see these item gaps, then you cannot really blame your AD carry. You gotta play around him, and also you gotta protect your AD carry to farm around. But I feel like DK was a lot better on respecting enemies' play. Then that's why they could actually predict their plays, so they could actually defend the play on the top side.
And the reason why I want to highlight this is because you look at the score line, it doesn't tell the story at all. Great team play here by D+ in our first highlight. Then down in the bottom side of the map, it then switches on over to Given Over Drake.
So yeah, this outcome, like this kind of macro, comes from the DK early Drakes. So they got already 2 Drakes in the early game, and then for the 3 Drake, I think KT kind of forced to come over to the Drake and take the Drake. And I just wanted to show that this kind of macro is what we needed for this kind of meta, because I feel like Grubs nowadays, do you really think it's a kind of valuable objective? Yes, of course, you get the early experience advantage on the jungle, but I feel like you don't really get out of those things, you know? Like maybe you can be ahead a little bit, but I think it's more valuable to get the early Drakes.
And I do really want to highlight in a game where particularly Showmaker and Beryl took a lot of liberties with how they played out a lot of the fights. And by liberties, I mean they just kind of stood there, tanked unnecessary skill shots and died a lot. The biggest difference between these two teams for me was actually how much more cognizant DK was of where KT was going to be in the map, and then immediately had a response ready, right? And even with moments like this, which I think was highlighted nicely by the casters, KT kept looking for opportunities. They find great plays like this, they just can't actually execute on it, because getting this kill is great, or these kills rather. Great trap set. Again, I think Peter has been a breath of fresh air for this team. They look so much more vibrant, but they get the Baron. And then watch what happens, because these inhibitors are always going to go down. That's kind of a no-brainer. There's not really too much you can do about it. But you will see what KT ends up doing. I don't think it's the game decider, but this could have been an angle back for them.
Yeah, they could actually bounce back. You can actually speed up from here. I think they could actually just kill Beryl here and reset and bring the wave and push mid. But instead of that,
push mid.
Yeah, push mid.
Push mid.
Push top.
You have Baron tempo.
Anything?
There's 2 people still dead.
Yeah, so they're
Push
gonna
mid. We
waste
have bounties.
a lot of tempo. And also you said we have bounty on the turrets, right? So they could actually push mid and then get the tempo for the next place, but instead of that, they're actually losing tempo after getting Nash, after getting cut. So I think that was the worst part. I mean, I think KT, I think they really played well after the game was already decided, you know?
Because the big thing here is that if you don't base immediately after Baron, that's fine, but then you do actually make use of your time on the map. Because now, basically a full minute of the Baron that might have been your one angle back into the game is just gone. Didn't end up leading to anything. It was Jace with Sums as well as Ezreal, so actually getting them is so hard. And again, this was one in many decisions, but we felt like this was a good way to highlight KT really still struggling where they have to be on the map.
Yeah, great example of tempo later on and ways that KT could get better. And one way you can do that when you have a great roster full of talent are substitutions. We have a big one here for KT. Perfect, who has been given time on this main roster for several splits now, on out. Casting, coming on into the top side of the map. How does this change things here, Wadid, for KT?
Probably this is one of the necessary change for KT because we already talked that it might be KT or Nongshim or DK who fights for the last spot of the legend group, right? So I think this kind of change is needed, and I think this is one of the chances that he can prove himself in LCK.
All right, debut time for casting for KT. Will he be able to show up against another young face in Shiwu who's proven his worth over the time? Or will D+ go 2-0 on the week?
We'll just have to find out, Digon. I absolutely love the looks today, by the way. Super Degrassi high vibes. I'm really enjoying it, especially like with Wadid with the extra, like the denim.
Wadid's just killing it with the fashion.
Yeah, no, actually nailing it 100%. But let's talk about casting because he's making his way in, and we didn't see him throughout all of the LCK Cup. Did see him in Kesper Cup, but that was, of course, basically their challenger roster.
I think, while I do think Casting is a very strong player, he's proven his worth in challengers and even in the LCK a little bit. He's played a few games for KT Rolster. I don't like this choice because I think if you were going to make a choice like this, especially if you're making this to be a performance-based choice, maybe just start Casting at the beginning of the season and like give him his full opportunity. Or just say, all right, perfect, like let's shape it up. If he doesn't shape it up in game 2, you move into the next week and pull him in. Pulling him into a series like this might be good for Casting, but it might shake some of your team synergy and it might add some additional pressure to Perfect. A lot of players don't do well when they're subbed out suddenly. They end up losing a lot of their momentum. So let's see how he performs, and maybe he'll be starting for the rest of the season. I don't expect that to be the case, but it's a very risky call from KT Rolster's coaching staff.
Yeah, not every team gets to be CFO that can just freely sub between their two top laners and everyone's happy and it's all fine. This could be a different story. Casting not necessarily playing any different champions. There towards the top side has played 4 games so far in Challenger this season, but none of them really standing out. Played some Gwen, some Rumble, some Renekton, and Ambessa. Like, it's not really anything to write home about.
Casting is also a player who's improved so much over the last 2 years. Spent some time on Gen.G's Challengers roster and really wasn't looking great there, but after he moved into KT and that team was basically the Challenger super team, he just leveled up a ton. So I think he is a very, very strong player, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to play here, as we have a lot of big picks gone, right? The Gwen is gone, the Jace is gone, the Ezreal is gone, so maybe something like a Rumble pick for him could be something that KT Rolster are fishing for.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind the Rumble ban away here from DK as well, because there really aren't a lot of sort of big ticket top lanes that you can lock in right now. And with the Galio banned, the Rumble becomes even more dangerous. So obviously a good ban here for DK, but what has been left up? Nefiri. Nefiri has been left up, Wolf.
That's true. I'm not 100% sold on a Nefiri first pick here, though.
Aha, the buy. Love it.
Feels much better because you can use it with a lot of different comps. It's one of Cuz's stronger picks, and it's strong into Nefiri, which is up, but now Lucid is less inclined to play it.
Well, it's going to be Ahri
denial.
Yeah, the pick away Ahri. And now Ahri Nefiri
that
might
could
be
a
the
thing.
answer. Who knows?
Could be a thing. The other pick that is known to be used with Ahri is the Viego, but has not been very strong or very popular as of late. So we'll see what Lucid wants to go. We know he's got that dog in him.
Yeah, he does.
He's got one of the only Nefiri wins. I'm sure he, since he's on D+ Kia, he probably drives a Kia K9.
Are we up to K9? I saw a K8 in the shop yesterday and was like, wow. I remember it was just the K7. And now we're up to a K9?
I've been sitting on this one for a while. Like, I saw a K9 when I was driving to work, and I was like, you know what?
And the joke is like right there, right as Nefiri comes into meta, Wolf. It's so cool.
Yeah.
I need to look that up. That sounds like a fun car. But okay, let's have a look now at what KT are going to be putting together, because that is a Taliyah for B2D. There are Taliyah players, and there are Taliyah players, and B2D, he be a Taliyah player.
Very strong into the Ahri, and has great synergy with Vi too. And so I'm really liking this rotation here for KT Rolster. Will we get an 80 carry for Duckdom at this stage is the question. Something like an Ashe, which is still available.
Yeah, I'd actually love just lock in Ashe. She does do some DPS, but she also has the utility. Instead, it's going to be Rakan for Peter. Peter's like, all right, I need it. I need my best champ. I need to be able to dictate the pace of this game. There's no Poppy to worry about, no Taliyah to worry about. I don't care about rocks. Let's go.
All right, well, pretty bold lock-in here, but it was, I think, on the mind of D+. Remember, they banned it in the first game when it was available, even though it didn't necessarily make the most sense as a pick at that time. It just feels like a target towards Peter, and this time he'll skip that second ban phase as we get the Aatrox lock in here. So Xiu, the rookie, up against Casting here, will blind the Aatrox, but it is going to be a test for Casting into one of the strongest top laners that we do have.
Yeah, and he's not going to be able to play very many of the champions that he already has this season up against it. As already, the Ambessa, the Rumble, the Jace, the Gwen, all taken away.
I like this Xayah ban because you already have a pretty dive-focused composition.
I actually kind of thought Xayah would be just picked away by DK because so many players, aiming included, like playing it into Vi.
Yeah.
But deciding not to.
Lulu ban. Interesting. So weakening some of the other picks that you could have in the bottom lane. With that Lulu, the Jinx, the Zeri, more commonly used. And what this final ban will be, it's got to be an 80 carry ban. I mean, Ashe seems pretty obvious here, even though it's not. Ashe Rakan is not a lane that sounds too wonderful or anything like that, but works well with their comp.
Ooh, Cassante going to be the takeaway instead, just trying to protect Xiu as much as possible, not allowing Casting to dodge the lane.
Yeah, and playing Nefiri into Cassante is very frustrating because he's very tanky. It's very difficult to set up resets onto him compared to other top laners.
Yeah, I like that.
Front to back, so makes a lot of sense for all the reasons you mentioned as well. And now Aiming has his pick here.
I think just pick Ashe. Pick it away from Duckdom and lock that one in for yourself.
I think it's pretty simple. Or just go Leona here and counter pick for Aiming.
I guess that's an option.
I mean, the Alistar is banned away, so it's the next best option.
Ooh,
Kai'Sa. Okay. Really indexing in on the dive. Kai'Sa's in a really good spot right now. I think in a lot of other drafts, I'd be like, well, this is a little bit risky, but I think it is quite smart here. Is we'll see the Tristana to get locked in with the Gnar counter pick for Casting.
An oldie bit of goodie as far as the top matchup is concerned. I don't know necessarily who wins it at this point in time. Aatrox feels like he's doing a bit better these days.
I think it's going to be, pretty skill-based up there.
But Tristana in the bottom lane, Wolf.
Okay.
A lot of all-in potential with these two champions, but Nautilus going to be locked away as well. We've seen Nautilus Kai'Sa many, many times in the past.
So much easier to lock down the Tristana with the Nautilus than it would be with the Leona, even though Leona is super good into Rakan and suits the dive-style composition that they have. The Nautilus just presses R and can lock down the Rakan as well. If he's looking for an engage, might not be able to get his way out. And can just be good into Rakan in general if you can hit those roots onto him. I like what KT Rolster put together, though. They had the Vi, which is pretty good into Nefiri. You could lock her down. You could lock down the Ahri. There's a lot of mobile champions that, you deal with in this meta that by just pressing R as Vi.
Yep.
And even the Kai'Sa, when she goes in, if you're the first to engage as D+, you find yourself, unless you crush the fight early, you're kind of stuck in with the comp there on the side of KT Rolster. I think a lot of this game for me is going to come down to individual laners' performances. You have a lot of budget on this Tristana coming into the Kai'Sa early. Will Duckdom lane well there? Will we see Casting, win out on the Gnar versus Aatrox? Will we space well on the Gnar and try to build some advantage up there? Be self-sufficient? Those are the questions that KT Rolster have to answer for us, because last game wasn't about the draft necessarily. It was about the macro, the early game leads that the D+ built up quickly. And we have to see a better performance in lane and also just with the synergy and the communication of KT Rolster moving into the second one.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Wolf. I think that we need to see an upgrade when it comes to identifying where to be and what to do on the map outside of having some good individual moments. They did certainly have those. I think Peter found some of these great engages, and I think if they just go a little bit further, then they'll be able to get an angle for us. I think Doctom on this Tristana as well, so much more carry potential and consistent damage in these team fights. But Aiming's Kai'Sa is legendary. We know that he's thrown games entirely away, but he's also hard carried them as well in the past. Let's dive onto the Rift here for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of this series. It's almost guaranteed in our minds that it should be a KT win because we deserve 3, but you never really know where the coin is going to land. And once again, I feel like we're in this position where a lot of the picks, it's like both of these compositions are looking pretty even. I think, like you were saying, a lot of it does come down to how these lane matchups go. And also, I think this is going to be a really good test for this Vine of Fury, is it a counter pick type question that we've been getting.
I think both teams have pretty good initiation, but I would argue that KT's is just simpler to pull off. You have the Vi, Taliyah, then you have the Rakan on top of that. And because you have a Taliyah, it makes the setup for D+ a little bit trickier. They have good lockdown, but it is not guaranteed, whereas KT just kind of press buttons and it gets pretty easy. And if the Tristana gets a jump reset off of the first pick of whoever gets shoved / Vi ulted, then Doctom can pop off in the fights. He has not been doing a whole lot of popping off thus far.
Yep.
But I agree with Chronicler's assessment of game 1. It was not his fault. It was really just his team left him on an island, and it was an unfavorable position for Jin to be in, and he struggled. Yeah,
it is kind of, and it was DK that kind of revolutionized it, right? Put a Jin in the bottom lane, and he will cope. Ghost dealt with that as Beryl's flashing in, looking for some opportunities here. We're seeing the win rate here of the Kai'Sa is looking pretty huge as well, as Jiu with a couple of victories on the champion, as that is some scuffling in the mid lane as well. Jonas Strong's got his work cut out for him today with the amount of fights that we have.
Electrocute here for Showmaker versus BD's Phase Rush. And he is going to grab a ward on the Raptors, so we'll see the pathing of Lucid off of that trade, so well played. Level 2 advantage here for Beryl. That's what he gets from that exchange earlier. Otherwise, not really a win for him in D+, but getting this push is going to feel nice.
Yep. And not having Flash means that I think a bit of this aggression is going to wear off. But you can see it was Ignite Flash in trade for just the barrier. So KT, there's probably a return punch available here, as Xiu not going to find the second Q. Casting able to space that one out quite nicely. We'll be completely even when it comes to farm after this wave.
A callback here as they swap lanes. I actually really like this from D+. And Xiu can teleport to the bottom lane to catch the bottom wave, and they'll have the faster rotation there. Let's see what Doctom and Peter do.
This is like right on the line for lane swap protection as well.
Yeah, really early.
Yeah, really going for it as quickly as possible. And you can see KT, they're a bit wise to it. They're going to be heading back, allowing this wave to crash, but Xiu going to have to teleport down to make sure that he catches a few of these minions that are coming in, Cuz securing his blue buff. Let's see whether this is actually going to work out here for DK. Already they are falling down a little bit when it comes to the farm that they've been able to pick up, mainly to do with the top side of the map, as you can see, casting with a fair bit more money from the minions.
Yeah, as Xiu catches this wave, though, and we'll even things up. And this is just the new standard of the LCK. If you have any tempo advantage whatsoever, you always take your opportunity to swap lanes to the top side. If the enemy top laner ended up having to use their teleport for any reason, you end up having a massive advantage. In this case, though, casting actually just gets back to the lane for free, and it's not going to be a massive lead or anything here for D+, but grab the cull, and aiming.
Okay, yeah, in goes Doctom. Hook going to miss there from Beryl as Peter picks up a turret shot, so not exactly optimal on that front. Beryl going to have that dredge line up. There it is. And able to hook up Doctom, who rocket jumps his way out, and the trade going to be won here by DK in the end, but I like the gusto from KT.
Yeah, and it could have been worse actually for KT. Beryl missing that dredge line did them a little bit of a favor there, but still really hard to actually make all-ins happen in this lane matchup.
Yeah.
Just a slingshot in the inventory of Duckdom.
I think they really wanted to get Aiming's flash or something.
Yeah.
Instead, KT invests nothing when it comes to the summoner spells, as Casting taking a lot of damage here. We'll have Mega Gnar coming up relatively soon as BDD's turned up, and that should be Aiming going down. The Ignite ticking, and Duckdom grabbing first blood in the top lane.
Yeah, that's kind of peculiar. I have to go back and look and see how he just got up there. I mean, he didn't Weaver's wall his way in there. He just dropped the wave for a second, went up. As down here, everything's going to be fine. But, yeah, I think Aiming just didn't expect this. He went all the way around. He had that control ward in the brush. Actually wraps all the way around here, and Peter is ready for it, and Duckdom is in there to sweep up and grab the kill. Fantastic play there from BDD, utilizing that one controller, a little bit of vision, does the long wraparound. Doesn't really lose that many minions either in the mid lane, so clean. That's first blood.
Beautifully done. We know BDD, fantastic on the Taliyah. Part of the thing that makes a Taliyah player a good Taliyah player is utilizing your ability to get around the map because you move so much faster. As Lucid, he's going to get punched, going to need to jump his way out. And Cuz just going to, I really don't like it when the doggos get punched by Vi. It just feels very violent.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. Still, Grubs are now going to spawn. DK back out onto the map once again. Not end of the world or anything like that, but it's really good to see KT playing through Duckdom a little bit more in this game. Just a few carry performances might be enough to get this guy's confidence up to where it needs to be as well.
Absolutely, I 100% agree. They're setting him up for success this time when they abandoned him last time.
Yeah, he's just rocket jumping forward, straight into barrel, which is suboptimal, I guess. Gets the flash out, though, as Peter goes in with the grand entrance, and BDD, as always, is ready. Great buffer there on the dredge line there from barrel.
I'd say if they went too far, okay, not quite. I was a little bit worried.
Well, top lane is still doing top laner things, as Shu with this electrocute Aatrox is making Casting's life hell down here on the bottom side. KT have started up the Grubs, though. And Showmaker does take a crab for himself.
6 for Lucid.
Rotating over. Yeah, does manage to get that level 6's barrel. We're going to start up this fight. Let's see whether they can get in there. Charm is going to connect beautifully onto this Tristana, and Showmaker is right there for when he lands. Looking for a double here as the flash comes forward. It's actually the bleed that takes down the Rakan. Both of the bottom lane members are dead, and they only have to sacrifice Beryl. They'll even take more Grubs for the trade.
Yeah, very, very thin margin that D+ was able to find that success with, but they do pull it off. And, you know, the Defiri ends up grabbing a kill off the play. Go back and watch this again. First Grub gets taken, and the setup here for Duckdom is not great. You know, he's not able to do a lot of damage here, and even though he has the shield, just rocket jumps, Showmaker's already there on the chase, blocking the retreat. This is beautiful positioning for Showmaker so they can guarantee the eliminations there. Because, you know, he knows that the fight is won, but if I position this way, nobody's getting out. And unfortunately, Duckdom just wasn't really in a spot to where he could actually offer any damage there, just engaged on right away.
Oh.
Speaking of.
Oh, dear. We know that there is a Big Daddy from Bioshock lurking.
Greedy.
As Amy's coming in. Doesn't have level 6 just yet.
He's like 1 minion away from him. He gets his cannon, he hits it.
And then the Killer Instinct is going to be up and available, and so just a concussive blows. There it is. Aiming doesn't even need the Killer Instinct, and now he's going to use it. Does miss the Void Seeker, but gets the passive, though, as the hook is going to go wide, and Duckdom does get himself out, but did have to invest the Buster Shot in that play.
Close call there.
Still, it's a trade of like ult for ult, right? And Barrel's not level 6 yet, so couldn't actually use his.
Exactly. And
still fine for Duckdom.
Yeah, they get the Dragon off this, too. So feeling pretty good about that. Well, it was a pretty long con play there. Good reaction from Duckdom.
Yeah, will mean that there is a fair bit of spare time here for DK on this top side. This whole wave is going to be taken down. So despite the fact that there are 2 extra kills on Duckdom, this farm advantage should remain for Aiming, and the plate money coming on in is certainly good for him as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun little exchange there that we saw on the top side. Like, I like that type of play. You know, Beryl knows Aiming is hitting 6. Duckdom hasn't been able to necessarily calculate what's going to happen, but he knows he's Tristana. He knows he has a long, kind of leash he can be on. Has a pretty big escape range. Has the Buster Shot. So that was actually really cool to see how both sides played that one out.
Yeah. And so Duckdom able to pick up this wave. Crash that one towards the top side. Beryl is going to meet it in time. Should be able to grab level 6 from this moment as well. Peter also looking for that. As cannon money over to the Nautilus. You love to see it. Depth charge now online. We'll see whether KT are going to be able to fight around it or not. Here on the bottom side, Casting did hit level 8 earlier and has actually been kind of chilling. After what was, you know, a difficult time in the lane, as we saw, it's only about, like, what, 8 CS or something like that?
It's
really
such
cares?
a volatile matchup into the Electrocute Aatrox because the Gnar is like, I'm spacing, you can't touch me, but if she was like, if I ever do touch you, your health disappears.
Yes.
So it's super volatile. It looks like, oh, the Gnar is doing fine, and then suddenly, you know, the chains connect, and then boom, half the Gnar's health bar is gone. But when he spaces perfectly, it's hard for the Aatrox to actually do anything to him. As a bit of an opportunity, potentially.
Oh dear. There is a big ol' Gnar thrown out here by Casting. Misses the wallop and misses the statue. Shout out to Cuvée there, as we are seeing his skin utilized. Often it's houses that are thrown around, but unfortunately not able to find the solo kill there towards the bottom side.
And not quite. She was not forced to flash either. Just a trade of ultimates, but still gets a little bit of extra pressure down in this lane, and she will likely have to teleport. Lucid is in the bottom side. They could actually try to make something of this. It looks like that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a cheeky one here, as he's going to be mini now for quite some time. Still not going to opt in for it. Didn't have information, so they are just going to back away.
Yeah, they didn't know.
It's about 1,000 gold the lead here for DK at this point in time. Seismic Shove is going to go wide. That last team fight really made me feel like Showmaker's having a good day. Feel like he played the Ahri really, really nicely, managing to find the angle onto Dokdan's Tristana with his charm. Very good to see. We'll see whether we get more of that as this game goes on. I do think that DK are the team that have a bit of that timer on them, right? Tristana's range is going to get absolutely absurd. DK are going to be the ones having to be playing on the front foot in this game, and Lucid is going to slowly but surely just not have the same amount of lethality.
Yeah, it feels like, weirdly enough, the Aatrox is the one that scales the best here, based on what we've seen, some big healing so far here in the LCK. You know, traditionally, sometimes an Aatrox that falls behind can't do anything, but an Aatrox that's just sitting even with a decent amount of setup in the comp can actually be a huge threat later on. D+ just don't have any control here, though, and this is just going to be the Grubs going over to KT Rolster. Because they have so much damage here, Cuz can hold his smite, should be able to guarantee all 3.
Yeah, Lucid might be able to get in there to try and go for a smite steal, but that is probably certain death. And so they're not going to risk it. So 4 Grubs to 2 in favor of KT, similar to what we saw in the last game, as Shu here towards his bottom side takes a boomerang to the noggin.
That is a,
get out of the way,
you know, objective for the Feats of Strength.
Yep.
So that's a pretty significant advantage for KT on top of already having, like you said, the 4 Grubs.
Yeah, the next kill is actually going to be pretty important, as then it is only first turret after these objectives do go down, and KT with a couple of extra opportunities there already built up. It's going to mean that it's likely that they can collect that.
It's a much closer game than last game, you know? It's a 1,000 gold lead here for D+, but they don't have complete macro control. They're not just running KT around the map like they did in game 1. Very different draft, of course, so that's part of it, but still.
Oh, this is still danger, but still the hop going to get Casting out of the way.
The next fight, potentially just going to be this Dragon, and it's valuable for KT Rolster because it'll give him a 2 Drake lead and that objective Feat of Strength. So I imagine that they'll take the opportunity to group for it.
Yep, and I imagine that they were also paying attention to the space. We did telling us that these Dragons are extraordinarily important early. DK definitely wanting to even that one out.
And they have BDD already sent up to the top lane. He has teleport, so he's going to be able to catch the wave. And they could just easily set up for a Dragon take here. D+ also, this isn't necessarily the best time for them to fight. See what they do opt for here. It's going to be KT having to clear this first, but if they just grab this Dragon for free, you know, it doesn't feel like D+ are going to have a cross-map opportunity either. So that's the awkward thing here for D+. You can see Showmaker's ping that he's going to push top lane.
Well, does he actually manage to lock down a turret if they do forego this Dragon? That's going to be part of the question mark.
Yeah, Casting and BDD have swapped, so Casting can defend the turret for now as Lucid.
Yeah, there's the Vault Breaker. Cuz managing to get the engage off as he does kill some doggos here as well, which is somewhat distressing. Now going to start off this Dragon, and I don't know whether DK can actually make their way in time.
Yeah,
got Showmaker rotating down, now teleporting in. They desperately do not want this to happen. Casting holding onto his teleport for the moment. We need to get Lucid in here to go for the smite, but it is going to be the Vi locking it down. Already though, Cuz is getting very, very low. Great knockback as Shiu going bananas. Gets over that wall as they take down the Tristana. BDD just trying to create the space for himself to be able to throw around these rocks, and he does do so. The rest of DK getting very low, but you can see 4 versus 3 in the flash forward from this young top laner. Lucid diving on in as BDD does create the room to get him out of there with a seismic shove, but Peter and BDD are running the wrong direction. Xiu umbrally dashing towards this Rakan, and BDD gonna have to ride a wall to get out. That turret shot not quite enough, and he does escape with his life, but that's about it.
Pretty cinematic there from BDD, but he's not going to be telling any happy stories to anyone on his survival here. His positioning is great here, though, to stop the entry. Has the rocks set up really well. He's able to avoid this engage here, and even when Xiu comes through, BD is actually just chilling. Like, when you watch BDD in this fight, and the collapse goes on to Duckdom, BD actually does so much work and positions really well. Helps deny Xiu the follow-up here onto Peter as well. Like, BD played this about as well as he could have, but once Duckdom is gone, there just isn't enough longevity in this fight, unfortunately, and Xiu did all of the heavy lifting. It looked like KT just thought, okay, one set of Unraveled Earth will be enough to keep them out. And I think also KT thought, because it didn't look initially like D+ were going to contest, that they could kind of just sit on the laurels there and be like, BD puts rocks up, they won't commit, surely.
Yeah.
But D+ commits to those.
And when they saw Showmaker's teleport, they needed to get Casting teleporting in. But I think he was building Nabar as the Charm is going to connect here on a BDD. He has the Seraph Shield, but he doesn't have the Seismic Shove. And Showmaker, with this extra little portion of Essence, should be able to take down the Talia. Does do so. And now DK with so much extra tempo on this map, they'll be able to get the Herald, but can they get even more? As Casting is at least trying to grab this turret as an answer.
I mean, Showmaker, he gets that kill. He has 10 Dark Seal.
This is going to be feats of strength, though, over to KT as Casting takes this down. So that is important. Upgrading some shoes, that's certainly good.
That's definitely a step in the right direction for them. But I'm starting to worry about the snowball that is starting to roll down the hill here on this Ahri. This almost feels like a Showmaker Majai's game, you know? And had he gotten all of that turret, I think he'd really be thinking about it. But it is defended, of course, by the jungler, of all people. Going back to this exchange here, really max range hook from Barrel, and the follow-up from Showmaker super easy. BDD tries to shove him, he avoids it, and then just kind of teases him here as waits for cooldowns, knowing there's no way he loses that one.
Yep. Showmaker being very frustrating, as you do have to aim your threaded volley, and it's very hard when you're sharing pixels with the champion. So Duckdom now with a little bit of a shove here in this mid lane. Peter shadowing to try and make sure that he's going to be okay. And you can see the gold leads starting to get pretty absurd.
Yeah, it's the Showmaker one that's the biggest one, but also Duckdom no longer has a lead. And unfortunately, you know, I feel like the ways for KT to win this game are going to be, again, single target pick. But now, after that last fight, they've lost so much map control. And then you see all these wards in their jungle, and the entry points for BDD to make a play, for Peter to look for a flank, just becomes so much more challenging. That this is where the comp that otherwise can play well from behind struggles without vision. Herald is dropped here, and a mid-turret will likely drop with it.
We'll see whether they do actually manage to take it down. This charge is not quite going to be enough.
Yeah, they don't commit further.
Yeah, so they're just going to put it there, buy some time, allow them to get back to the other lanes as Casting down towards this bottom side. Lucid is lurking as Cuz gets over the wall. Full information here over to DK as the daggers fly, but Cuz not going to get tagged. It looks like DK are looking to back out of this.
That is how you use tempo, ladies and gentlemen. D+, could they have committed to maybe even try to dive for the mid-turret? No. Just push bottom, force all of KT to rotate her. If they don't rotate perfectly, somebody dies and they get the bottom turret. If they show up, then you back away. And they're threatening.
Dear. Yeah, you can see Showmaker and Barrel making their way down, and now DK looking to collapse, looking for the angle. Charm going to connect onto Peter, but he's able to battle dance towards his teammates. Not an optimal target there to hit with the CC because he's so maneuverable.
So many top minions, are going to the wayside as well here, as D+ had that one pushing in. So they don't get any kills. I think KT handled that very well, but still small incremental advantages stacking up here. And both that mid and bottom turret are basically dead. The top turret along with it. D+ are just ready to go. They get the free reset here off of that tempo as well for the next dragon, which would be Hextech's sole point for KT. It would be massive if they could pick it up, but I just don't see any way.
It's going to be real tough. 4 seconds until that one is up and available, but Showmaker is a full item ahead of BDD. BDD, I feel like, hasn't even had a bad game, right? He had that early rotation. He managed to, facilitate a bunch of extra kills for his team.
He's a whole level up, too. He's about to be 2 when Rod completes.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Showmaker came up and picked up a whole bunch of kills for himself. He has 100% kill contribution here for his team. It's just a really good day if you're Showmaker, and BDD cannot keep up with that level of dominance that we're seeing here as this Dragon now being flanked by almost every member of DK.
KT looking to give it the old college try, you know, grouped up, trying to make it happen here, and Dogtom's going to push that bottom wave out. They actually do get an opportunity here. I didn't think they were going to be able to wrestle that pry away, and they're now pushing Xiu back.
Well, there's an Otacon up here towards the top side of the map. I actually thought that Showmaker was hitting it for a second there, but I don't think he is. He's now going to look for this top outer turret. They should be able to take that.
He's going to get that and then can teleport in.
Whoa, there's the flash forward. All right, they're looking for Xiu, who does use the flash to get himself out of the way, and there is not enough to actually take down this Aatrox. So that was their shot that they took.
And nobody's doing the Dragon either, so they don't get the Dragon off of this huge advantage they had final-wise.
No, Forbidden Book is now completed here for Showmaker. He'll use that to help take down this outer turret in the mid lane after already securing the top lane. And Cuz is now going to get depth charge. There's the hook to line it up, and the pile in from everyone on DK. They'll take down the jungler. That will be the Dragon over to DK as well. And it's with just this pressure, with the understanding that KT desperately wanted to get this soul point. And DK used that in order to take the rest of the map.
DK uses their tempo incredibly well. They use KT's tempo against them. In all fairness, though, I think KT, instead of trying to Weaver's Wall and chase Xiu, probably could have just started the Dragon and looked for a turn off with the positional advantage they had. There was a razor-thin window for it because Showmaker obviously has teleport, is going to get that top turret, but you're losing the top turret no matter what. But that chase meant that they got nothing, did not get the Dragon, and I mean, this is a disaster here for them now, 5,000 gold behind. Didn't get that soul point. I don't think they're ever going to have an opportunity like that again for the rest of this game to secure a Dragon. Very unlikely.
Yeah, she also going to be able to take down this bottom outer turret as Peter was on that ward. So not going to be backing right now. Voidseeker also attempting to stop him there, but he's got a shield, so he'll be fine. KT going to need a whole lot more. They are 6,000 gold behind. Yeah, close to. It's kind of crazy that DK have been able to do this. Of course, winning some team fights certainly helpful, but a lot of it is just playing the map better.
Now, you know, if Barrel gets caught a few times, and BDD picks up some kill. I mean, there are ways, like we have seen bigger throws from D+ in D+ versus KT series than what this would be. Oh, like, yeah. It could happen.
I mean, they did just lose a game to BNK.
Yeah.
That happened recently. Although BNK did also just win. Maybe BNK aren't quite as bad as we thought.
But, I mean, right now, the game plan for KT is to, you know, hope D+ take a risky Otacon, so like stay around the area, you know, let's see if some of the magic resistance shred comes through and then BAD pops off in the fight, somebody overextends, Barrel gets caught on a ward, you know, these are the types of things you're now praying for if you're a KT Rolster fan. When you had so many other avenues, so many other win cons before this, I mean, the comp can work from behind, it's just a question of how far behind is too far behind.
I think the Dragon situation is the only thing that KT can really lean on here because they're not going to be losing souls. Cuz diving forward was looking for that barrel angle like you were talking about. He's trying to taxi his way through the rest of DK, unable to collapse in time though, and they just lose their Nautilus. Showmaker level 16 there towards the top side, now looking for a bit of a reset himself as Casting looking for an angle but doesn't get the wallop. Does get the Gnar into the wall though as Xiu. Still, there's a wall coming down, and with the World Ender, I think Xiu should have the movement speed to try and get out. But you can see the rest of KT are now collapsing on the situation.
Showmaker's
far. Is moving in, Yeri, you're exactly right. Can Xiu survive for long enough? That's the question as he gets stunned up by the rocks and will get taken down. 4 members going to be enough to deal with the Aatrox as the rest of DK shove these waves in. And that is more money going to the wayside for KT, but at least they get their mark.
Yeah, they at least get that kill. And it's not as disastrous as it was in Game 1 in terms of cross maps. It's not like D+ got Otacon for Xiu, you know, which they might have actually been able to do had they realized how many members of KT were really going to show up there. But it's a small victory that doesn't lead to anything else. You know, Xiu was going to be up in 20 with teleports, so KT can't rush Otacon in the interim. It's a small victory, but it in itself is not going to be enough to put KT back into this game.
Well, 10 seconds until Xiu's back up again, but he does have teleport, so he can be anywhere at a moment's notice.
If KT win a fight here, miraculously, they get Otacon, they get Baron, they've got Tristana, maybe that's their way back into the game. One more chance, one Hail Mary, that's all they got.
Well, Peter taking a bit of damage from the doggos, but not too much more here. Showmaker on an angle, Cuz he thought he might have had it. but they didn't have quite enough backup in time. As Casting has Mega Gnan now. If they wanted to actually teleport him in, he might even be able to get an angle. He's going back home first, though, as we can see. And this wave pushed all the way towards the top side.
This is dire. This is very dire.
Yeah, Beryl, no Hex Splash. Does have his Flash available, as Cuz is going to find Beryl as the Baron does spawn. Showmaker, though, has found the angle, and Beryl was a bait all along. It's Lucid that takes down the enemy jungler. Shiu could be in trouble here, though, as he does have the shield, but it's not quite enough. Peter going to be taken down as the Dog's getting these resets, and Doctorm out of position and destroyed. That should be an Otacon. That should also be a Baron, and DK not messing around in game 2 today.
Yeah, Beryl looked like a juicy target there. They thought that D+ had backed away further, but they were still close enough to turn on a dime. Shiu shows up with a teleport, and despite dying, absorbs so much pressure, heals so much, shields himself.
Oh, Casting, looking for a bit of an angle, but he just splits the Red Sea here as the hook does come forward. Beryl happy to sacrifice his life as the Baron is going to be taken here by the Nefiri. And they can get themselves over the wall here. Beryl actually can't. Casting could possibly have a bit of an angle. Looks for a boomerang, but does not get it.
I mean, that will deny the Otacon, so small victory here again for KT.
Yep.
It's always the small ones, sadly for them, but...
And when it's Voracious, I think getting the Baron was the right call
Yes.
there, because Voracious, I feel like, is a bit of a win more button. Baron should be able to, like, lock down a bunch of these turrets and give them full Dragon access forever.
In live, taking the Dragon, that is going to be Hextech Soul Point. Yeah. I mean, this is just, I mean, Lucid plays this really well.
Gonna have to try and get in here and go for a steal. Doesn't manage to get it, and that's Cuz grabbing Soul Point, I believe.
It is.
For KT, there it is.
Yeah, and that means that, you know, 8,000 gold behind if they can do it one more time. There's a real good chance they can win some later team fights. You know, unfortunately, though, the stacks in the Death Note are reaching maximum very quickly.
Oh, man, that's 18.
18 he's on right now, and they are going to be able to start this Otacon again.
Oh, Beryl just slightly seen here. As Control Vision is going down.
On the flank.
Shiu on the back of the pit, yeah. As Lucid holds on to the Otacon, keeps him interested. Orbit Deception flying in, Casting not taking too much damage from that one, as the full wraparound here from the Aatrox is so scary. Beryl just careens over the top of KT and then finds the flash hook onto BDD. The seismic shove is good, but it's onto the Aatrox, and they all just pile in on top of this Tristana. No option at all there as Peter looking to try and get out, but he's not going to. Double already here for aiming, and it's also a double for Shiu. The young player, an absolute monster in this game, Cuz nowhere to go. Outside of into the Raptor pit, where Lucid is just going to dive on over. I think they may let Vi live for now, but I don't know whether the same thing can be said for the Nexus.
Showmaker maxing it out, and the crazy thing was the turn onto Shiu in this fight. It looks like initially like, oh, he's messed up. Like, that's a Talia. Hold on, Shiu can't pull off myself, but he's Aatrox. And watch this moment where they actually decide, okay, we're going to turn onto Shiu, and they chain CC him. And look at his health bar. It's just not going down, is it? It's really just not going down. No,
he presses World Ender and then like auto attacks a couple of times, and he's back up to half health. It's all fine. Cleans up the rest of these kills.
I mean, if it was almost any other top laner, maybe you actually punish and you can turn that one around. Peter has the re-engage, but unfortunately not to be, and that's Otacon.
I don't know whether DK necessarily needed to get Otacon there. They could have possibly just broken most of the base off the back of that play, but definitely feels like the smoother choice, you know, the easier choice.
I think if they had some more pushing waves that were better set up, I think they probably just ignore it and look for it. But there was only a little bit of time left, and I guess this way they figured they can kind of push this into a bigger advantage and look for you know, some dives on this bottom turret, for example, that's still out there standing gold. I mean, Showmaker, there's not much more he could do to Showboat in this one.
No,
they're trying to keep it safe, extending the game a little bit, arguably, but keeping it the safe extension.
Well, DK with full control of this Dragon Pit that's not going to be occupied for the next couple of minutes. Just instead trying to get these waves in order. It's the classic mid-bot push. And the inner turret going to be the first thing that needs to be under fire. Aiming Shiu and Beryl not quite able to get too much damage onto it just yet. But they're just making sure that Showmaker has a safe way forward. I say that as Beryl throws out an anchor, but Peter not going to get hit by that one.
Yeah, this is the siege I was talking about, the bottom turret. It's really quite tough to defend here for KT, but they clear one wave. Here comes another.
Yeah, Aiming does have his arm guard as well, so he can play pretty aggressively here as they do just walk up to it. I think this inner turret's going to have to be given up by KT. Nothing they can really do about that one.
They bought some time. Only a minute left on these Otacon buffs.
Yep. No Baron, remember?
Yeah.
That's worn off a little while ago. As Beryl is moving in, he wants to take down Cuz. Xiu just over the wall, but Anchor is just going to barely go wide. And the rest of DK now find themselves in an awkward spot. Great double knockup from Peter as the recalls are coming through for both support and top lane. A third one now is KT. They're looking for their opportunity. The Weaver's Wall comes in. Lucid's the one that's now in trouble, has to go on targetable, gets over the wall. But DK, that was a slight overstep.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't have positioned that way if they didn't have the false life, but I mean, at this point, 20 seconds left on it. It's going to be down, but they all respawn. They will be able to contest this dragon. But this was so well played by KT. They used their incredible wave clear to just constantly clear these waves, look for an opportunity. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think they stand like this. I don't think they push their way into the base if they, didn't have those Otacon buffs. But still, KT also using a lot of tools here that won't necessarily be available for that dragon contest. So, yes, it looks a little bit silly, and D+ players do withdraw. But I think they're still looking to come over here, deny that soul, and continue their advantages. Baron is up in 40 seconds, so if they end up winning the fight here, and get even if it's a wipe, they probably just end the game. But if it's not a wipe, they could go take Baron and continue their advantage. So they're feeling pretty good about how that went. KT survive, but I mean, 11,000 gold behind. I've been talking about Hail Marys all game. I don't even know if we could call it that at this point. It'd have to be a big, colossal throw, I'd say.
I would agree. Dr. Ahmet, 3 items, has a cheeky Vamp Scepter as well, but this is going to be denial. Of course, KT not too worried about a second Hextech Dragon, but does mean that they're not getting Soul anytime soon.
It's so unfortunate for them that the Baron didn't spawn, 30 seconds early. Maybe they could have tried to trade for it or force a fight that way, but can't even do that.
Yeah, and I don't even know whether... Do they want to be forcing fights? I feel like DK just win those.
Yeah.
They need to get picks. They need to find someone straggling.
Well, they need to have prio on an objective to win a fight, and they just don't ever have that. So, the fights are unwinnable with this deficit in gold, but even in an even gold game, I think it would be tough if they are fighting into all of this vision for D+, all of this control. You see the lack of information they have. There's just one ward in there.
That's a cheeky one, though. It's giving them a fair bit of info.
Yeah.
Now, does Peter just go for it? I mean, he could just go for a grand entrance. The hook is just going to barely go wide.
Are they going to make the same mistake twice and engage on that Aatrox? That's the question.
Yeah, Peter avoiding a bunch of skill shots here. Maybe there's an angle as there's the quickness, dives in. They do get the Gnar onto 2. The health bars are just lasting for so long, though, as Doctor gets knocked up. The Charm is going to connect, and they take down the Tristana. Xiu says goodbye to BDD, and Lucid on a nice angle here, dives on top of Cuz, predicts the Volt Breaker, and casting nowhere to go. Decent attempt there from KT, but DK, they read it in the end, and they should be able to end this game.
Yeah, as you have coined, the wallets are heavy, and unfortunately, even with a miracle engaged there, it is just not enough.
I love it that once again, though, we get proven that Peter's a good addition to this team. Unfortunately, they fell too far behind in that mid-game. DK just looking so much better, and in comparison to their first outing here for the LCK for 2025, this was way cleaner for D+ Kia. Showmaker going golden, having one of his best Ahri performances that we've seen for quite some time. He's always been good at this champion, but man, that was a showstopper.
It certainly was, and it kind of crushed our dreams of the wild and wacky 3-gamer where nothing makes sense and it's not
Maybe
clean.
What doesn't make sense is the fact that it was so clean.
Yeah, I guess they got us in the end with that one.
Yeah, there we go.
On one hand, I'm disappointed we didn't have that wacky D+ KT 3-gamer, but on the other hand, D+ with a big bounce back. Like you said, not looking, I think, anywhere close to their peak form we've seen from them in 2025 in that series earlier this week. Looking a lot closer to it in this one. 2 relatively weaker opponents, though, so far, but I think with what we've seen here, especially from this guy, I think against top opposition, this team could definitely make waves.
Yeah, 100%. So many Xiu fans in the audience here as well, here at Lolpark. This guy, as far as like debut fandom, has the highest that we've seen in such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think really close to Zeus level.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I'd say Zeus is the one who's above him, but I wouldn't say he's close to Zeus, but he's getting there. It's hard to top Zeus' debut, man. Him and Viper, I think probably for me, like the big standout debut players over the last few years, last 10 years.
Yeah, Viper as well had to do it alongside Chovy and the rest of his teammates that were all pretty good at the time.
I think that KT Rolster definitely look like they're ramping up a little bit. You know, I think this was a disappointing loss because it was 2 one-sided games, but you could see some angles. I feel like they're just not on the same tier as D+. They're going to have to work on their macro and their communication a lot. I think putting casting in was a risk and probably further hindered their ability to communicate a little bit. But at the same time, it's much better than what we saw from them for most of the LCK Cup. And Peter, like you said, gives them this kind of X-Factor engage angle where he's playing confidently at least, which I don't think we could have really said about his counterpart earlier this year. So it's a 0-2 loss that you're not happy about if you're a KT fan, but at least you're feeling like things are moving towards. Maybe you'll be happy about it when we reach the middle pack of the season. There's some growth that you can visibly see.
Yeah, and remember, strength of schedule is a big deal here. The fact that they're up against DK, who are leading the LCK Cup for the entirety of the tournament, and HLE, who just won the first stand tournament, like that's some tough opposition for the very first week when you've got a new player making his way in to try and give them some more direction in these games. So I think if you're a KT fan, don't judge too harshly off the back of these games in particular.
They have T1 coming up as well.
Yeah, so it's really not a great like 1-2-3 from KT as far as like getting Peter into the zone. But he's still looking like he's in the zone, way more than what we saw from Wei, for example, in the LCK Cup.
I do feel like the casting choice here is one that, like, casting isn't going to feel great about this game. Perfect is going to feel great about the fact that he was sitting on the bench for this, and I do wonder, you know, if it'll just be perfect again next week and what it means. I like the flexibility, but not sure if it was 100% the right call. As we'll watch the final moments here. Great engage from Peter. Follow-up from casting is fantastic. That was the most coordination I think we saw in these 2 games.
Yeah, and look at like Showmaker and Beryl, the coordination between them. Like the depth charge goes out and Showmaker is already hounding this Tristana over and over again. This flash from Lucid to make sure the Cuz had nowhere to go. Secures his reset and didn't even really need it because there was only 1 more member remaining.
Aiming's ult too. I think there's like 3 votes you could go for because Aiming had the pop-off game in game 1, Showmaker had the pop-off game in game 2, but then there's the Wolf vote, which is, I thought, the most consistent player across both games was Xiu.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Beryl. Oh, that would have been so cool.
I was Xiu or Lucid for me for consistency. I think there'll be some Showmaker votes. I think there'll be some Aiming votes. Beryl, I can see it. I can see it.
I think when you're confused, you just vote Beryl. I mean, that's what I do. I don't think that there's a reason why I lost my vote, and maybe it was just too many random Beryl votes for next to no reason. I did feel like his Nautilus was pivotal, but Xiu, absolutely massive, especially in game 1. This Aatrox is starting to become a problem, not even in just this series, but so far this first week of LCK as well. Certainly looking like a bit of a problem champion. Certainly going to be fun to watch. But man, DK looking a whole lot cleaner, and it's going to be Xiu that takes it. Congratulations there to Wolf. No one else having the same idea as me with the Beryl thought, unless they did, and that's going to be revealed later as we head over to the space. I'm kind of hoping there is a little bit of it.
I'm putting in my palm comment.
All right, what is it? Oh, no, wait, we're going to find that out. I'm going to keep that one as mysterious as possible. We do get the interview now with Xiu, though, which I imagine most of LoL Park is extraordinarily excited about because everyone basically comes here to see Xiu play when DK fans file into the room. So that is going to be fantastic. And DK, I was worried after game 2 against BNK. I thought that maybe this was going to be a disaster. I thought maybe they could even lose, but they made it look impossible to lose against KT here today.
You just never know what you're going to get with this team, do you? Well, that's why we love them.
Yep, that's just the way that it goes. We've got a banger coming up after this as well. We get to hear from Xiu, we get the space to break down that series, and then we go straight into HLE versus T1. See whether the big test for T1 is going to be passed or what's going to actually happen. It's actually absolutely huge. Time for us to head towards the interview, though. Let's hear from Xiu.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Shiu on the side of D plus Kia.
감사합니다.
Congratulations!
네, KT와 올해 첫 맞대결이었습니다. 승리하고
It was the first matchup against KT this year. You took the victory and get to continue your winning streak. How do you feel?
KT한테 많이 당했던 적이 많아서
You know, in CL, I feel like I remember getting bullied by KT a lot, so it makes me happy that we're able to win today. And it feels like our performance has been great lately, which makes me even happier. And in Game 1, you gave away Gwen, a hot pick lately, and took Jace. Was Jace playable against Gwen?
그래도 라인전 단계도 뭐 룬 같은 거 고려하면은
I feel like in terms of the laning phase, I feel like Jace is playable when you pick the right runes. And I think this is a good. It gives you a good reason to actually counter Gwen with. So the enemy invested so much in top lanes. What was the team's plan to deal with that? Yeah, I think there's a lot of action, especially during the void grubs and everything. And I think just being aware of their lane swapping and being ready for their tower dive allowed me to sort of prepare and get a good sustain throughout the game. And after Jace handling so much pressure, your bot was able to get a pretty smooth game. So how did you manage to survive and stand strong like that? Jace has a really easy time getting CS. I think while my teammates were able to skill, I think I just tried focusing on CSing and maybe taking some jungle camps. And in Game 2, the opponent swapped their top player. So did your team have any data on casting at all? Obviously, casting someone that I had to face in the finals in CL twice. So I think that's why I was pretty experienced and we had some data on casting. So what was the game plan to face casting? Casting has really a lot of support, provides a lot of support to his team. So I think just being aware of his playstyle helped a lot. And in Game 2, the Aatrox and the Fury synergy was on point. So would you rate it highly from playing it out today? I think right now, this meta calls for a really top-side heavy comp, so I feel like the Fury Aatrox comp is actually pretty good. Yeah, I would rate it pretty highly. And your next match is against OK Savings Bank Freon. What is your resolution to keep your winning streak going? We'll try to win the next match to keep our winning streak going strong. Thank you so much for all your support today. And we will look forward to Shiu making another solo kill in the next match. And that's the end of the interview with Shiu. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As yes, we got the tickets to the ride. It was D plus Kia getting the victory here against KT, against some different top laners, and
DK will win Worlds.
Yes, I can see that. DK's gonna win Worlds. Yes, guys, book a ticket for DK Hype Train. Let's go. DK's gonna win Worlds. I mean, we know it's April, but DK, man, they already showed up some good performances, and I like this lollipop.
It's lime.
It is
it's
lime?
actually great.
We were trying to figure out what
big fan
D plus was giving us here. If it was just sugar flavored or lime flavored, and it is lime flavored.
Substantially harder to actually eat, so I will warn you with that. I got kind of caught off guard. It's good.
Ji-sun thinks it's melon, so I guess that's what it is.
I think it's lime.
Ji-sun, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
It's Lime.
It's
Yeah,
Lime.
I mean, no.
Let's take a look at the POM while we decide this one, because as much as a lot of people thought it was Lime, some people thought it was Lemon, Melon as well. We had bot lane votes, we had jungle votes, we had 4 bot lane votes here. It really felt like if it was going to be someone else other than Shiwu, it was going to be Lucid, but four people thinking the same way.
Yeah, the vote that I was leaning towards, as I think Wolf mentioned as well, was specifically going for Lucid, because I think in both games he played incredibly clean. Also, one of the few players that actually makes Neferia look good with the way he plays her in fights. I think a champion actually has a lot of skill. You see what I mean, right? The aiming votes, he was very consistent, I think, in both games. But for me, Shiwu, even in the Aatrox game where his KDA wasn't as good, his team fighting was crazy.
Oh man, that's kind of aggressive.
It might need
toxic.
I mean, after that,
that was Chronicler cosplaying, role playing as Shiwu. You know, Chronicler would never say that. He's missed positive.
Yeah, there we go. That's the sound effect from Shiwu. Bonk, you know. He was actually bonking and dunking around, you know, like every top laner. He doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what top laner you're putting against CU. He's always reliable and one of the great top laner. We were actually talking about the tier list about top lane, and I think CU definitely deserve a top tier group for the LCK, the top tier list.
Let's keep rolling through some of the comments as we still try to decide between Lime and Melon. Shoo! I'm pretty sure that's how Wolf would say it, you know, because he's a wolf, and so wolves howl, right? Already looking like better.
And that to me is the big thing, and I want to kind of emphasize that. Being good in lane is one thing, but his teleports and his map awareness, it's crazy.
Yeah, he actually got survived from like forming ganks on the side lanes, you know, and I think that gives a lot of tempo, a lot of advantage for the team. So, like, yes, it's really important to get ahead in the lane, but also the side lane. I think he looks like definitely a veteran player.
All right, let's take a look at the Korean side and where they went with it. I am the Gold King. That's right. Helios, the reigning Gold King here. I mean, Helios aiming is the reigning Gold King. And then Go, grab a bowl of aiming before you go. Never disappoints you. What did you can kind of explain this one?
Okay, so there's a gukbap, which is kind of pork soup in Korea, and we always think that gukbap is one of the reliable food. It's healthy, cheaper, and maybe you can think about sandwiches, you know? Like sandwiches always healthy, and whenever you're like kind of hungry, you can actually grab a sandwich, you know? It's always good, right? So that's the way how he want to approach that. So I think aiming is always trustable a player when it comes to, like, you have to, like, you can actually trust aiming all the time, right?
What an arc, because aiming was notoriously one of the most inconsistent AD carries in recent. But it's true. He has gotten way more consistent over like the last 2 years, and it's something that has been cool to watch him develop as a player in that regard.
Yeah, when we take a look at this series with some of the highlights here, what are the big takeaways for D+ and for KT?
Yeah, I think this fight might be really rough for DK, but I think the way how they jump in together as a team, that was insane. That was actually insane. Like here in the pit, I think it could be really hard, but you can see Dokdam was actually free hitting here. But this Doggy, man, this Doggy is invisible. He can't really kill Doggy here. And I think after that, CU jumping into the pit and killing every target with his big sword in the pit. And I think it was really great kind of team fight synergy between the teammates in DK side.
And DK, when that fight started, I actually was kind of worried, right?
Yes.
They're all in the pit against the Talia, but it's a reset comp. And with Shiu's perfectly timed arrival, it sets up both Showmaker and Lucid for a lot of success. Lucid gets the one reset, Showmaker obviously gets a ton of charges. And without him being there at that point, they would have lost that fight and would have been a very different game. And that is something that I think has transformed this DK team into something so much more consistent and quite scary.
Yeah, on the flip side, when you think about that specific play, casting on the TP, a little bit slow, and Atlas called it out. Maybe it was strategic, maybe they thought they were fine in that fight. He gets there a little late with the Gnar, not able to make an impact, but that wasn't his only play. How do you feel like he did today here with the perfect and casting situation now coming out for KT?
Yeah, I don't feel like it's one of the solutions that KT really need. I feel like they just really need to step up on their early game strategy, because I feel like the way how they kind of flank and bait in the several situation in the mid-late game. I think that was really good with the Peter.
The team fighting is way better.
Yes, so much better. Like I can see the engage, I can see the confidence coming out from it. But I feel like they are just trying those good plays after when the game is already lost. You know, so
Don't fall behind.
yes, exactly.
Easy.
Great advice there by Chronicler. KT making one move from LCK Cup into the regular season with Peter in for Wei. Now yet another one. They have the weekend to discuss and think about how they want to move forward with casting and with Perfect. As we take a look at the standings, KT sitting at the bottom, but D+ doing what they need to sit 2-0.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. The Legend and Rise group and KT, man, they really need to fight for the last spot. Otherwise, they'll be fighting in Rise group, which means that it's gonna be really rough for them.
All right, that was a pretty good appetizer for the Sunday match, the last one of the week.
Oh.
And now we've got some T1 Gen.G, the classic over the last several years. They will close it on out today. Gen.G plays the first match of the day, or first match of the week, and then the final match of the week, and a huge test here. Don't go anywhere. We've got the big one for you after the short break.
Singing is incredible. 안녕하세요, 오너 문현주입니다. 오늘은 저의 베스트 플레이를 같이 보시겠다고 하셔가지고 오늘 같이 함께 보도록 하겠습니다. 근데 이때 탈론은 정말 대단했죠 사실. 이때 탈론 유미가 굉장히 사기였었어가지고 다시 한번 봐도 놀랍고 이렇게 했다는 것 자체만으로 지금 좀 잘했다라는 생각이 다시 한번 드는 그런 장면이었던 것 같습니다. 이거 같은 경우에는 그래도 제가 첫 월드이기도 했고 또 국제전이 아마 첫 첫 경기였었는데 이 탈론으로 그래도 어느 정도 저의 실력을 검증했다 생각하고 또 굉장한 거의 2대4를 이겼다고 생각하기 때문에 그래도 S에 제가 한번 두도록 하겠습니다. 사실 이유라기보다는 글쎄요, 그냥 더 성적이 잘 나오는 건 맞는 것 같은데 그냥 국대전이 아니든 국대전이든 저는 모든 상황에 최선을 다할 뿐이고 또 국대전에 갔었을 때 좋은 결과들이 나와서 이제 국제전 가면 더 잘한다라는 소리들이 좀 많은데 저는 국제전이 아니든 맞든 최선을 다하기 때문에 딱히 막 생각나는 이유 자체는 없는 것 같습니다. 이 장면 같은 경우 근데 사실 이 경기는 저희가 원래 이기고 있었는데 이렇게까지 된 게임이 원래 아니었는데 그래도 이 바론 스틸 하나로 저희가 게임을 이겼었어가지고 이때 굉장히 다시 한번 생각나는 장면 중 하나였던 것 같고 이때 못 뺏었으면 또 저희가 삼각 가서 졌을 수도 있을 거라고 생각해서 굉장히 임팩트 있었던 스틸이었던 장면이었던 것 같습니다. 이 장면 같은 경우에는 이제 상대방 저희가 이제 시야가 딱히 없었어가지고 이 피통이 대충 어느 정도인지 모르는 상황에 이제 4천인가 5천인가 라는 것만 대충 알고 그냥 직감적인 느낌으로 갔었어가지고 좀 엄청난 리스크를 가지고 스틸을 했다라는 걸 좀 알아줬으면 좋겠습니다. 사실 이 장면으로 인해서 저희가 게임을 이겼기 때문에 이게 또 SSS까지는 또 아닌 것 같은데 또 이게 S 그 이상을 주고 싶기도 하고 사실 그래도 SSS에 한번 놔두도록 하겠습니다. 그때 펜타킬 같은 경우에는 사실 펜타킬을 저는 못 먹는다고 판단을 해서 그냥 저는 이제 또 경기이고 이렇게 또 잡아야 되기 때문에 열심히 했었을 뿐이고요. 사실 뭐 뺏으려고 뺏은 것도 아니고 열심히 하다 보니까 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
끝쪽면서 탁가 탁갈게. 야 펜타 펜타 줘봐.
소리.
펜타 줘봐.
소리.
근데 사실 이 경기 같은 경우에서도 저희가 엄청 유리했던 게임인데 원래 이렇게까지 되면 안 되는 게임이었는데 이렇게까지 왔었었고 사실 이게 아리가 먼저 잘리고 시작했었어가지고 저희가 굉장히 안 좋게 시작했는데 이게 운 좋게 제 궁이에 이제 LC가 맞았어가지고 진짜 다행이었고 또 대박이었던 또 그 한타였던 것 같고 또 민석이까지 이제 마지막으로 트리스타나까지 끌어줘가지고 또 경기를 끝냈었던 한 방이었고 그래서 사실 이 장면이 굉장히 뭔가 티어를 매기기가 어려울 것 같긴 한데 또 이 스카너 궁으로 인해서 게임이 또 끝난 느낌이어가지고 더 높게 평가도 할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 하이라이트 같은 경우에는 사실 하이라이트보다는 사실 제가 이제 답이 없다고 생각하고 궁을 딱 눌렀는데 운 좋게 이게 딱 돼가지고 정말 이 판에 운이 좋았구나 라는 것을 좀 깨달았던 것 같습니다. 네, 사실 뭐 이제 이게 그래도 또 이것도 게임을 끝낸 그 순간이었어가지고 S 정도는 다시 들어가야 되지 않을까. 근데 이제 또 SSS까지는 또 아닌 것 같고 그래서 일단 S에 한번 두도록 하겠습니다. 일단 민경훈님을 제가 엄청 광팬이었었기도 하고 사실 엄청 좋아했던 가수이기 때문에 그게 더 떨렸었던 것 같고요. 사실 롤드컵 같은 경우에는 어느 정도 나가기도 했었고 또 수많은 사람들 앞에서 이제 본업을 하다 보니까 그래도 자신 있었던 부분들이어가지고 자신 있게 플레이를 했는데 또 이제 노래 같은 경우에는 제 본업도 아니고 또 예능도 첫 예능이고 또 제가 엄청 좋아했었던 가수 옆에서 제가 그렇게 불렀다는 것 자체만으로 그냥 영광스러웠고 좀 많이 떨렸었던 것 같아요. 그래서 그때 엄청 긴장해서 불렀던 것 같습니다. 아닙니다. 그때 22년도 MSI 사실 이때도 이 한타가 엄청 그냥 쉽게 이길 것 같았는데 G2가 생각보다 너무 잘했었어가지고 엄청 어렵게 이겼었던 한타인데 제가 여기서 살짝 실수한 게 조금씩 있었어가지고 그게 조금 아쉬웠던 것 같은데 그래도 혼자 살아서 이게 다 죽여가지고 정말 다행히도 또 명장면으로 또 탄생하게 돼서 정말 다행인 것 같고 사실 칼리스타에 이때 제가 숙련도만 조금 있었더라면 저 오른까지 제가 잡았을만 했는데 그게 지금 생각해보면 제일 아쉬웠던 것 같습니다. 자, 이제 여기서 이제 야수까지 잡고 나서 제가 평타 Q를 이제 미니언에다가 제가 해버려가지고 사실 그래서 이제 변신을 하긴 했는데 못할 수도 있었던 그 상황까지 나왔어가지고 저게 실수가 한 번 나왔었고, 그 다음에 칼리스타 같은 경우에 제가 숙련도만 조금 좋았더라면, 그리고 칼리스타에게 철갑공이 있었더라고요. 그래서 이게 오른한테 쫄지 않고 앞으로 가서 오른을 잡을 생각이었다면 아마 제가 잡지 않았을까라고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 조금 이런 실수들이 제가 초창기이기도 했었고 좀 많이 나왔었던 것 같아서 다시 생각해보면은 너무 아쉽다라는 생각을 좀 하는 것 같습니다. 이게 그래도 제가 이 한타를 이겼기 때문에 높은 점수를 주고 싶지만 그래도 나름 저희 실수들이 명백하게 좀 나왔었던 경기인 것 같아서 그래도 근데 또 A는 주기 싫기 때문에 또 S에 제가 한번 놔두도록 하겠습니다.
삼촌이라는 게 있는지
딱히 뭐 그런 건 없고, 사실 뭐 이제 엄청 다른 팀들 상대로도 제가 많이 했었던 걸로 기억하는데 G2가 굉장히 유명한 팀이고 또 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 이렇게 또 더 각인이 됐다고 생각해요, 사람들 눈에. 그래서 이렇게 좋은 플레이들을 많이 기억해 주시는 것 같고, 또 G2도 잘하는 상대이기 때문에 이런 명장면들이 나온다 생각해서 정말 G2를 할 때마다 재밌는 것 같습니다. 벌써 렐 보니까 렐 정글을 하고 싶은데 또 렐 정글을 한번 다시 롤백 해주셨으면 좋겠고요, 라이언님들. 사실 이 장면이 굉장히 이게 제가 제일 많이 리플레이를 본 장면 중 하나였던 것 같고, 사실 용 스틸도 저만 이제 900강타였고 하나비 선수가 1200강타였는데 이 300 차이를 뚫고 제가 용을 또 스틸했다는 것만으로도 굉장히 잘했다고 생각하고, 또 장면으로 인해서 역전이 된 경기였기 때문에 아주 훌륭했던 장면이었던 것 같습니다. 뭐 하이라이트 같은 경우에는 뭐 당연히 이제 애쉬공을 이제 앞으로 뛰어넘고 이제 애쉬랑 탈리아를 이렇게 무는 건데, 사실 이제 제가 피 관리가 안 되면서까지 이제 상대방들 앞에서 조금 까불라 걸렸던 게 제일 포인트였던 것 같고, 그래서 애쉬가 궁을 쏠 때 그게 저는 실수라고 생각을 해서 이렇게 플레이를 했던 게 가장 중요했던 포인트지 않았나 싶습니다. 사실 그것도 저도 유튜브에서 한번 본 것 같아요. 뭐 양코스 선수나 뭐 약간 그런 해외 선수들이 하신 것을 조금 봤었던 것 같아요. 저도 이 장면을 굉장히 많이 봤기 때문에 그런 반응하는 것도 봤는데 굉장히 또 반응도 잘해주셔가지고 또 이렇게 많은 사람들이 기억해 주시는 것 같습니다. 사실 뭐 티어 같은 경우에는 이거는 그냥 SSS에 넣도록 하겠습니다. 가장 기억에 남는 거는 아무래도 이제 21년도 썸머 이제 다이애나로 다시 한번 복귀전을 할 때 그때가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같고, 그때부터 저의 이 오너라는 닉네임으로 진짜를 시작한 것 같아서 그때가 처음 느껴봤던 그 감정들이었던 것 같아서 그때가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같고, 그리고 최근에 또 롤드컵 우승을 했기 때문에 그래도 결승전이 좀 많이 기억에 남는 것 같습니다. 여기까지 오늘 문현진이었습니다. 저 이렇게 이번 시간에 저의 역대급 플레이 모음집을 시청하면서 순위를 매겨봤는데 여러분들도 즐거운 시간 되셨길 바라고요. 재밌게 시청 많이 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
makes me stronger.
테이커 12주년 축하해.
화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for the final match of the week. And man, did we save the best till last. Gen.G versus T1, an El Clasico that has been so many of our finals here in the LCK over the years. And this one, it's feeling pretty auspicious, Wolf. There's something in the air, and it's not just Faker's 12th anniversary, which is super dope. There is a lot more, I think, riding on this match than what it could have been as just a first match of the season between the two teams.
I think in part due to the fact that both teams won a very dominant first series.
Yeah.
They're both sitting at 1-0, 2-0 wins over their opponents. Gen.G toppling Hanwha Life again, just like they did at the beginning of the LCK Cup. T1 crushing DRX. Both teams looking in top form right now. And Hanwha Life bounced back with their second win as well. But after the Gen.G win over Hanwha, we were starting to wonder, okay, who will be our second best team? T1 have a lot to prove tonight. Of course, the winner could go up and tie Nongshim for first place for the end of our week one here for LCK 2025. And I gotta say, you know, coming into this, I was the lone solo T1 predictor.
Yeah.
I felt pretty nervous about that prediction after watching Gen.G's win over Hanwha Life, but also after watching T1 play, I do think this could be an interesting series. If I could switch my prediction, I would, but, you know, we don't have that, so...
Oh man, this is so cool.
511 days.
Yeah, Gumayusi versus Ruler has been a very long time. Last time was it actually the match against JDG?
Yeah.
Oh my, and that brought it to 17 and 17. Oh god, the shivers.
2023.
The shivers down the spine, ladies and gentlemen. And Gumayusi had a brilliant performance earlier, but this guy is taking all the limelight. Faker's 12th LCK debut anniversary. The GOAT debuted in 2013, ladies and gentlemen. We need to cast our minds quite a ways back on the 6th of April with a certain Italy performance against Ambition.
Sometimes we do these 12-year, 11-year, 10-year, you know, some players like don't get to 5, like 3-year anniversary kind of thing, but it's actually the day. Like, it's April 6th today. It's not like, oh, it's April 8th, but we're still celebrating, so love to see.
Yeah.
Let Faker have such a long career.
Well, let's have a look at Keen as well. First to 400 wins on the top side of the map. And this guy has been good his entire career. The rest of his team has only just caught up, is what it kind of feels like for Keen. It was kind of the case on KT as well, but he's had a long career before that of really trying to figure things out.
Nearly 56% win rate. He has really turned it around.
Oh, yeah.
Since he's moved into top teams. Ruler as well, 600 games. And he's been in the LCK for a long time. Debuted himself back in 2016.
3,237 days since he debuted.
Yeah.
And of course did spend some time over in the LPL, but not that long. And wow, what an incredible achievement for all of these players. And let's have a look at the teas between these two squads.
젠지라는 팀은 높은 곳에서 많이 만났던 팀이기 때문에 항상 관계된 팀 중에 하나라고 생각을 하고 있고
T1이란 팀을 제 정말 좀 되게 잘한다고 생각해서 늘 견제가 좀 됐었어요.
룰러라는 이 네임드 때문에 더 압박감은 있다고 생각하는데 작년에 젠지전 때 가장 중요한 경기에서 저희가 연패를 끊어냈기 때문에 이제 저희가 연승을 해나갈 타이밍이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
계속 리그 우승을 하던 젠지라는 팀에 들어와서 중압감도 있고 부담감도 있는데 할 수 있는 걸 다 쏟아 부어서 좀 잘하고 싶어서 이번에 T1이랑도 좀 굉장히 좀 좋은 경기력으로 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
또 오늘이 상혁이 형의 데뷔 12주년이기 때문에 꼭 승리해서 기쁨을 같이 만개하고 싶습니다.
It really does feel like a pick your poison, doesn't it, when it comes to like what you want to hype up about this matchup. I think the bottom lane, Gumayushi versus Ruler, is so huge, but Faker wanting to win on the anniversary of his debut here, which is, like you say, on the day. Not a lot of players get to play exactly on that same day because we've changed the dates around so much over the years. T1 going to be making their way to LoL Park now, and if this goes like their first match, this could be just the jumpstart that T1 needs to launch back towards that dominant state.
It absolutely could be a team that got knocked out of LCK Cup early, wasn't able to prove themselves on that higher stage, wasn't able to find an opportunity to defend their title, their world's title on first stand, but looking confident tonight. Guma in the starting five again here. Bow to the crowd. Owner takes his jacket off. It's going to be all business for this squad today. Doran playing against his former team as well in Gen.G. Talk a lot about the Zeus Doran trade, but he used to be a Gen.G player himself.
Yeah, and in fact, Doran and Keen have played on a lot of similar teams as on their way through. And we're going to welcome Gen.G now. This squad looked so good against HLE. I think a lot of the discourse around that series, though, was about HLE and a potential first stand hangover that they might have for themselves. Haven't necessarily looked the most clean in this first week of play for the LCK 2025. How much of it was just Gen.G being amazing? Because they did look pretty amazing.
Duro looking better. Chovy absolutely in form. You know, after having what was a very heavily criticized LCK Cup. You know, people were saying he's fine, but we hold Chovy to a higher standard than the way he was playing. He looked like his peak form in that Hanwha Life Esports series. There's no denying it. This team is definitely the favorite coming into this one tonight. They were able to bring Hanwha to 5 in the LCK Cup finals. We're almost our first stand representatives, and they're looking to just pick up where they left off, as they did against Hanwha in that first series. An extremely tough strength of schedule for Gen.G as well, facing Hanwha and T1 in the first week, but they were the first teams to play, of course, on day one, so they've had several days to continue to prepare to study T1's matchup as well.
Yeah, exactly. And T1, they started on the third day, and so a little bit of a difference there. I think playing more recently can actually help you as well, though, really getting you sort of into the vibe, whereas Gen.G have certainly had some time off before this matchup did arrive. Hopefully, they've done a bunch of their homework and they are ready to perform here today, because this could really set the tone for what teams are going to get the most expectation moving further forward. Because if Gen.G just dispatch of HLE and T1 in the first week, I mean, we have to have them as the top dogs pitted from the get-go here in the LCK.
And it just leads to an incredibly strong standing for them. You know, how many games do they even lose becomes the question at that point. Weren't able to get the plus 36 the last time they were close, but perhaps maybe they could break a streak if they can win this one. Arguably, it gets easier from here. Guma and Keria taking on rookie Duro in the bottom lane as well. A player who looked a lot better towards the end of the LCK Cup, but still someone that I feel like we'll never be able to compare to Guma Carria's synergy. They've played together so long. They've won so many incredible championships together. They've won so many bottom lanes together. They were on average, and probably still are on average, of any duo, the highest duo kills in the LCK. And lane swaps being removed means that you're going to have to go head-to-head to them at least at the very beginning of the game. And I'm curious to see what these drafts will look like as we head into this one. Gen.G not having side selection here as well, so you want to have an extra advantage.
Blue side has been pretty good so far this week, although, I mean, there are teams that have bucked the trend. I think that DK, for example, are a team that have like 3 wins on the red side and only 1 on blue, but that is largely because they were just placed onto the red side. So let's see as we dive into the draft here for our final series of the week. Mata is there you can see behind T1 actually swapping over from Gen.G to join this squad that he used to play for back in 2019.
Coach Kim has had his time as well.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of trade arounds throughout the LCK here. But already we're seeing the Varus banned away. That one, I think Gumayusi would like to be playing, but we can see that the emphasis in this draft is not going to be about bottom lane for a first pick. Going to be maybe a Gwen, maybe a Rumble.
Yeah, that's
maybe a Jace.
Jace, I think, could be that final ban, depending on what T1 do here. The Rumble likely to be banned, you have to imagine, so they can get the Gwen ban out, but they will opt for the Jace instead.
And do we leave the Rumble up? That's the question. Doran has already played it this season, has played many games on it. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily his best champion, but he has been able to facilitate teamfights effectively on it.
I think when you look at the matchup of the players and you put the nameplates in front and center, I think Gen.G is one of the only teams you could trust to leave Gwen open and maybe get an advantage over it.
Oh god, there it is.
And so playing the Rumble into the Gwen could be what they're looking for here. If Doran does lock that in first, and it feels like a huge error to let Keen have it, you know, so they're just gonna have to take it. I think Keen will be happy to play the Rumble into this.
Yep, I wrote it down immediately. I think it was the expected lock-in. The other expected lock-in should be the Rumble in response. The LPL has showed us that does seem to be the most popular answer to the champion.
Shiu played Jace into it, but that's banned, of course. And so the question is, what do they get with the Rumble, really more than anything else? It looks like the Azir is going to be the angle for Chovy. And they'll actually grab Skarner over the Rumble here, knowing that with the top laner already locked in, they don't have to grab it right now. They'll get 2 prio picks instead.
We did used to see support Rumble. I just don't know whether carrier is ready to cook quite that hard just yet. The Skarner certainly a very big one, though, for Gen.G. Does give them a very powerful team-fighting core in both the Pigeon and the Scorpion. But let's see where T1 decide to go here with this draft. They could take away a bottom lane, they could lock in a jungler, and the Xin Zhao has been very strong. Owner in particular, my god.
He's been the best.
Yeah.
Like, easily has had the best performances on this pick out of anyone in 2025. Faker could grab Talia here if he wants to play that matchup into the Azir. It's been a matchup he's been very comfortable with, but he didn't have the greatest laning phases against DRX, if we're honest. Had fantastic plays later on in the game. The laning phase didn't matter as much. See if he wants to lock that one away.
Yeah, plenty of things that he can take as well, but as it ticks down, it's going to be the Ahri. A lot more gusto in the 2v2 matchup, and I think with the Azir and the Skarner presented, does make a lot of sense to try and go a little bit more early power, as there is that Rumble that we were talking about, obviously needing to be locked in here.
Yeah. In the past, you'd think about Ahri with some of her best pairing junglers, the Vi, the Viego. Xin Zhao is definitely up on towards the top of the list, but with the new Ahri build, she's just so tanky, so difficult to deal with. I think a top-tier pick that isn't as reliant on having one of those S-tier jungle pairs. And I think that with Owner's fantastic performances on the Xin Zhao, this does feel like a strong mid-jungle synergy. Ashe will be taken away here by Gen.G. Yeah, and the Ezreal is another one of those picks that's still out there, works incredibly well into what T1 has. So I feel like T1 should consider a ban of that.
I think it needs to be Ashe Jhin bans, and then you can pick away the Ezreal if it's left up, and otherwise you can head towards something else. They could even take like a Xayah if they want to, one of Gumayusi's better champions there. Taking him away from utility that he's so incredibly good at is a decent idea, but instead the Elise going to be banned away from carrier.
I feel like this has got to be an Ezreal ban. It's just so insanely strong with what Gen.G has. And you buy so much space, they'll ban Poppy instead.
Poppy is pretty strong. Has had some pretty good performances on it, but I agree with you. I think that The Ezreal is a powerful option.
I do wonder what they're worried about with the Ezreal, with Varus gone, Kalista gone, the Ashe is gone, and they banned the Elise. It just feels like there's not too many tough lane matchups you're going to have left. But they'll opt for Misfortune instead, which is good into the Ezreal as well in lane if Guma wanted to pick that himself.
I do feel like it's a difficult MF game, though.
Yeah.
Doran and Ona can both just put down circles and say no if the damage does start to come in. Of course, with good timing and good positioning, you can work around that, but already there are a lot of difficult angles for the MF.
I don't think this is a great Kai'Sa angle. Guma has avoided playing Kai'Sa for reasons we all know. They will go for the Jhin you were talking about instead. This makes way more sense to me. I like this pick a lot more.
Yeah, and they've got so much power elsewhere, right? Like, I think that they can do this. Yeah, you're going to get shoved in a little bit, pushed around perhaps, but I imagine Keria just going to get unlocked from the lane as early as possible. Gumyushi then sits down there and tries to absorb pressure, and they can start running the map, which is exactly what the rest of the champions really want to do early.
I mean, you also know Rel is the expected pick here with the Misfortune to come through, and the Alistar's great into that. This actually does, I think, cause Gen.G to pivot a little bit away from the Alistar, or rather from the Rel, and go for this Rakan. Great follow-up on the Skarner Impale, and can help set up equalizers. Some of this game, to me, for T1, if they're going to win it, is just going to have to be won through the solo lanes. Faker is going to have to perform well into Chovy here. He and Ona are going to have great synergy, as they have over the years. And Doran into Keen here, he cannot mess this matchup up. If the Gwen falls behind, the Rumble gets accelerated with the scaling this comp already has. It is so good. And one thing we've learned about Misfortune throughout this tournament is, even if it seems like a bad angle, because there's so many dive champions that can get on top of her, sometimes when you dive onto the Misfortune, she keeps that channel going. By the time she dies, the damage has been done. And you can kind of fight off of it, especially if you have that Battle Rumble who's just going to come in there, be that battle mage, and help clean up the kills with an Azir as well. I do really like what Gen.G have put together here.
I like it as well, but I think the T1 got kind of exactly what they wanted, right? I think this is like the perfect way to start this series, is by seeing T1 on full comfort and Gen.G as well, with what looks to be exactly what they were angling for. So much team fighting power. The one worry that I have for Gen.G is we saw basically the same comp completely flubbed by KT a couple of days ago. And I want to see it and its full glory, what it's actually capable of. Because otherwise, T1 are just going to run them over like a freight train. This composition can snowball so extraordinarily hard. Gen.G going to have to play some real good League of Legends here.
Do agree.
Let's get into it. Game 1, T1 versus Gen.G. Oh man, fans out in force on both sides of Lol Park here today. There are a lot of bums on seats, let's just say that. I think, don't know whether there's too many that are missing at this point in time.
I can't believe you would say that about fans of both of these teams.
I think everyone has bums, Wolf. That's just how it goes. As Canyon is going to get discovered here by Doran, running with scissors, very dangerous. And you can see, actually wounded Canyon there. So if this was the hallway of a primary school, someone was getting in trouble. Thankfully, it's League of Legends, so no one is. It's fine.
You think about all of the champions of T1 and how the comp works together. One of the reasons we were, kind of shouting out for Ezreal is just so difficult to get on top of him compared to Misfortune, which is very immobile, very easy to get on top of. But what Misfortune offers at level 1 that an Ezreal does not is a lot more lane power. And when you have this lane, you have the Azir lane, and you have the Rumble lane, Gen.G are not going to be falling behind early. And I think one thing we've noticed about our top teams of the LCK is if they get a lead, they never let it go. And so lane prio is something I think we're seeing a lot more teams that are at the upper echelon of the LCK draft for, more than necessarily how AD carries work into an enemy dive comp and CC.
Yeah, and this has actually been T1's bread and butter throughout, their dominance. It's been win lane, win game. A lot of their drafting in previous seasons has been all about, let's make sure that we have the best lane matchups as possible. And that's not necessarily what they have here, outside of a fair bit of power on the top side of the map. We're having a look into that now as Doran does get the shove forward. Chovy and Faker here. Faker able to get a fair bit of damage down onto the Emperor of Shurima.
Electrocute so powerful. And with the new Ahri build, she is going to be a force to be reckoned with when we get to the mid to late game as well. Chovy opting for lethal tempo. So looking for a lot more damage and some sustained damage when we come to later on team fights with his Leandries, Nashers. And no real punish on the level 1 Alistar. Guma Keria got level 2 first, played this lane really well, and continue to do so.
Deadly Flourish, and there's the Grand Entrance, unable to actually interrupt Keria on his way in, but Ruler is still standing his ground, able to offer a fair bit of damage back still. One trade there by T1, and with an Alistar lane, if you're still being able to come out on top in these early trades, you're going to be feeling good about it.
Absolutely. It's that lane prowess, you know, you and I both are talking about. It's going for more.
Well, another Pulverize comes in. Another Deadly Flourish is obviously going to land as Gumayusi going to set his attention towards the Misfortune. And as we can see here, T1 with full control now of this bottom side. And Keria already feeling like he's unlocked. Double Up going to be able to pick up that cannon, which was very satisfying, and I needed to mention it.
Yeah. Guma was reloading and missed 2, but still had a CS lead at the moment when that happened.
The Flash Charm gets the flash immediately out of Chovy. And I don't even think, so he walked over a ward. So Keria did walk over a ward, making his way in, so Chovy was ready for that one. Canyon gonna have to drive over this wall to get out of the way of Owner. Thankfully for Canyon, his whole top side is empty.
Yeah, Keria hanging around.
Oh, Keen. Have to be a bit careful here, as the knockup does come down. He has Ghost, remember, doesn't actually have the flash. As the flash forward, and Owner is able to pick up first blood. Keen just caught napping a bit in this early game.
2 aggressive plays early on here for T1. Keria spotted on the ward, traded flashes in the mid lane. Chovy reacts quickly as he knows the Alistar is there, but Keen won't be so lucky as he's way too far up in the lane. As you mentioned, no flash. And is actually opting to back here, gets seen by a ward. Owner comes over here to check. This is a very likely place where this Rumble is. And comes through and gets the punish here. Very easy follow-up.
Yeah. And I believe took the Ghost because he was expecting Ghost to be taken by Gwen. We've seen a lot of Ghosts on Gwen in the past. Of course, the Exhaust, another thing that has been pretty popular. As Ruler up here towards the top side now as they have elected to go for that trade.
Yeah, Flash Gwen quite rare, in fact, these days.
Yeah. Just have a lot of mobility inherently on the champion, so being sticky has been important.
And we're swapping to the top lane, but no huge advantages either way. Keen, of course, with that death, did have to TP, so Doran has TP advantage in their matchup in the bottom lane now.
Yeah, might actually help them as far as getting towards some grubs or something like that, but otherwise not too much more to be gained here as Chovy trying to offer some damage back. And the top side 2v2 that we now have, protecting some grubs that are going to be up in 30 seconds time, is going okay here, as you can see, for Ruler. Is very, very close to that of the money that Gumayushi's put together. And I think Duro feeling a little bit better now about how this matchup is going.
Ruler grabs a cull. Just happy to farm this one out now. Not going to be playing to this duo, very likely. And so he's just looking to get that Bloodthirster as soon as possible. Get that first spike, which gives you so much safety. And it's, you know, Misfortune's main core item just because, you know, she needs a little bit of durability in order to actually get the most value out of her kit.
And also to be able to walk up to a mid-wave.
Yes.
If you do take some damage, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a Bloodthirster, so you're fine.
Super useful item. One of the best for any AD carry in terms of what it means individually on that first item spike.
Well, it is going to be a back coming in for Duro. I think trying to anticipate when Keria is going to be leaving as the grub's just going to be taken by Owner.
Cannon's on Team Woodid on this one. Just going to be looking for Dragon over grubs in this early game.
They're not risking anything, just going to come over and grab the Honey Fruit.
Grub's feeling incredibly powerful for both teams with the Gwen and the Azir gear in terms of what they could do with some additional damage in the side. So T1 definitely going to be happy to take them. I think it is going to be a very high value triple grub take, and if they can turn that to 4, gets even better. We'll see what soul we get, because that's going to be really kind of what this Dragon means for us later on for Gen.G.
Yeah. Okay. That is a lot of damage onto Duro, who is just caught with his pants down a little bit in his own jungle. And T1 grabbed their second kill of the game.
Great plays around Vision here. 2 of them now for Owner. Just knowing that there's a likely pathing that he's going to have to take to get back to the lane. And they just instantly punish him so quickly, he can't react on this Rakan.
It feels good, doesn't it, that we just watched like the Owner Ultimate List episode in the break. I feel like it's sort of perfect timing as he is now running the Rift once again on his Xin Zhao.
And really, it's Owner coming here to follow up, but actually Keria was the one who really set this play up, wrapped all the way around, captive audience, keeps him there just a little bit longer. Had he potentially flashed instantly towards his AD carry. Maybe he lives there, but doesn't know that it's going to be a 3-man party on top of him. Doesn't flash, but dies.
Oh, there's the charm actually connecting as the curtains have been called. Emperor's Divide gets rid of Carrier, but Faker turns up immediately. Orbit Deception comes down, and Chovy is still surviving. He gets the heal, in fact, from that Gleaming Quill, helping him out. Nice work, Duro, defending your mid laner.
Yeah, really well played there on the defense, but also a great opportunity found once again here by T1 in this incredibly proactive early game. Chovy does not have teleport. He's low on mana here, but we'll be able to catch this wave, no problem, luckily for him.
Yep.
Man, this has been a great early game for T1. Just the same. I mean, it could have been worse for Gen.G, obviously, if that protection didn't come through, but Guma just sailing through this early game.
I wonder whether he's going to do the same build as before, with the Ghostblade into the Rapid Fire Cannon. It's so much utility early.
I love it.
And then he transitions into Infinity Edge plus Lord Doms or some sort of armor pen after that. It's kind of cool.
You have other ways to break through that Skarner's health bar. So, you know, you're going to have your Leandries on the Ahri eventually. And the Gwen obviously can cut through pretty quickly in a team fight.
And you can just try not to hit him.
Yeah, I mean that's the real game plan. Obviously, in most scenarios with this type of composition, you want to be hitting the prio targets, the Azir, and the Misfortune, locking those down and blowing them up, and then killing the Skarner later. But if you have to, you know, the Jhin isn't going to be your best way of killing it with this build. But again, it's not the primary option he's looking for in most cases.
And Chovy now here is farming up quite nicely, as we can see. Going to be able to grab that cannon. There we go. As he really waits till the last second. Really, we're holding our breath. But of course, wasn't under any pressure at all. Gumayusi, pretty capable of tanking up a Make It Rain, so he's going to be totally okay.
Yeah, just dodging the knock-up there as well, casually.
Yeah.
No flash, no boots.
Yeah, it doesn't
Not necessary.
It looks like he's building steel caps this time around as Doran going aggressive onto Keen, but Keen does have a friend here. And Doran could now be in trouble. He's looking for some snips onto this Rumble as the Flame Spitter comes down. But now Ona turns up, and that's going to be a very comfy kill from him to answer. Faker getting in here, though, as the teleport from Chovy delivers him, and the Emperor's Divide comes down. That is going to be the Shifting Sands. The Flash is the Foxfire enough, and it might just be. No, Faker gets crammed into the wall, and Canyon shuts him down.
Oh, so close to making it work. I was really surprised to see Chovy on the late TP there. Extremely risky move, but he's just tanky enough. Faker does not quite have the damage to take him out. Oh man, on his 12th year to the day anniversary, I thought we were about to just have one of those hashtag things Faker does moments. Was not quite enough, was not meant to be. Those turrets hit a little bit harder than they did back in 2013, but watching this play eventuate, I think Doran goes in here knowing that his teammates have that TP. Like, he has a TP from Faker here, he knows Owner is rotating over. He does end up dying here, but with two players coming over, he feels pretty confident they're gonna be able to turn this into a W, but Skarner is tanky. Chovy is the target they then turn onto, but he has Emperor's Divide, pushes Owner away, barely flashes to survive enough, and Canyon's trying to block here for Faker, who doesn't have enough damage, then gets caught by the
Canyon.
E. Such a sick guard play from Canyon here. And it's Duro who gave him the bodyguard earlier, and now it's Canyon. And I watched Willer guard Chovy for a long time on Hanwha Life back in the day, but this is something else.
It certainly is. That was so beautifully played there by Canyon. Having a look now, some more attention being paid towards his bottom side as both supports have turned up, but it looks like Keen will be at least able to clear out this minion wave comfortably. And Ona looking for 6 grubs. He should actually be able to get them here. The Dragon going to be spawning in about 17 seconds time. Duro with some vision control towards this bottom side, but that is 6 grubs to nothing. And that is going to mean a lot of extra pushing power. Gen.G really going to have to pay attention to where these lanes are going to be sitting to make sure that they don't just lose a turret in the blink of an eye.
Chovy narrowly escapes twice, but doesn't die. Finds himself, you know, the only one with a real gold lead here for Gen.G. Gets Leandries first. It is going to be a real force to be reckoned with this lethal tempo build, or rune choice, I should say.
Yep.
And we'll even do a ton of damage to this Dragon on the take here for Gen.G. Mountain second, looking for a 2-Drake lead, have positional advantage.
You see Ruler walking over that switched off ward as Chovy going to get flashed on here by Carrier. The quickness comes down though from Duro, and the 2-man on the Impale is so good. Already Owner has gone down, but Faker diving into the backline looking for the angle. Ruler gets over the wall. Can he actually survive is the question as Guma is chased after him, and now it's the cleanup for T1. Doran is going nuts. slammed into the wall, and the Flame Spitter finishes him off, but now the man advantage should be there for T1. The Flame Spitter, though, Keen, can you get it done? Faker and Gumayusi have the damage, and they'll be able to take him down. T1 win the skirmish.
T1 with a huge win here in this fight. The Dragon goes Gen.G's way, but they're able to further a massive gold lead now. I mean, it's not as huge as it could be. It's not as huge as some of the gold leads we've seen, but for this matchup, I'd say 2K is a lot. Chovy the first one to get engaged on, but again, he lives for so long, part due to his ultimate, part due to Canyon's ultimate as well. They end up taking out the enemy jungler, which allows him to secure the Dragon, but there is just so much damage done in this fight by Doran. His needleworks are huge. Look at that Q damage stacked up onto Chovy, and Faker is just following up. Keen overheats, so can't really offer much damage back at this moment, which is where the fight is really won. He tries his best to turn things around at the end of it, but Guma gets that final shot, and then Faker has enough damage to help clean him up as that reload comes through. A close fight to be sure, but a huge injection of gold to T1.
I swear, Gumayushi's Jin just does more stuff than other Jins.
He just is super good at it. He knows how to space. He knows how to maximize his damage. Very rarely gets caught.
It might just be the Ghost Blade. Maybe the Ghost Blade is the thing. That's the difference, all right, that I've seen this week. And
in terms of items, sure.
Yeah, there we go. So that must be it. As T1, they retain themselves a gold lead. It is not insurmountable, as we do like to say, just yet. But still, and they're going to have to rely on some scaling and some dragons.
It's Hex Tech Soul, so the question we had about what that 2 Drake lead could mean is definitely answered now. It means a lot, and with a comp that already scales incredibly well with this Azir, the question becomes, is this enough of a lead? I think if T1 can continue to snowball this, it's a bigger lead than I expected to see this early in the game, but it's exactly the one they're looking for, as Owner is here.
He has snuck in. Does get spotted here as Canyon was moving a little bit dangerously close to that brush. So it looks like both top laners are going to be safe for now. Gumayusi is rotating up, does have that curtain call available, so we'll see whether they do decide to go for something anyway. In the meantime, we do have Ruler also rotating towards that top side. Some mid laners clashing as Ghost is going to get popped here by Keen. Needlework being avoided by the Rumble pretty effectively, utilizing the shield as well.
Curtain call dropped as well for Guma. They really wanted to make something of that. Unfortunately for them, they will come up empty, realizing some big tools there.
No, just testing the waters, a lot of testing the waters. 1,000 gold, going to be the advantage. We don't have any shoes put together yet, no feats of strength done. But we are one objective away for both teams, as well as just the first brick. Where that's going to go is the big question mark, as right now Gen.G playing defense everywhere except for mid lane.
Yeah.
That is where Ruler is going to be heading towards now.
So many close calls for Chovy this game. Has really been under so much pressure, but still scaling up. Doran, in this last fight did a ton of work. Is going to be a really big threat in the late game, especially in sides too. And even though I think Gen.G on paper have the better scaling, there are aspects of T1's comp that work really well in the late game too, in an even game state. Especially the fact that Ahri has so much longevity with this new build too.
Yeah, and I'm also seeing a cow here. Carrier can always change the state of a game with a huge Heba pulverized play, possibly looking for an angle here, as he does get some information.
Great sweep there.
Yeah, eventually does put the ward down. So was thinking about going ward Heba pulv to see whether he could just catch 2 people off guard. It is possibly Canyon getting... No, he's not. He's got Heartsteel and just he's very tanky, so never mind.
He almost lost one of his bars.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He almost lost an health, everyone. Not the priority target.
No, certainly not. Here's a TP from Doran back to the top lane, as they're looking to group for this Herald fight. Baker has teleport as well, looking to interrupt Chovy, but actually unsuccessful there.
Yeah, Chovy just behind the Otacon little mini wall, and is going to be able to escape. Ruinous Otacon today, as sticking around and picking up all of those flowers is going to be pretty important.
Definitely. Also great to have a dragon lead when that is the Otacon of choice.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you're looking to turn that into a soul point here. Gen.G have, we haven't had that fight over the Herald just yet, but they have been able to slow it down enough to where both objectives are up at the same time here. And they have their kind of pick of the litter here as to where they want to go. They feel ready to take a fight. Chovy opted into the arm guard, so looking for a big fight here. Very expensive item to pick here, slowing down that 2-item spikes substantially, but can be a make or break item in this huge, really important fight here where Gen.G could secure a soul point.
Level 11s for both of these AD carries as well, with Curtain Call and Bullet Time. Very important as in goes Owner. Duro not going to be in too much danger because he does have all of that added mobility. As Canyon has started up this dragon, Owner is in the area and Chovy has rotated down. Control ward in place, teleports at the ready as well. Keen doesn't have his, but he is already down here towards this bottom side. The rest of Gen.G need to wait for these solo lanes to collapse in.
Chovy going to clear this mid wave.
Oh, they were thinking of the turn. You can see Faker wrapping around. Emperor's Divide going to push the cow underneath the turret, but Chovy's in so much trouble. Curtains have been called. 1-2 and he's gone. Pick the juke there. Did Gumayushi, and down goes the Pigeon. And now T1 5 versus 4 feeling fantastic going into this Drake fight.
Oh man, Chovy feels like in this game he had 9 lives. He kept getting out of every scenario, but not this one, not this time.
Oh, I don't know about fighting for this, but Owner is out of position. He'll be taken down first, but now is the fight going to be won? Ruler with the flash over the wall, the bullet time. Doran is going to try to interrupt it and just cuts him down where he stands. Keen trying to get in there, and the harpoons are doing some work as Canyon, so durable, gets another crash into the wall, but Duro is not offering any damage back. It is only Keen that's able to do any work, and he is just pushed away. Low health bars on T1, but they juggled the aggro beautifully.
That was such a greedy call to continue to stay there. Catching Owner, though, made the headed off with all.
Pesky minion getting in the way.
Don't you know it's his 12-year anniversary? Read the room, minion.
Yeah, the caster minion, how dare you.
Oh boy, but it all goes back to this Chovy pick. Look at Faker's flank. They're so ready for this. And even though he has the perfect, picture-perfect, immediate reaction to go for the Emperor's Divide to push Keria in, there's just so much follow-up here with the Jhin ultimate. And then this pick onto Owner, before he can get the Crescent Guard out in an ideal scenario, actually just barely puts it off, but he still dies here. And then the follow-up fight is just so difficult to pull off here for Gen.G. Sure, you ended up taking the jungler away, but can you win a fight into Guma's fantastic positioning and also a Gwen offering so much damage? Gwen Jhin synergy seems really high in this game.
Well, Chovy's dead again. He's going to break his arm guard as Emperor's Divide does at least try to get them in position as his Sundisk does a bit of work, but Doran's going to be able to lock down the kill. There was just no way that he was getting out of that one. And we are still in a position where we don't have any of the feats of strength locked down just yet.
Although whoever wins this race,
whoever wins this race is going to be it, and it is going to be Gen.G that upgrade their shoes first. Very random selection of shoes as well, everyone with different ones.
Yeah, it's quite a nice variety.
In fact, it's going to be all different ones if it's going to be Berserker's Greaves here for Ruler.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
T1 just going to go for this Otacon. It's a very T1 move. They'll drop their mid turret for this. And, I mean, Chovy's still down for 3 seconds, no TP. I just don't think Gen.G could stop this. They're going to have to just try to get as much as they can in mid lane. They will get that additional turret here.
I mean, 2 turrets is pretty good, but if they manage to take down Keen at the same time, it could be dangerous as he gets under the turret and he's still dead. There was no way out of that one. Keria is just, he's able to pick a target and kill a target every time.
T1 very happy with what they get out of this. Remember, Faker already having the Rod of Ages level advantage, but gets to have that extra experience as well. And any Hextech Dragon they pick up is going to be more valuable. This is a huge commitment. All 5 T1 players are looking for Chovy here, but meanwhile, Keen's on blue buff. You know, nobody's pushing topside, nobody's cross-mapping here. Chovy's just on his own, and I think he should not have been anywhere near that far up the lane with no support and with no cross-map potential. So that was quite bizarre, and then Keen gets taken out here as they secure the Otacon. So yes, 2 turrets for 1, as that one falls in the bottom lane, but the Otacon buff is going to be super permanent. Over double the Blood Petal stacks here.
I was actually expecting that to be worse for Gen.G, so I guess there's that one. They also are still like 1.3k gold. Like, it is nothing. And there are 2 dragons here for Gen.G. So with that to sort of lean back on, some possibilities. But if the, Keria, he is going to find Ruler once again. The rest of T1 looking to back him up. Duro playing some defense with the quickness as Owner just finds Canyon but gets impaled, pulled back in as the Equalizer says, nope, you shall not pass. The Emperor's Divide onto Doran, but he kind of likes that the gap got closed. Duro trying to get himself out of there. The bullet time will take down the Gwen, and Chovy goes golden just to buy some time. He does fall, but Keria now flashing the wrong direction and will go down for a triple kill for Ruler. The sidestep from Keen as well. Absolutely fantastic on that charm. As Keen still looking to go further forward. It's a 1 trade, but The curtains have now been called, and Keen could be in trouble. Another charm going to need to connect, and there it is. Faker locks him down to even this one up.
Yeah, could have been Faker, could have been that last shot there from Goomba, but he was dying no matter what. Faker will secure that kill. 10 stacks of Dark Seal. Ari, I think, needs to be taken a little bit of a closer look at here in LCK. This champ is broken, but Faker's playing it so incredibly well. This is an overextension here initially by T1, it looks like, with Canyon getting this fantastic impale. Equalizer here, though, not super impactful for Keen. He's not able to really threaten anybody with this. Does do a lot of work with his Flame Spitter, and then the Ruler ult comes through. And man, at this point, it's looking really, really good for the turn here for Gen.G, but it gets a little bit split up here as Keen chases very far forward. And then once this turn comes through...
Yeah, I think that as soon as they couldn't get to Gumayushi, it's like he sets up the curtains, there's just nothing you can really do. Like, the defensive wall that the curtain call provides is just huge.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the best way to say it, but it's really just kind of a slight misjudge on the potential kill threat there onto an extremely long-range AD carry who can slow and then set up Faker in that situation. It's a relatively even trade of kills, but T1 grab a turret after this. Doran is massive in this game, and he is already doing so much work in team fights, and he's just going to be a bigger and bigger problem. And I feel like T1 do have enough of an advantage that even though the scaling is coming through for Chovy here, they can continue to win team fights straight up, as we've seen.
Yeah, and Chovy hasn't had the greatest of games. I think he had a brilliant series against HLE, but this has been some of those issues that we saw in the LCK Cup, right? Like, being alone in side lanes and getting caught out of position and not having a setup for the cross-map play.
He's also just been so targeted too, you know?
True.
And when you're playing greedy and T1 is after you, you know, they're going to get you.
Yeah.
You know, you live twice pretty incredibly. But since then, it's been, you know, he's 1-4. And he bought his Zonias, used it in that last fight, wasn't able to turn the fight with it, wasn't in a great spot, was kind of cut off from the rest of his teammates. And it also means he doesn't have Nashor's Tooth, which he will have.
Yeah, it's coming in pretty soon, but probably not as soon as he would like to have it. 30 seconds until the Dragon. That is going to be the next big point of contention. The gold lead is still a flat line, guys. It is nothing whatsoever. No one's really broken this game open. The Baron has just spawned.
Faker, he hits level 16.
Oh, big deal.
He has the Otacon for any Hex tech he picks up. He also has, of course, the Lucidity Boots, so his cooldowns are going to be low. He is very happy to battle and brawl in what have been very scrappy team fights, and he's had a phenomenal performance in them. And when you pair that with Guma, who has such a robust front line, so for him to actually, you know, basically do whatever he wants with a Gwyn running through Gen.G, T1 are set up in a fantastic position here, but the lead is not so big that one miss in the team fight, one overextension, one fail, doesn't put Gen.G right back in the driver's seat. So still a tense game here, but T1 will get this Dragon for free, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Gen.G just a little bit late on this rotation. They are going to be able to get on over, but I think walked on a trap, spotted out the ward, and realized that there was no way that they could actually get through. So the Drake going to even things out here between T1 and Gen.G. And T1, this is like already brilliant equalization as far as these Drakes are concerned. If they get the next one, that is like Quadra Hextech Drake Hextech Soul, which I don't think we need to explain is absurdly powerful.
Plus Otacon.
Plus Otacon, yeah. So everything about it is just kind of nuts.
Yeah, it is really a problem. Gwen now has the Zonias completed, so, you know, Doran's in a position to where killing him is nigh impossible. Crescent Guard makes killing Owner pretty tough. Baker put together Majai's, so he's following in Showmaker's footsteps on this one. This build is super difficult to kill the Ahri with anyways. He still has his Arm Guard.
Oh, Duro might be in trouble here. Is Chovy going to move over? Battle Dance gets Duro out of there. And the curtains are under the ground, and that can be quite confusing.
If I know T1, they might just turn this into a Baron opportunity. They push away the support. They have full vision control of this pit. Baker's rotating up.
Ruler is on vision right now as well, as Kerry is going to move out of the way. I was a bit worried for the Misfortune there, who was somewhat by herself. Chovy, though, is going to be able to complete that Nash's Tooth now.
Yeah, and they don't opt to start the Baron. They had a decent amount of vision control, but without the Ahri fully being there, and it is a Jhin, of course, the speed at which they could take this Baron is not the greatest, even with a Gwen there on the top side. Well, they don't want to throw this game on a bit of a Baron attempt when they already have such a fantastic position.
On the other side of things, though, if Gen.G ever get a moment, the Baron explodes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with this build for the Azir, with the Rumble, and this Misfortune, as IE, and is 1,400 gold ahead of a perfect KDA 3010 Jin here. Things are quite scary. Indeed, and I also think their siege is pretty incredible as well, should they get that Baron.
Yeah, Gen.G now getting some vision control around the area. T1 were on a reset, so they will now go back and complete their homework as well. Man, I just want this gold lead to be, like, change, like, at least, like, a little bit. It hasn't changed a little bit.
I think T1 fans should be the most concerned about the fact that it hasn't ballooned for them with the advantages they picked up. They still were able to get 2 dragons in a row, but haven't been able to turn this into a massive objective or any of these inner turrets worth of gold. So, like I said, all it takes is 1 win for Gen.G. They're in the driver's seat, and then they've got the scaling to back it up.
Yeah. They still do need to play out the fights correctly, though. There can certainly be some miracles here for T1. Doran can run amok in these fights. The Gwen scales so beautifully. Gumayushi, if he manages to get that captive audience, the deadly flourishes that can pick off these single targets, he's been doing it so well throughout this game. It may not even be a team fight, right? Like, someone might just die before anything really starts, and I think that that's what T1's going to be looking for in this game.
Yeah.
Baron's still definitely the focus.
Absolutely.
At least for the next 2 minutes.
And that's why you see this constant battle, almost feels turn-based over the vision. Keria gonna come up here, try to get some deeper vision. We'll back away as the rest of Gen.G group up. Keen is backing, has teleport, and he has Hex Gates as well, so he can get to this Baron very quickly. Kind of non-committal to show up here just to contest. Keria really not taking too much damage. So he's Alistar, he's got his level 11 ultimate. He is happy to be the guy who walks out in front and gives the information. Faker's on a flank here, and a lost team fight for either of these teams might be the game. You can really feel the tension around this Baron. Faker with an angle, potentially.
Oh, Carrier's on a ward. He is a difficult target if they do want to take him down instead. Duro gonna have to get out of there, and Carrier realizing that there might be some health, some abilities on cooldown. That's what I was looking for.
You could see, I mean, just Faker and Carrier walking at 4 people is enough to get them to back away.
Oh, the cow's so scary. Gets the flash pulverize onto Chovy, who will be eradicated before the fight even starts. It's an impale, but it's only onto 1. The curtains were called. Canyon's gonna get headbutted back and snipped down. Bullet time does next to nothing, and Gen.G with 2 on the floor, they'll lose the Baron.
They'll lose the Baron, and there's no way for them to try to turn this into a Drake take or anything like that either. This should be T1 getting Baron and their 3rd Hextech Dragon of the game off the Baron itself. The follow-up engage range for T1's composition is just so high when they have this Jin. Gen.G were playing so respectfully. As soon as they see Keria and Faker together, they backed away, but they didn't back far enough away, and Keria finds the angle to get the flash onto Chovy. Owner is there for the follow-up, hits level 16 as well. He is so massive. There's the Baron.
Yeah, Carrier gonna get slowed down by the red carpet as Dura's making his way over as well. I really like, this was cheeky from T1, where they were all trying to get into position for this dragon so that they could get there before Canyon is able to do so. Gen.G understanding that, they get that wave pushed out. Keen already teleported towards that bottom side. As Owner is here, and starting this is real rough. There are Hex Gates as Battle Dance gets Dura to relative safety as Doran getting in there. Don't know about that one, it's a little bit scary. This fight for the Dragon feels like the real battle. As Faker with the charm, it's gonna go wide because he was on vision, and Canyon looks for the opportunity, not gonna be able to get it. It's gonna be a smite fight. We'll see who is going to get towards Soul Point off the back of this one.
Faker TPing back to his teammates here to get in a better spot.
Yeah, Canyon goes in, but he's unable to get the Dragon. Owner gonna get quicknessed up, now gets out of there immediately as Chovy finds the upper side of the 3! It was him that got picked off, but this time he's able to make the big play. Doran cut down where he stands, and Chovy is dead again, but this time he takes 2 with him. Keen looking for the harpoons, doesn't get there, and Gen.G, I guess they still got some fight left in him.
A lot of this Baron timer as well worn away in this extended Dragon fight. We're going all the way back to this. Look at this ward here. Carrie has a good idea as to where Chovy is. Flashes in for it. Owner and Faker instantly on the follow-up, as is Guma. There is no turn. There's no damage here, as Ruler is just too far away to offer a real relevant bullet time to peel. Then this moment here, it's super close on the smite setup. Faker goes and rejoins his teammates, but it's Chovy who finds the angle here. Level 16, sees the angle, goes in, grabs Owner, and is able to get more than he bargained for. Grabs Faker on the edge of it as well, takes a ton of damage. And all Guma can really do here is peel and help take him out.
Charm was absolutely beautiful there from Faker just to make sure that Chovy did eventually die. I think if there were 4 left alive, maybe they lose more.
Yeah.
But still a huge win for T1. Yeah, like Gen.G, they win the team fight. But that's 3 Hextech Dragons.
Yeah, Faker, he is doing a lot of... He has no cooldowns, basically.
That's
he has 20 stacks of Magi's, a death cap, and he still hasn't broken his arm guard.
Happy 12th anniversary, Faker. You're doing pretty well. Okay, never mind. Crash into the wall onto Owner, and I don't think that Crescent Guard is going to be saving him. Chovy in a little bit of trouble here as Faker looks for the charm angle. He'll be able to get 2 off the back end, and Ruler is going to be his next target. He's dashing forever with all of these resets, and Gumyushi's flashing forward. T1 are going to take this game off the back of the GOAT. Happy 12th, my friend. I was a little early on it before, but my God, this Ari performance is absurd.
The greatest of all time on his 12th anniversary. Faker is timeless, Atlas, and doesn't matter what year it is, he's still got the hands, he's still got the follow-up, and he and T1 are going to take this first game.
And I need to now remind everyone as Keen goes down underneath these Nexus turrets that this is game 1 of a regular season best of 3. So it feels like the stakes are way higher than they are because it's Gen.G versus T1. They often are quite that high as there goes the Nexus and T1. They're going to take first blood in the series. What a performance from mainly Faker, but I also want to say that Owner's Xin Zhao is always phenomenal, and Gumyushi, he's the only one in my mind that's allowed to play Jin in any game ever.
I feel like it was a real strong, solid team effort from T1. Even Doran had a huge role to play in those team fights in the mid game. And also, even though Chovy had some ups and downs, his ups were pretty huge. You know, he was able to escape from some wild scenarios, had some really good engages. He was playing his heart out, but it just wasn't enough. And I think Gen.G were so far behind on tempo that they often weren't able to actually 5v5 the way their composition is designed to. And part of that is, of course, because T1 just had such great vision setup and they were so incredibly punishing with the long-range follow-up their comp has for single-target blow-up. Chovy was absolutely targeted in this game, and he was shut down critically enough in most of those major fights to where T1 could clean it up. What a great start to this series.
Yeah, just an incredible game. I don't think that Gen.G are going to be slapping themselves too hard after that one. T1 played a phenomenal early game, but then it was still close. Gen.G, I think, was still able to make cross maps where they needed to. And I just want to get into game number 2 and see whether we can have another game that's that close, possibly even a third, even if that might be greedy. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space going to break that one down, and we'll have game 2. We'll see you soon.
그러면 이거 천천히 들어.
문은 아직 없어. 40초. 여기. 하나 와 있고. 여기 걸렸다. 여기 아질.
안 들어봤어?
아질 봐봐. 죽게 했어. 아질 잡아. 야, 아질 필. 내가 잡을게. 하나. 야, 다 동공이긴 한데. 다 잡을만해. 다 잡았어. 미포. 가져야 돼 이거.
내가 가고 있긴 해.
높을.
더블 아래.
에, 잠깐만 끝나 이거. 잠깐만. 이거 안 끝났나? 이걸 모르겠어.
about that for a game number 1? T1 and Gen.G come out swinging like it's the finals, but it's actually the first meeting between these two squads in the regular season. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid. Last time we saw these two teams, it was LCK Cup. There was lane swaps, there was 1v2s. Not here. Doran on Gwen getting to show off that he can play carries into a rumble. Like, these guys were fighting from the jump.
That game was intense.
Yeah.
That was not a game that felt like a simple best of 3.
No.
First of 2.
Not at all.
Round robin. That felt personal. And my God, it's so cool when you come out of a game like that and there was so much stuff you want to talk about. The main talking point, spoilers, it's going to be Keria, right? Like, and Guma, incredible. Faker, old man hands, still got it. No problem for him. Still was able to have a big impact. But Keria, his Alistair performance was absolutely mind-boggling, and I think it was the main reason, together with Guma and his impact in the fights, why T1 was able to win. Because I think this is actually a pretty hard game for them to win because Gen.G still showed so much resilience and the classic Gen.G macro to always stay relatively close in gold.
Yeah, even though T1 was really ahead in kills, I think it was really close game, like according to goals, right? We're gonna see in the highlight as well. I think there was a situation where Keria and Chovy did the mind game. So here's the thing, a situation of mad, I would say. So you have the nuclear bomb, I have the nuclear bomb. So we do not shoot at each other's, right? That's basically how it works. But this guy, Keria, he doesn't care. I have the nuclear bomb, so I have to press the button.
And for me, if it's just Keria, Chovy lives there. The real magic in that play is that Faker is on an angle that I don't think they initially saw. Even though the wards are there, if you see Faker, there's no way that Chovy would have stood that far up. Or he thinks he can outplay it, clearly couldn't. And this sets up for a fight that initially it looks like Ona gets taken out, but a lot is invested in trying to take him down here. And Doran on the Gwen. I know Gwen's kind of busted, but his consistent threat meant that Ruler didn't get split again, and I think Ruler actually did a great job trying to pilot this MF.
I agree. I think also the flash choice on Gwen was also question mark, but we could see the reason why he picked the flash over Ghost or Exhaust. And I think, yeah, again, it's really hard to choose those kind of moments to pull the trigger because you know that Chovy knows everything, that Alisa is here and you have the trigger, but he also has the ultimate and flash, but you know what, this Keria, man, I don't know, like he's always best at the moment.
It was a game of chicken there. All right, I got him. He thinks he got me. All right, he thinks that he's going to think that he's got me, so I'm going to step up here. And Keria says, yeah, I got you. And it wasn't the only time that Chovy got picked on here, as again, it felt like that was the consistent theme of this match. Shut down the best player on the opposite team, and T1 did it comprehensively here.
And I look at this vision. They feel so safe. They have 2 control wards here, and that's the reason why Chovy can be in this brush, is because he thinks that T1 doesn't know, and then Keria actually walks up to Rakan to bait him into a false sense of security. If they don't have vision in the brush, they can't do that, because if Skarner and other people are stacked up there, they just end up dying. Instead, because of that ward just around the corner, they get to go for this play, and this is the play to finally, after, what is it, almost 30 grueling minutes, T1 find a decisive lead and are able to actually break Gen.G.
Yeah, that little 30 gold of worth ward just managed to win the game for T1. And also, you already mentioned that small detail moves, you know, he was like actually faking towards the Rakan, but actually flashed towards the Chovy right there. So I think it was really great performance overall, but especially Keria. And also, I want to mention Doran again. I think this guy was the reason why Keen was kind of invincible in the game 1, because as a Rumble, I think you should able to win through the laning phase, and you should be impactful in the team fight as well. But he was kind of doing nothing in the game.
I also truly believe that T1 is the best team in the world because of years and years. We'll think back to the Jin Yumi with Dread. What's that, 3 years ago now?
Yeah.
But playing around Gen.W, so many of the picks in that game were set up where like Duro just gets taken out, right? We saw Chovy get taken out a bunch of times, and the Gen.W actually was so instrumental in elongating and actually setting up so many of the plays. It was Keria that went in, immediate Gen.W, never messed up the timing at any point, and it's that consistency that meant that even though Gen.G was getting way more turrets, still in a lot of lanes actually up in farm, they never were able to kind of grab pace of the game and choke it out the way Gen.G can do. And credit to T1, man. What a performance.
Yeah, not all Jins created equal. Guma's absolutely perfect in that first game. Gen.G, though, they switch on over to blue side, and a little glimmer of hope, a little copium for Gen.G fans. Despite being down so many kills early on, Chronicler, you brought up in the mid game, they weren't down that much gold. They still found ways to generate some ways to find gold around the map and still stay in touching distance.
And we'll have to see if they can actually turn it into a meaningful lead, because as long as T1 sets the tempo of the game, they are almost impossible to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like you really got to do something on the bot lane. I think you should not let them have priority. I think whenever Keria gets priority, he goes mid, he goes top, he goes in the jungle, he's going to ruin your game. So I think you really got to do something on the bot lane. I think that starts from the laning phase. I think they should pick something that you can actually pressure really hard from the early laning phase. And I think it should be the key for the Gen.G side.
Well, it's a packed house inside Law Park, outside as well. The lobby is full of fans for Gen.G and T1. Let's get into game number 2 between these two titans.
I'm looking forward to it, Digon. Let's see whether we also get a game 3. That is what we desperately want. 600 games here for Ruler in the LCK, and he even, took a bit of time off in the middle there as well. So impressive stuff. 9th as far as most games played. And I remember after he left, and we'd get this as our players were trading places. Lehens was climbing up that ladder, and we see Ruler slowly drifting away. Glad he's back and able to add to that number 1.
Yeah, remember it was discussed a lot during LCK Cup. Faker has also almost hit his 1,000th. He's 12 years in. Obviously in LCK Cup that didn't count because they were not LCK games, but he's on the edge of this. If you add it up with Keen's history, Chovy's history, the amount of games all of these players across these two squads have played, I don't know if you could actually get a higher number. If
you include coaches as well, it's kind of crazy at the same time.
I mean, this is like the core of competitive League of Legends, all condensed into one group of people on stage. It's insane.
And I know Coach Kim and Koma haven't had that many LCK games, but the support around them certainly has. But let's dive into it. Let's get into the draft here for game number 2. Fearless, I think with the champions that have been picked in the first game, this is going to change a lot of what we're going to see as far as the bans are going to be concerned. Outside of the Varus, which obviously is going to remain the same.
Kalista as well.
Yeah, I think a few of the priorities do need to shift around with the fact that there's no Gwen, no Rumble, and things like this.
Yeah, I do think the Ezreal priority is really high in this game as well, since it wasn't played in the last. So it looks like we're going to have a redraft.
Wow.
At least
they banned the draft.
Early. Yeah.
We need to just remind everyone that you're not allowed to ban the draft. If you ban the draft, then we just have to do another draft. Yeah. We're going to check out exactly what happened there. Doesn't look like it was like I tried to ban this champion and it didn't actually work type situation. Seems to be something
I think
else.
the draft may have crashed or something. We'll let you guys know if we get any updates on it. But like I said, luckily it happened early in the draft, so nothing too crazy.
I hope it's not that Jonas Strong's TV computer blue screened or something like that. It's got a little sad face that pops up. Oh,
yeah.
No. That wouldn't be good. We need Jonas Strong in there because the last game was an absolute banger. He's going to have to be on form. I know Kisan's here as well here today, another one of our observers, and I think they got their work cut out for them because there is so much that you cannot afford to miss in these games. I think that the ward that was illustrated in that brush by the space, absolutely pivotal at being able to understand exactly why those plays were happening and why Keria finding that angle was so incredibly important there for T1 to break open the game.
It's just T1 looked like they had a lot better synergy. They had control. They never let go. And getting an early lead at this highest level, we're talking, the highest level League of Legends you're watching right now around the world. And it looks like it's been our highest level individual game I think we've had of all of LCK. It's that when you don't let those leads go and you play so oppressively, I mean, you could see the lack of vision for Gen.G, how they saw Keria, they saw Faker, like, we got to get out, but now we're safe, we're good, we're far enough back, but that controller didn't reveal the ward. That was there on the right side. It was just out of range. And, it's a very, very oppressive composition what T1 was able to get in that first game. Ahri seems to be so incredibly strong right now, Atlas. I think, moving forward, obviously in Fearless, we're not going to see it again for the rest of this series, but it's definitely a pick, I think, that isn't getting enough attention. I know in solo queue and on Reddit, everyone's been talking about this pick is broken, but it almost feels like it's replaced some of these bans we're seeing on Red side.
I like this to-do ran list. That's cute. I haven't seen that pun before. As here we are, we're back into it one more time. I have a prediction. I think that Varus is going to be the first ban.
Okay. I have a prediction as well.
What's that?
I think Kalista will be the second ban.
Ooh, that's a real prediction though, Wolf. That's dangerous.
I'm putting it out there. We had some of the stats for Ruler's most played champions. Kalista was pretty low on the list, which seems weird, but he's usually not allowed to play it.
Yeah, it's because it's banned all the time.
And my pred wasn't correct. They went Jace first.
Well, they do have 3 bans, so it's likely that it'll still be able to be banned if they would like to. I think Vi is probably another one, as the Varus Vi on blue side just seems to be very popular.
Yeah, it's been quite strong to threaten that Nefiri pick as well.
Yep.
We'll see what comes through here. A little bit of a wait on this one. There's the Vi on red side. Victor.
We've switched it around. We've gone with a different Vi champion, which may mean that we're going to do another draft. I'm not entirely sure. Unless they do decide that it is a Victor ban. Faker, a very good Victor situation. Jisun was trying to talk to me, but I was talking over her. Can you repeat that for me, please, Jisun? Just a graphic glitch. So it was, in fact, the Victor banned away and the Sejuani to follow up.
Okay, Sejuani gone. One of Owner's best. As it feels like Kalista has a lot more value to me than Nefiri in this slot, even though they banned the Vi.
I think ban neither of them.
Well, you can go for the trade, but I personally favor the Kalista more. And to give that to Ruler, one of his iconic picks, just feels like a risk I wouldn't take myself.
Yeah. The Kalista will still be banned away.
Okay.
Like you're saying,
I like
we're
that.
safe. We're safe.
I like that, Not just because I predicted it to be banned second.
Hey, Nefiri, you did manage to get it.
Nefiri, I think, is a pick that doesn't offer any CC, right? It's a pick that does a lot of burst damage and can take over team fights, is incredibly powerful at getting access to backline targets, but without its CC, has often fallen flat on its face into the tanky compositions that we've seen, or into compositions that can lock her down after she goes unstoppable, and then she's kind of useless in the fight because she can't offer much utility. So I think that's part of why we haven't seen that much success. I'm curious to see what the Vi band, what T1's response to this will be.
I really like the Ambessa. A lot of power there towards the top side of the map. What will Owner put alongside it? I think something tanky has been what we've seen into Nefiri's before, but instead, it's going to be a Corki lock-in, which is telling me that Lilia is coming. Lilia or the Maokai, another choice. We've seen a lot of the Liandry's Maokai crop up overseas, not necessarily here in the LCK. We still stand by the tanky version.
I like the Maokai more in this situation, but we'll see what else this comp has to offer. Since Lilia is so squishy into Nefiri, feels like a bit of a risk. But we will see.
Yeah.
As moving forward here, the Corki is a flex. Gnar, going to be a great option here for Keen into this Ambessa in the top lane. I don't think that this will be flexed to mid. Very low chance. So it feels like a really nice, safe lock-in here. And you could go for something like an Ezreal right now, but the Corki is a bit of a threat.
Yeah, I think an Orianna angle is what I'm kind of expecting here. The Orianna Nefiri is something we saw out of KT. BDD and Cuz actually managing to nail the combo over and over again, but instead the Ezreal is going to be locked in as the priority choice. Trinity Force versus Trinity Force, if that Corki is going to head towards the bottom lane.
You'll opt for that. What's that jungle pick going to be? The Maokai feels pretty strong here, in terms of locking down these big threats. The Gnar as well can be one that's trying to look for a flank, trying to build up that Gnar bar. Can deny him entry into the fights. Yeah. And it's one of the best tanky options they have left. I mean, the Sejuani is gone. Okay.
So that is basically telling us that the Corki is heading towards the bottom lane. I think Faker is likely to want something like an Orianna, which means this is actually so smart, though, because T1 have identified that Gen.G would like an Orianna, if possible. And so what they're basically doing is saying, we've got a jungler that would also really like an Orianna. Are you going to ban it? Because we get the first cab off the rank if you decide not to take it away, as Talia is going to be the ban.
Yeah, I think Orianna stocks are up, but Gen.G will likely just ban it here, just simply because, like you said, red side is T1s and they have the pick priority. So It's too high of a risk not to, especially if you consider how much other follow-up there is with this Ambessa onto anyone who gets caught by it. So down it goes.
I feel like it does double duty, forcing that ban on the Gen.G side.
And we're losing.
Pretty impressive.
I think Rise, actually, weirdly enough, could be a strong ban here for T1. So losing a lot of these consistent damage AP mid laners right now with Talia gone, Victor's gone, you know, the Ahri's gone, the Azir obviously was played by Chovy in game 1. So Rise stock's pretty high at the moment in terms of AP damage dealers.
Yeah, there's not a lot of just control mages, I guess, still up and available, especially with that Orianna banned away, like you say. I think Rise needs to be banned also from Gen.G to consider, because Faker, I hear, is pretty good at the champion, has been for some time.
I wonder if that'll just be the ban there as they go for the Elise instead. Again. With a Leona ban. Interesting. Another pick that we haven't really seen but would kind of fit the bill here would be the Hui. I feel for T1's composition.
True.
As good wave clear, but again, a little bit more niche right now. Rise gives so much rotational power when you already have the global of the Nocturne, so
you don't have a lot of range, and you're going into an Ezreal, so that might be a hindrance, but it's still going to be locked in here as Faker playing Ahri and Rise already on his 12th anniversary. That feels pretty good. Probably needs an Azir game if we were going to be real about it, and kind of would prefer to have 4 games so we could also get an Orianna game in there. But feels like we're getting treated to some classics from Faker here with Ahri and Rise.
There's so many different angles Chovy could go for here. I was going to say Galio is one of them. I was going to say he could go hyper scaling and go for an Aurelion Soul, which he's loved to play in the past. But it doesn't really suit the composition as much as a Galio who could follow up on the Nara, can follow up on the Nefiri. And Nautilus will be the final lock great into the Corki. And guarantee he's going to get knocked up by that ultimate even if he Valkyries away. And now the question is, what's that support here in the bottom lane for Keria?
Yeah, see what he decides to go with.
I mean, I don't think this is the Pyke angle.
That doesn't feel like a good one. There are some pretty burly members of Gen.G, not to mention the fact that Nefiri can go untargetable.
It's not a Renata angle either.
Oh, Poppy's up? My God.
It's not a bad Poppy angle, but it's not a standard one either, in that, you know, the Ezreal, obviously, his shift is a blink, and he can still follow up and push out this Poppy pretty well. As well as, yes, she can be good into Gnar, but that's pretty situational. Can be decent into Nefiri, but that's also quite situational. I think the bigger value is what it does for objective fights. The Keeper's Verdict is going to be super strong here when T1 can already out-rotate you on the map pretty easily. The Galio feels good here, too, because while it's decent into the Rise and the lane matchup, also can follow him to a certain extent with his ultimate. So that's a great lock-in here for Chovy. You're going to sacrifice a little bit of damage with this, but Galio's pretty overtuned, I would say, in a lot of ways right now. I feel like you're much happier with the utility. Chovy is known for some big taunts on this pick as well throughout his career, so this is a pretty banger setup. I don't really lean very heavily either way on compositions. I do think that T1's comp has a slightly higher ceiling, though, and what it can do around the map, especially if they get a lead like they did in Game 1, it becomes so oppressive.
I do think that T1's composition plays into the hands of Gen.G just a little bit with their short range, but I think the Poppy is such a masterstroke. I think that if you get that Keeper's Verdict charging while the gargoyle's falling from the sky, you're almost always a victim, no matter what, right? And so Keria is going to have so much control of this game with this Poppy wielding this big old hammer. I'm really looking forward to getting into it. Game number 2 right now. Oh man, it is deafening here in Lowell Park. As already Doran and Keen scuffling momentarily. Two of our, like, it's so interesting because I remember when Doran was that guy on Griffin, you know, back in the day who didn't really get a shot earlier on and then moved to DRX and sort of had his moments, but he has really become a veteran here. It's been 7 years since that moment. Him and Keen, really some of the mainstays here in the LCK at this point in time.
I mean, looking at the names, Duro is obviously the youngest player that we have out of these 10, but then it's Owner and Guma. You know, it's like, wow. What year is it? Like, every single player on the besides Duro has a massive history. That's what I was saying earlier. I don't know if you could put more days played, more games played in one single matchup anywhere in the world in any region.
Yeah,
this is kind of wild.
No, it's pretty ridiculous. Chovy and Faker also a tale as old as time, and some of the best games that we've seen. I remember 2019 Rift Rivals, Rookie versus Faker with the Galio meta. It was some of the best Galio that we've seen. I think it might have even been 2018 when it wasn't even a very good SKT year, and still that matchup was an absolute banger. But it was Chovy that sort of took the mantle for Galio play after that massive taunt that he had on Gen.G afterwards. We're paying some attention here on the bottom side of the map as Duro moving a little bit far up, gets ignited immediately, and the flash forward from Keria looking to try and lock down the kill. Duro thinking about turning, and I don't know about that one as Gumayusi moves forward. Level 2 gained here by both bottom lanes, but Duro looking a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, he does have Hex Flash, so down a summoner, but at least he has that. Didn't use his Ignite either, but I just don't think there's any way they could turn this one back around without some additional time and some healing to come through, which he is looking for now. But it's the Gatling gun for Gumayusi that's just going to shred that resistance down to 0 practically at this point at level 2 and make those trades so incredibly difficult to pull off, especially when Keria can counter-engage on you and push you into a wall.
Yep. Oh, Duro thinking about trying to find an angle as they're defending their wards. Titan's Wrath comes in. And with that now on cooldown, could be an opportunity here as a Justice Punch into the taunt from Chovy, but Faker says, okay.
Yeah, I don't care. Nice try, buddy.
And this time, instead of T1 just having the natural lane leads, it is Gen.G in a better position, largely to do with the Gnar on the top side, being able to farm very effectively. This bottom lane's also having a decent time as Ruler Arcane shifting forward is dangerous. Duro actually going to pay for it though as Gumayusi is the one that goes low and first blood goes to the Nautilus. Keria doesn't have flash. He's likely to go down as well, wanting to take Ruler with him, but he holds the barrier and despite the Q he stays alive.
A little bit of a frowny face, a little bit of a, colon slash type face from Keria there after that one. A little bit frustrated with how the end result came through, but that W connecting from Ruler, getting the empowered hit there, actually took so much health away from Gumayusi.
Oh, Doran going aggressive onto Keen here, wanting to charge that Gnar bar as best he can. Remember, if you do start walking away from the Gnar, it can be a bit of a problem, but it is just some biffo here towards the top side, and my goodness, it's 1,000 gold, the lead for the Gen.G bottom lane as a result of that.
Here comes Keria, but he's seen on a ward. Doran doesn't seem to care. As we'll go back to this play, this W here connecting is so much damage, and then Ezreal's able to get out, and then they target the Nautilus, interestingly, so he's just tanky enough that allows Ezreal to do so much more damage. And then here, like you said, there's no flash for Keria. He doesn't have enough damage. Looks for this play. Yep, gets the barrier at least. It was very close, but
it was really nicely played from Ruler, identifying, I have barrier, it's going to be fine, we can kill him. Minions do so much damage at that stage of the game, as you can see. Ruler took a lot of his health bar just from that. But man, this is really going to set the tone for how this game is going to look as Doran is still here on this top side. Ruler gets a ward in as he's looking to actually put the pressure on as Keria shows his position. Remember, the Arcane Shift has already happened, but he still has flash. The flash forward from Doran is going to be ended, and Ruler just puts him down!
Oh man, Ruler is ready to have a fantastic game here in this second one. Two fantastic plays back-to-back. The bottom lane play there where he gets the punish, and then this one here, unaware but doesn't care. He gets a flash away, buys that space, and gets the kill. His second of the game, third for the duo. And this looks doomed. When you see Keria show up on Ruler's cam, you're like, oh, there's no way, right? There's no way this guy gets out. But he puts so much damage in, waits the last possible second to flash, gets the empowered Q again there with the W to come through. And takes Doran out. This Ezreal is accelerated. We've had 2 early Ezreal leads today. The last one went a certain way, and I think this one might go the same if something doesn't change soon.
Yeah, this is the biggest lead that we had until the very end of the last game. It's kind of crazy. As Kane going to try and put some pressure on Doran once again, throws a rock at him, and has a minion wave here to push forward. Will be able to get himself a crash. And one good thing to note is the fact that Kuma isn't behind in farm or anything like that. The bad thing is that he's 750 gold behind. As Gen.G looking to get some control over these grubs. Ona moving in, Keria in position as well.
Faker, he has Prio. And come over here, could even look for a Realm Warp collapse, but doesn't necessarily have to. It's going to be much tougher for Gen.G to break their way through, but They get away with it here as Ruler pushes out Guma. And that alone, it looks like it's going to be enough because Chovy can join with his ultimate. They want to respect it.
Yeah, I think having topside control here for Gen.G was enough to be able to grab that for them, as the public execution is, in fact, pretty private there from Doran. Fortunately.
Owner is going to turn his attention to this dragon, so it will be grubs for Drake, the trade. Gen.G getting all 3 grubs, and Ruler continue to push his advantage here.
Owie. Oh, goodness. Okay, Arcane Shift. Gumayusi down to 300. Is at least underneath his turret with a barrier at the ready and a carrier to try and help out. Carrier needing to get a little bit of experience, I'm pretty sure, although he's very, very close to level 5. As Canyon does hit that level 6 mark, and the Dragon will be going over to Owner, no worries. Of course, this is a composition that does really want to hit level 6 on the side of T1.
So,
but True Shot Barrage now going to get flashed here by Carrier. Steadfast Presence as Joro's going to have to flash. Man, he would have died if he had taken that last turret shot. Pretty lucky there for him, as Gen.G really pushing their limits on this top side.
Right before this happened, I didn't think they were going to go for the kill onto Carrier, but I was going to say Carrier is not going to be able to stop Ruler from getting plates. Not really in this situation. And you mentioned Guma not really being that far behind in farm, but he kind of is now after getting pushed out there. And Carrier, at least getting some of that experience, he's a whole level behind right now. Will finally hit that level 5, but so much money.
I have a feeling that Keen could be in trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, Gumayusi going to walk over a ward here. Keen does have the Naba in a pretty good spot as Chovy looking to try and see what Faker's up to. Faker is walking around, as it turns out. Looks like Keen is going to live for now as the rest of the team is going to turn up. So backup arrives. There is feats of strength completed here for Gen.G, largely off the back of this 2v2 on the bottom side of the map. And by largely, I mean entirely.
Yeah.
And they need a couple more objectives if they do want the feats of strength.
Yeah.
Game looking so much better for Gen.G than game number 1.
It's just such a massive lead in the top lane as well. In terms of farm, you can see half a level up right now, Keen, and significant farm advantage. Still only 200 gold, but it's something when you add up all the other pieces, you know, the bottom lane. And Faker has had prio, and he's had a lead himself throughout this early game, but he hasn't been able to utilize it just yet because the top side has been so lopsided.
Yeah, and I think that Gen.G now, they know what they're supposed to do. It is just all aboard the ruler train, just don't die. Keen, you can see, is just sort of messing with Carrier and Guma as they do push towards the top side. Canyon has been very quiet this game, just trying to keep up with Owner as far as farm is concerned. A difficult task against the Nocturne.
He doesn't commit to it. Looked like for a second perhaps he was going to try to go down and push Ruler off of the bottom lane with a Realm Warp, but doesn't commit. So hard to catch an Ezreal. That's the thing, when you get a lead with an Ezreal and he's pushing into the top laner, if you try to gank him, he just arcane shifts away and doesn't care. And just so difficult to lock down that Ruler knows he can keep pushing those advantages, knows that even if Faker decided to Realm Warp down, catching him was just not really likely.
And he's the strongest on the map right now.
Yeah.
So even if Doran was to try and go for another 1v1, it's not really going to work out. You can see 91 is the farm. Faker is leading as far as that is concerned, as Chovy and Duro both here wanted to try and take him down, understanding that there is not a lot of vision here for T1. Duskbringer, there's the flash in though, as Canyon's committed, but ulti comes through from Chovy. They get the knock-up onto Carrier, but he's pretty tanky as this Poppy, and the rest of Gen.G just going to back away. Good defensive play there from T1.
Yeah, very good defensive play. Looked like a big mistake there from Owner initially, just really playing with fire, trying to bait something, but you know, Ryze does do a lot of damage even with no real combat items here. He only has his Catalyst, but will stack up that damage quite a bit if they did go for the extended fight there. So Gen.G eventually do have to leave, but Owner loses his flash.
Yep, that's the one advantage that Gen.G managed to pick up for that play, is collecting that flash. They do sacrifice a fair bit of Chovy's health bar, as you can see here, but he should still be able to just grab this wave, no worries. As Ruler just walking away from Gumayusi, getting more and more difficult for him to stay in this lane, as we can see.
Grubs here
still farming.
Looking like they're going T1's way. Gen.G, even with this topside prio, very late to show up. I say it, Canyon coming in, doesn't have smite.
Yeah. This should just be T1 locking one of them down, though. I think that was almost best case scenario based on the game state right now. So still fine for T1, but 5-1 is going to be the grub advantage here for Gen.G. Yeah. Owner getting the experience, I think, the biggest deal.
Absolutely.
All right, Doran. does have the ult back up again, as Keen is just going to chase him out, finds the boomerang damage.
Yeah, Keen is having a lot of fun with this matchup so far. The lead is, actually has now doubled up to 400 here that he has. 20 CS the advantage. And Faker, he has had prio this entire game. Like I've said before, he's got arranged into melee matchup here into the Galio. It's hard to kill the Galio, but pushing the waves into him, pretty easy to do. But because Ruler, wherever he is, he has the advantage, and because Doran is losing to Keen, when he's laning against him and when he's laning against Ruler, he's not going to have any prio, obviously. Just nowhere for Faker to go to make an impact. I thought perhaps we'd see a fight on the Grubs there when Gen.G showed up late, but T1 just weren't willing to do it. And, with the Nefiri showing up there, Smite coming back, they're like, it's just not worth risking falling further behind when Ruler has that wave pushed in and he is so big.
Carrier moving down here towards this bottom side. It is Dragon O'Clock, as we will have an Infernal as our second. I'm sensing a Cloud Soul this game, but might be getting ahead of myself.
Could be.
T1 tend to have more Cloud Souls than any other team. It's just sort of been an observation of mine. Not for any good reason, they just tend to.
Yeah.
So that might give me some hope. As Ruler has now parked himself in this mid lane, and with the Dragon now up, let's see who manages to get the control.
See Carrier gonna clear some of this vision here. Second Dragon would reveal, of course, what that soul is going to be. It's too valuable. Solo Elemental Drakes. And both of our global mid laners come
Oh, there's
Carrier.
a flash forward from Carrier, but doesn't get the stun. There's the paranoia. They decide to go on top of Duro first, as the Realm Warp is going to deliver Faker to the mid lane. And Chovy holds the ultimate. I kind of thought that he would just pull the trigger. Maybe he was out of range onto Duro, but now we'll have that for a potential Dragon fight.
Carrier's going to get his ult up in just 3 seconds as well, can redo it, since he did not actually fully complete it.
Yeah. And depth charge still there for Duro at the same time. So his health bar is relatively low, but we'll still be able to just hit someone with that button. They do decide to face check.
Faker in the top lane here and let the Dragon go. Not going to commit any further. I think Carrier thought perhaps he had an angle there to set up for the Keeper's Verdict to win the numbers game as Faker showed up there with a Realm Warp, but wasn't able to find the angle. He didn't like the angle, and they don't actually commit further to the fight and actually end up giving this one up. So it's a Drake apiece. It's Mountain Soul. Fortunately for you.
But that is a very powerful soul, especially for Gen.G. I feel like Gen.G, the extra tankiness will make them nigh impossible to take down.
Yeah.
What with Mega Gnar and the Gargoyle running around makes the Nautilus even more tanky than he otherwise would be. T1 would value it a lot as well, though, absolutely. So just high value as far as the Dragon is concerned.
Yeah, every single one of these Dragons is going to be important moving forward. We're tied up one apiece.
Yeah, we got Voracious Otacon as well, so not ruin us this time around. Not going to have to worry about flowers everywhere and stuff like that, but the extra lives going to be a big deal.
Feels very good for T1's comp if they're able to get it, but we're a ways away from that now, as they're looking for a pick here onto Doran.
Yeah, Canyon should be able to stop that if he wants to, but not actually going to do so.
Happy to take the tempo advantage here instead. Faker's coming down to actually catch this. If they see him, maybe they make a play here.
Maybe
Keen's Narbar.
Yeah, it looks like Keen is instead just going to go for a bit of a reset as Canyon. Okay. I think Ona, he got the idea that Canyon was there because his Grump was gone. Pretty close to grabbing him with the Stride Breaker there.
Yeah, close, but not quite able to do it.
Close, but similar to Graves.
Yes. Teleport now to the top lane in this lead that Gen.G has with the comp they have. It kind of just plays itself, so you don't really have to try to catch Faker. You don't really have to go for a play on the Doran. You don't have to take these risks into difficult to lock down champions. You can simply just continue to compile your lead, wait until Ezreal gets that second item, and then kind of go ham on these upcoming objective fights. You got the last Dragon essentially for free, so...
Keen is continually just pushing Doran in over and over again. 30 CS the lead here for the Gnar, who's really crushing the side lane.
And with the timing
now in hand,
he knows he could just set up his Mega here if anyone's there, and he has support as well to keep pushing this advantage and look for a Demolish proc.
And look at both teams just watching, as that was a Gnar that went off. I don't know whether it actually connected onto Doran, as Chovy able to clear out these minions under the turret with the Justice Punch, but you can see Faker is able to really soften him up.
I mean, sure, they're not making a play with this Mega, they're not looking for a dive, but they get the push and they get the prio for this objective, as well as they're wheeling down that turret. So sure, T1 don't end up losing anybody, they don't pull the trigger themselves, but Gen.G just continue to push these advantages. This is what they're so famous for, is getting everything with just a small advantage on the map. Faker trying to take out a turret here on the bottom side.
Yeah, you can see actually trying to take out Chovy. Does tank up the turret for quite some time, as Chovy does at least eliminate the minion wave. But not going to be able to do that again on another wave. As it is going to be another objective as the Rift Herald does go down, and Canyon locking that one up gets them the feats of strength.
Just a really good play from Gen.G to group up topside, knowing that, you know, this objective gets them feats of strength, is going to get them that turret eventually, and if T1 make a play to try to punish, you're already there to catch them and then take the objective. If they don't go, then you win anyways, and Chovy just holds bottom as long as he can.
Oh, the Fury going to get caught out here as Canyon trying to go untargetable to keep himself alive, but it's getting so difficult. He flashes, he gets over the wall, but the Realm Warp from Faker is not actually going to get taken. And the Fury goes the right direction and will survive.
Fortunately, a bit of a whiff there for T1. Not quite able to lock him down. The Fury very mobile. Does have the ability to go untargetable, so a tricky target to catch there. And with not a ton of information about the jungle of Gen.G there, I think it was the right call to not take the Realm Warp there as Faker, but you miss out on that gold. You're 2,200 gold behind. Feats of strength are up, and you know they also have a Herald that they can use to get even more gold in this next play. It's been, you know, in game one, it was Chovy the only one who had the lead for Gen.G. Was trying to make some plays to save the game. Didn't always work out, was often caught. Now it's the Rise that has a lead over a Galio, but it's Rise that's not fully able to take over the game just yet and isn't really given any opportunities to pressure sides.
Yeah, we'll have that Seraphs pretty soon, and the Rise, of course, going to scale pretty well as we get later into the game. I do think that Gen.G do have a lot of tools that can deal with a shorter range mage, but this game has once again stagnated to the point where the gold advantage is only creeping above that 2,000 mark. Gen.G have not been able to find any extra sort of legroom in to try and extend this snowball. And T1 playing some good defensive League of Legends to make sure that they stay in it. That one Drake that they managed to take definitely important here, as Gumayusi taking a bit of damage, but not too much.
There's a real strong Herald angle here as the Dragon spawns here for Canyon. He can just drop this down and try to get some damage done to that turret as they take the Drake. Safety's going to go up and do that right now. True Shot doesn't land, but you know, for T1, it's hard to punish this take at the moment without Keria getting a big ult or catching Keen, which he will not do.
Oh, perfect hop angle there for Keen to make sure that he doesn't have a back against the wall. And so Keria not able to find any joy. You can really feel it though. I think even Gen.G understand that this Poppy is so important for T1. Every time Keria shows up, he's shown the utmost respect, and it is absolutely deserved.
Chovy will complete his tier 2 boots, so he's got his feats on his feet.
And there we go.
Still not starting this Dragon yet, still not dropping the Herald. Like you said, super cautious about the Poppy and what it could mean for a fight suddenly getting warped because Faker has TP, and it's not really possible for Chovy to interrupt him with the prio that he has right now. If he showed up and Keeper's Verdict hits even one, it becomes an unfavorable position for Gen.G in that Dragon fight. I think that's where the Herald might come in, though, if they do decide to eventually drop it. You can feel the tension, like you said.
Oh, yeah. I think, like, we need to see this Dragon actually started at some point. As Canyon does complete his second item, that might have been what they were sort of looking for here. As you can see, Owner on a back, he might also be able to just complete Black Cleaver here. But doesn't quite have the same amount of money. He's only 250
I don't think
of Canyon, so it should be pretty close to getting there.
Pickaxe picked up what he's going to get, at least for this one, but Gen.G just tracking Keria constantly here. Now starting up this Dragon, trying to block any entry. And, I mean, Owner can come in from a long ways away, but Guma is going to take some time to get down, and he's very late to show up to this objective. It looks like he's not going to show up at all. They're just going to simply give this one up.
Yep. So that's going to be a second Drake going over to Gen.G, the first mountain of the game.
And now they can just drop the Herald since they're all grouped, and they got the Dragon for free to maybe even get this turret. The charge alone won't do it, but they have a lot of members here.
Yeah, and with Ruler able to take these pot shots, get that extra damage with his Sheen. That is going to be the outer turret in the mid lane going down. First turret for Gen.G as well to help extend that gold advantage ever further.
Ooh.
Second charge with the last Skerrick of health. As Faker going to get knocked up. He's in turret range there as well, as he wants to just take down the turret. There it goes. That's what he was looking for.
That was scary.
Oh, okay, over the wall goes Canyon, looking for a little bit of a biffo against Doran here, but Doran's able to get himself out. 2v2 is now set up here as well.
They may, it looked like for a moment they were going to look for a dive down that bottom side as Faker is playing with his range advantage very flirtatiously here.
Yeah, getting a little bit scared or worried, but the
I think they might
is still there.
Dive this, to be honest. I mean, with Ezreal here.
Well, Keen does have a Mega Gnar on the way, but they decide instead of diving, they'll just take the free money.
Yeah, if they leave, then we'll just take the money, and now we have Autogon Prio, and no one's anywhere near for T1. They have no vision whatsoever. They have no turret. I mean, this is the closest thing division they have is a Nocturne who knows, I think something bad is happening down there where we can't see.
Well, speaking of can't see, they don't exactly know where Faker is just yet. He's going to be moving up this mid lane, as we can see, and Chovy is not in heroic entrance range. So the Otacon is dangerous.
Yeah, they back away, and they pull T1 around the map a little bit. Faker leaves the top lane, and now Chovy's got some additional free push there, using the Otacon for some additional tempo. It's not like this Galio is going to be threatening this inner turret right now, but still will force someone to go up here and deal with it, and then they could potentially start up the Otacon again. It's pulling T1 around, playing tennis, and T1's the ball.
Yeah.
And then, you know, once again, setting up for looking for any pick they can get while Ruler naturally scales. He's got 2 items. He's got his tier 3 boots. And eventually, you know, we'll get to that Baron spawning, and they could start putting on the vision pressure there.
Yeah, this game, I can't believe that we had such an exciting early game, right? With 3 kills, you know, Ruler and Duro doing some pretty amazing things, but then nothing. I think it's been 20 minutes of basically nothing, maybe 15 if we were to be more realistic.
I think that it's a real sign that Gen.G respects what T1's comp can do and what this Poppy can do and how this lead can, because it is still, I mean, it's 3,000, that's nothing to shake a stick at, but it's still not an insurmountable lead. One big mistake, one overzealous Otacon attempt could put T1 right back into things, so they're just going to play a little bit slowly, play through the map like they're so famous for. Well, they're going to grab this blue buff.
Yep, you can see the gold lead certainly flatlined for quite some time. That turret going down in the mid lane and then being able to collect the dragon really did give that extra bump that we just see. But still, 3.5k is nothing to really worry about just yet.
Ooh, Faker might put himself too far forward here.
Yeah, Duro's going to show up, and Keen was already in position. There's the knockup from the depth charge, and this Rise is not going anywhere. Tries to realm warp, but that is not happening. And Gen.G going to use this as an opportunity to head towards this Otacon. The rest of them were grouped up, and the rest, you can see Gen.G actually wanting to find a little bit more of a fight before this one happens.
Spell shield's good, but he's still pushed away. But this buys time. Faker has teleport when he respawns here.
Oh dear, Carrier might be in trouble. He gets smoked by Canyon as Keen wants to hop over that wall, finds the boomerang, and I think that Canyon has the damage. True Shot Barrage comes down, but there's the paranoia to try and save, but also kill as they get on top of Ruler. Ruler is dead to start this off. Doran's flashing away to try and get to safety. Faker is still dead, which is so lucky for Gen.G because otherwise they could have lost the Otacon, and somehow that anchor lands. Doran just trying to survive. He can dash for, you know, about 1 billion miles, but is that enough is the question, as Canyon should have enough damage to take him down, and there it is.
Faker hits 16. Could have teleported in if he was up 5 seconds earlier, maybe to try to catch and look for a punish there. They got Ruler, but I think that's all they're really going to get out of this one, unfortunately.
Stopping the Otacon, though, is such a big deal.
Yeah,
the fact that Ruler was just caught with his pants down,
that was
a problem.
A massive turn here, because otherwise it looks like, you know, from everything else we saw, it's just not really a playable situation here. Keria is so tanky that it doesn't matter that there's a Nefiri running him down. The Keeper's verdict
all of the doggos got booped away by the ultimate.
Yeah, the Keeper's verdict isn't really the greatest, but it buys enough time for that ult to come through. And Doran just has to run with his tail between his legs to try to get out of this one. He wants to buy time for Faker to TP in. They have the control ward drop there to where Faker could teleport to. He could also teleport to this ward here as well if he were alive. He died moments before, and that's the crux of all of this. I think this is best case scenario, though, for T1, considering how it all started off with Faker getting caught.
Yep, especially with now Otacon being still alive. There is a dragon here as well, though, and that is soul point opportunity for Gen.G. They've started this already. And T1, you can see, trying to set up, trying to get into position, but they're on vision here as Gen.G just control this area completely. No way for T1 to get in. They're going to give it up. They do see it go down, but there's no way that they can actually change the outcome.
If Keria had ult, maybe.
Oh, Realm Warp, an opportunity here is once again, it's Ruler in trouble, and he'll just get obliterated. This time, Gen.G in an awkward spot at the same time. Heroic entrance, and Duro is still dead. A double knockup, but Chovy's just giving himself up. Owner down low, but they take down the Gargoyle, and T1 say you can take the Dragon. I think it's time for Baron.
Okay, they're going to look for this turret as well. A little bit greedy, not quite able to get it, and some extra damage does go on to Carrier. Owner fairly low here, and of course doesn't have his ultimate, but they're going to start this up just the same. Ruler is up in 20. Chovy's so long away from respawning that there's no way he's going to be able to TP, and they just need to have a little bit of defense against Canyon.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict is going to miss, as now, let's see whether they can actually hold on to this. It's so dangerous. Meganar is almost there for Keen. He does get it, but it does not do enough. Canyon gets into the pit, goes untargetable, picks up one, but that is it, and T1 will take the Baron.
Traditional T1 Baron, it's a little risky, but they had the numbers, they had the advantage, and even though the Keeper's Verdict doesn't connect, they can keep Canyon out. They stop hitting the Baron, they don't turn it into a 50-50, they secure the kills and secure the objective. And now T1 in a pretty nice control of this game for the first time after what was a pretty rough early game. And it all starts off with, once again, a pick onto this, Ruler who's just a little bit too far out, onto the same AD carry. And we think about synergy with Nocturne for mid laners. It's often the Orianna. It was Aurora for a while, but, Realm Warp can follow up too, as it turns out, and get right on top of him. And now T1 turned this into Otacon, and they are feeling very good about their chances. Take a gold lead here, and they can push it even further now with an extra res on the back.
Yeah, this is a real turning point in this game in every sense of the word, because now they do have that gold advantage. With the Otacon as well, they can push with this Baron so aggressively. 2 minutes left. Rebel Baron power play already ticking above just the baseline amount of gold that you get. Outer turret in the mid lane, going to be taken here by Doran most likely. As True Shot Barrage just to try and take down this empowered siege minion that's really being frustrating. Winds of War not nearly enough to take that down, and Doran, as we were talking about, just gets to work.
T1 sieging, having Owner on this flank.
Oh, another moment for Ruler, unfortunately, in that mid lane. He's just taken out Keen. Soaks up a lot. We don't really have the withdraws coming in just yet, as I don't know about that one, but still, they dive in. It's a great hook to try and answer, and the Justice Punch is there. The 3-man taunt from Chovy, but remember, he's just picking up little bits of 200 gold from T1, who are now breaking open the Gen.G base. Look at that Rebel Baron power play just explode. 5,300 is the number. As Keen, nothing he can do. Doran dashing around. He can go home if he'd like to. Faker in here as well as Canyon, wanting to try and take him down, but the damage has been done, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 12 Faker, 3-1-5. He was the only gold lead, and now everyone has one.
Everyone's got one on the back of 2 really fantastic plays from T1. And after they have double buff here, the Baron, they've got the setup here with Otacon. Making dive plays like this happen is so low risk, and it's really easy to follow up with this Nocturne ultimate coming down. Over here, the siege is real, and Faker is just layering in the damage. The Gnar is wasted, sure. They end up getting the push into the wall, but it's not enough to stop all this follow-up damage. Canyon has to go untargetable early. Duro has to flash out, and here comes that cross of the members who are in the mid lane just moments before getting that other pick. And Chovy, he does work, but it's not enough, and this might be the beginning of the end of the game.
Wow, this is the first team fight the Ruler's actually been able to play. He does manage to send someone home. Keeper's Verdict gonna get charged up here by Carrier, but does instead decide to cancel it. Okay, I was pretty happy to see Ruler not just instantly dead at the beginning of a team fight. Might be a bit more of an honest one. As you can see, the gold falling off a cliff. 6,000 is close to the lead that T1 has at the end of it all.
They don't have the top inhibitor, which would be fantastic for taking this Dragon, but they still have, obviously, the push in that bottom lane, which is going to naturally give them a decent amount of prio heading into what will be a soul deny on this Dragon. It's not going to be soul for them, but would be huge. As we'll go back to the beginning of this play. Ruler just shifts away. They ult him.
Owner's like, I can just always do this, I think, because it hadn't really failed to work every other time.
There isn't really any follow-up. Guma is in the top lane, so yeah, they didn't quite have enough damage for the Ezreal this time around, and he does get punished.
Well,
not him.
Now there's one lesson that Gen.G needs to learn, and that is Ruler does not be the guy who stand by himself.
No. Stand near Chovy.
We need him to stand near everyone at the same time so that this Nocturne cannot just press R.
It's a valuable ward there for Keen and Ruler.
Oh, Dredgeline going a little bit wide there as Carrier gets in another time, but this time Ruler's able to get out of the way of the public execution. Can he get the damage down? The taunt is fantastic, but Gumayusi gets on top of him. They take down the Nocturne first, so it's Gen.G finding the team fight. Keen gets in, wallops Gumayusi, who cannot get the DPS, and now he's the only man standing. Gen.G find an angle and fight back.
What a beautiful fight from Gen.G, and it's Carrier who starts it off with the knock-up there. Then they look for the follow-up CC. Base in tatters here for Gen.G, but they pick up the soul off of this and will return home to defend this base. One Nexus turret down, but those respawn now. As watch how this starts off. Look at this play from Carrier. Looks initially beautiful, gets the knock-up, follow-up from the Nocturne, but he kites back, and this time he's with his team. This time he's got the taunt to back him up. It's a beautiful taunt from Chovy, and Guma tries to make the heroic play to burst him down, but he's unsuccessful. Keen does work as Ruler returns to the fight and helps clean up. Very close fight there. Fantastic initiation from Carrier, but this time Ruler was with his teammates, and this time he finally cleans up house.
Yeah, I cannot wait for Ruler to buy a defensive item. Like, I think he needs his Zhonya's. Just buy his Zhonya's, you know? For whenever this Nocturne is just hurtling towards you, those 3 deaths was just Owner saying, I decide now that you die. And perhaps that's something worth looking into. But as we can see here, under 2,000 gold, now the lead once again is Owner, possibly caught out. He's got a GA, but he doesn't want to lose that cooldown. True Shot Barrage coming in as Canyon dives on top. They used the Paranoia as well, but now Carrier looking for an angle. Chovy finds the taunt, but only onto one as Doran gets into that backline on top of Ruler. But now he's got friends, now he has backup, and even though Canyon falls down, the carries are left alive. And Ruler gets the last laugh in this one.
Canyon getting on top of the backline there, on top of Faker and Guma, meant they couldn't actually offer any damage there when the turn came through. So Ruler's incredibly low, but they can't finish him off, and Canyon sacrifices himself in order to win the fight. As Owner getting caught here initially is such a huge problem because Chovy can TP in, and then looking for a turn on this during the GA is just not possible with a Galio coming on top of these members. You see Carrier so desperately wants this. Chovy just comes in, they taunt him. Doran is a little bit late to come through here, gets on the Ruler alone, but look, there's no follow-up. Why? Because Canyon keeps Guma and Faker busy, so even though Doran does a ton of damage, he alone cannot kill Ruler, and defensively they win the fight. But without Canyon, the question is, could they take the Baron? And yes, they did.
Yeah, and the answer would have been no, because Canyon was the one that actually killed Owner after that GA came up. And so like you were saying, it was double duty. He did obviously manage to keep Faker and Gumayusi busy, but also killing Owner meant no smite, meant the Baron goes over to Gen.G, and it's now their turn to try and buff up this Red Bull Baron power play themselves. And having a look at the gold graph, Gen.G had it moving up and to the right quite comfortably for most of this game. T1 find that beautiful turn, but now Gen.G with their selves back in the driver's seat once again. 3.5 minutes until the Elder, ladies and gentlemen, and that may just be where this game is decided. And I don't know whether that is really favored one way or the other, because both of these teams have found phenomenal team fights this game.
The Mountain Soul gives Ruler just that extra oomph. He doesn't have a defensive item, but maybe he doesn't necessarily need one when he has that shield. Now Chovy has an arm guard, so he can make a lot of plays here. Keen, Wit's End, also makes him very difficult to kill. You know, Faker's not doing that much to him. And with the Siege here, slow and steady, looking for the 4-1 here to try to push onto these inhibitors.
All right, Canyon and Owner just trading some shields out, as Canyon will be able to clear out this control ward.
It's so difficult to actually engage here as T1 to find any sort of angle.
Faker just walking up, seeing whether he can put some pressure on.
Just one cannon minion here buffed up by the Baron is starting to siege up, but it's fairly slow push here for Gen.G.
Yeah. He's trying to keep them busy for as long as possible. You can see this line of wards that Gen.G has. If they keep them here for long enough, then they will have so much control over the Elder Drake. They're obviously looking pretty far forward here as the Fear Tether is going to line up onto Duro as underneath the turret they go. Doran is so incredibly low and still ticking down from that bleed, and that is going to be the turret falling. Keen now trying to get himself out of there. Look at that huge shield that he picks up with his Sterix. That's now on cooldown, and he's got the Mountain Soul as well, of course. Inhibitor goes down, just war of attrition here being won by Gen.G. They transition it immediately into this turret. Doran doesn't find the public execution, and True Shot Barrage is going to do so much work. Keen diving on in. I don't know about about that one. Heroic entrance, though, gets Chovy right on top, and they've tried to split up this fight, and Ruler is untouched in the backline. Faker goes golden, but is he going to survive for long enough? He flashes to get a kill onto a Nautilus, but that is not going to change the fates of T1 here. They're looking to try and end it right now, but Carrier says no. He's just getting them out of there. Chovy goes golden. Carrier is likely to die, but Canyon is so incredibly low, and it's in fact Chovy that falls down. These Mystic shots are so dangerous. Gumayusi and Doran both falling to the hands of Ruler, who only has a Nexus turret in his way before game number 3.
Yep. Ruler says, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm back, and you thought you could defend. You thought that was the end of it. Certainly not. Oh, the shot!
Oh, there it is. Gets the snipe onto Carrier.
Now, the base survives for now as Baron fades away. But this is 2 inhibitors down here, and the base is open practically here for Gen.G to follow up later on. And so many aggressive plays go down here for Gen.G to try to look for the end, and so many of them I feel are a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, this looked like game losing for Kane.
But then he's so tanky. He doesn't have Hysterics, of course, but he still has those extra resistances from the Mountain Dragon, and Ruler is doing all of the work. Carrier knocking Ruler away is what gives you just a moment of hope, a moment of feeling like, okay, maybe there's a chance T1 could defend this, because he's the one who's doing all of the damage. It takes him so long to get back, but the second he does, you're like, oh no, T1 are not out of the woods yet, because this guy is insanely fed. It does, though, buy enough time for them to survive. They will live. That flash from Guma guarantees he's up, and they can actually fight one more time here on Elder. Huge smite there from Ruler as well. Very flashy. Elder is live, and T1 are nowhere near it.
They do manage to get some vision. They spot out that Gen.G's doing it. Gen.G wanting to catch them, not wanting to go for any sort of burger flip here, as you can understand. As Doran looks for Chovy, they kept this one leashed. Paranoia comes in, and they dive in. Ona gets there towards the Dragon, but Chovy is right there waiting for him. It's Dura that takes down Gumayusi to start this off, and Keen wasn't even here. Ruler takes out, but the Poppy and the Elder goes down. Faker gonna get eaten by a Dragon, and Gen.G, of course they are. They're gonna bring us to a game 3 in this absolutely ludicrous first series between Gen.G and T1 of LCK 2025.
What a banger this series has come to be. We've got one more in the tank. Gen.G, they had great control from the beginning, a massive lead from Ruler, but they had to fight their way back after T1 wrestled control away from them. Such resilience in a best-of-3 like this. And they started off this season to be the team to beat, crushing defending first stand champions, defending LCK and LCK Cup champions in HLE. T1 coming as the underdogs, win game 1, fight their way back in game 2, but can't close it out. What a beautiful game of League of Legends. I've been waiting for this one.
Yeah, man, this is exactly what we wanted and more here from T1 and Gen.G. 3 games, now T1, they do get side selection moving into the 3rd one. That is the benefit that you get, but man, absolutely unbelievable League of Legends. And it's Fearless Draft as well, so we're going to have an even more crazy game number 3 this time around. The top lane, I think, has been really, really thin. The jungle pool, though, no more Nefiri shenanigans to happen this time. It's like the Gwen manages to pick up a win, the Nefiri manages to pick up a win, and now these champions not going to be worried about in the draft. Let's have a look at some of these numbers here.
Look at that hole in the gold difference.
Yeah, that's the Faker hole in the gold graph there, as he was able to find such a beautiful angle alongside Ona in just destroying Ruler like 3 times in a row.
Such a great Nefiri game from Canyon. I feel like this was one of the better Nefiri games we've seen all year long, and he really showed great mastery of the champion. I cannot wait to see what we have in store for us for game 3.
Oh yeah. Oh man, we're going to need a bit of a break here to sort ourselves out, but game number 3 promises to be a banger. There's no way that it can't be. Going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. We'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
좋았어요 재혁이 형. 초반에 이들 비전만 빼면.
초반에 잘해놔.
쏘리. 니뭐 넌 뭐야 근데 민규야 생각해보니까. 아 근데 노선 여기 보였는데. 아 미안하다. 아이 그 내가 왜 알도가 있냐? 쏘리. 뭐 잡을 수 있음.
아이 못 잡아 너무 빨라.
If there are any Bedgers out there, it's time to wake up. It is 1-1. Gen.G had the game, lost the game, then almost won the game, and then basically won the game after that.
Yeah, I was very confused by you saying Badgers, because you mean the Twitch emote, but I was thinking of the animal.
Oh, well...
which doesn't...
Also, wake up, Badgers.
Well, I don't know. Do we have any Badgers,
Badgers
watching?
Are there Badgers in
Well, they should be, because this game was awesome. I'm very happy we go to a game number 3. I was a little worried. Ruler did, in the middle of it, make it a lot more exciting than I think it needed to be. But, man, these two teams do not want to lose against one another.
Yeah, it was actually hilarious that at the end, in the voice comes, Diro was actually flaming Ruler for that mid-shifting towards Nocturne.
As he should.
Hell yeah!
He shifted towards the wave!
Yeah, and
with
also,
no flash!
You know what? You know what? Yeah, there we go. It's gonna happen here. And, yeah, right? Oh, it's not... In this case,
no, because this is it starts off great,
oh,
right? Like
that's
we're
true.
first. So this is Faker getting caught. It's a T1 classic that Faker isn't really caught, but in this case he is. They were actually looking for a bait with Carrier, but I think Gen.G was further ahead on tempo. And when Gen.G is playing a game like this, you know they're gonna be feeling great. But instead of doing the Dragon or the Otacon rather here, Gen.G looks for a fight. They don't quite find one. Because this game up until this point was pure Gen.G, right?
Yeah, one of the classic Gen.G style.
No opportunities, no gameplay, no nothing.
Yeah, snowball from the laning phase, and it was most easiest game from Gen.G here. I mean, I think the way how they snowballed the game throughout the laning phase, and also it was really cool to see finally Naafiri killing everything. Last time Lucy showed up, but this time around, everyone was actually waiting for Kenya's Naafiri as well. You know, we already knew that this guy will be popping off on this Naafiri, and yeah, I think this is the way how you use Naafiri aggressively, and then it worked out pretty well for the Gen.G.
That was nearly fight down on the bottom side of the map. The second time, Drake got involved here at 31 minutes, where, just yet another mess of a fight here between both sides.
It really was, and you might be wondering, where is Ruler, you know? We're not showing that you a second time. Every Gen.G fan is already dreading the moment, so instead we want to go to where Chovy actually saves the game, because this initial setup looks quite good. Faker goes in to try and cancel, but gets caught in the free-man taunt. And Chovy actually is going for the same build that we've seen on many other champions, where you play really heavily towards the Rod of Ages spike. Yeah. So it means he does real damage. Went for Swordpan boots as well.
Yeah, that was actually kind of... I don't know. If Faker didn't cancel the Galio ulti, I think it could be worse. But after he cancels the Galio ulti, I think he kind of misclicked because of the Zhonya's. And I think after that, he got taunt, he got airborne. So that's why I thought T1 is going to win the fight because of the Riot's free damaging. But yeah, he got taunt. And after that, Gen.G was sweeping out all of the T1 members right there.
Yeah, it's crazy how easy it is for Gen.G to win a fight if Ruler isn't immediately dead. The way he was in mid-game.
And remember, even in that last replay that we showed there, he did not have flash because of the blunder that we were talking about in mid lane, where he stepped up on vision, no one around, Nocturne ults him, he dies, they lose tempo, and theoretically lose control of some of that game, but then that huge team fight there worked out their way. Gen.G eventually, after a very epic close out the fight.
What I do love is that all of these drafts, I feel like, have merit and have actually either players on champions that they're really comfortable on, a clear idea behind the composition, and I'm expecting that to kind of continue into Game 3. If you look at how many top-tier champions are still available, obviously some of them are going to be way too high prio, right? Something like Jace, I don't think we're actually going to be able to see. But things like the Cassante might make it through, even though it's dropped in priority. There's still a ton of junglers available. Maybe we'll see a pinch towards the AD carry pool, because Ruler obviously only plays AD carry, so maybe there's an opportunity there. And on the flip side, Guma has a ton of champions that are extremely proficient at, but we did kind of gloss over the early Corki laning, which was one of the big reasons why Gen.G got the big lead.
Well, news just in, T1 has selected blue side. We have seen a lot of substitutions throughout LCK Cup. We got to see one last series, but no substitution here. Guma and Ruler will battle it out. 18-18, one of these great AD carries will take the lead in their head-to-head. And we've got Faker celebrating 12 years. Will it be with a victory, or will it be Gen.G spoiling the party? We'll find out here in our final game. Game number 3 is this one. Send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Digon. And yes, I think we're ready for a game number 3. And I'm actually incredibly glad that there's no substitution. I think that keeping these 10 players in this situation is what's going to guarantee the biggest banger. And I love Smash, but this is Guma's beef that he's utilizing. And honestly, now we've evened the stakes between him and Rula. I'm pretty sure, although I think it's 17-17 in match score, or is it
18-18?
Sorry, 18-18 in match score or game score?
I think it's game score, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Ooh. Either way, it's one of them that's going to have an advantage no matter what.
It feels like it's not that many, but remember, Ruler took some time away, so yeah, that's I think part of why it's so few games. It's 36, but so few games.
Yeah.
Either way, T1 choosing blue side here. We'll have pick priority. This is one of the reasons why leading into today, I did predict T1. I said at the top of the day too. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. That I would have swapped my prediction. But now, we're moving to this third game where T1 do have blue side in game 3 when we have 20 champions, Fearless banned here, and so many mid laners are gone. The AD carry pool obviously thinned out quite a bit as well, but with the picks that Faker likes to play, and we saw Victor ban last game, we might see it again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what is actually going to happen if we get a draft. We're not going to get it immediately. We're not even going to see the Varus ban. I'm a bit sad that we don't get to see the Varus ban. Normally we do get at least a Varus ban before we get the draft happening. Yeah. This time around, we are just going to hop back into it just to make sure that everything is A-okay and we get some cool shots of the players as well. As Ruler here is like, no, take the camera off me. I know
Ruler,
like those couple of Ezreal moments I'd prefer to forget.
Ruler on camera there is just moments after he stood up and took his headset off and screamed like, "ARAM it, you won't!" And the draft was canceled. And then he sat down, put his headset back on calmly, and the refs were like, no, we're going to do a normal
And the camera guy's like, damn, how did I miss that?
And the ref was like, well, if Faker accepts the request, we could do it, but actually in the client, there's no way to fearless ban the champions that have already been played to do ARAM, so we're going to have to play a regular game. And
yep. Unfortunately, we don't have Tournament Realm Howling Abyss actually enabled, and then Rule's like, I wanted Magma Chamber! And then he's going to say, well, unfortunately, Magma Chamber doesn't exist. So we're not going to have that one. And now we're trying to load up Twisted Tree Line, and we'll see whether we can get that one there for you. I don't know which players are going to be evicted from the map, as that is a 3 versus 3 map from a very long time ago. As Marta and Tom actually having some giggles here, as T1 looking in pretty high spirits as we look forward to getting into the draft once again. As you can see, the player's not quite in a lobby just yet. And so we are trying to speedrun towards that as quickly as possible. But I think it's kind of nice, Wolf, that we get a little bit of respite. Because these last 2 games have been the most intense that we've cast all year, guaranteed. And it's regular season match 1, T1 versus Gen.G. If this is what we have in store for the rest of the year, it's going to be a good year.
I have been one of the biggest complainers, for those who've been following me through the LCK since I joined, about early T1 Gen.G matchups happening often on day 1, because I'm like, we don't have the full synergy of these rosters, they haven't settled into the meta, etc. But this is at the end of the week, so there's been a little bit of build-up. But also, almost every time these teams match up against each other at the beginning of the season, it's a banger game that goes 3. It's incredibly close. It's down to the wire. One late game decision decides the game. Very rarely do we have blowouts between these two, so this is kind of going with that trend. And it's always been very hype to watch, again, all of these veterans clash early on in the year.
I just cannot wait to see what happens here in game number 3. I think this is it's an absolute treat that we have Fearless Draft as well, because we get yet another opportunity. Oh man, we do have a chance of getting another classic Faker pick. So it can't be Azir, but it can be Orianna.
Can be. But
so that's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it was banned, of course, last game because of the synergy that was set up there in the draft, but maybe they'll go through this time around. You don't necessarily have to have a Nocturne or in a Fury to pull it off, but both of them are, of course, Fearless banned as we move into this third and final draft where T1 does have blue side.
Yeah. Do we see the Varus ban? That is the question.
I think so.
As we're diving into it, we've got the blue flashy, and it's Yone instead. Oh! Well, the bait and switch.
They can force Gen.G to ban it, since some of those other prio picks are gone.
Yeah, I do think it's first pickable now, as Vi obviously a important one as well. Although, no, it was the counter into the Xin Zhao. I'm like, oh, maybe it's the Kha'Zix angle, you know, last pick Kha'Zix from Canyon, something absolutely crazy.
We have seen crazier things, and literally that thing that you just mentioned before.
Yeah, that was in one of the T1 Gen.G finals.
Yeah.
Where was that? Was that the Konglung final? I think.
Yeah,
it was.
I think it was. I think so. There's so many fantastic finals between these two teams, but Ash is going to get removed here first. Again, kind of saying you're going to ban Varus on red side.
Yeah, this is the Varus please, or the Kalista please.
See what that final ban does end up being. Jace removed once again, so no Jace in this series.
I mean, it has to be Varus. It has to be Varus.
Varus is just so strong in lane, so strong in terms of setup on objectives, and Guma is one of the best Varus players to ever touch the keyboard and mouse, is renowned for this pick, and it will be taken away from him.
Sejuani is now up and available, something that Owner has been very, very good at. Not exactly making everyone super excited or anything, but Sejuani has been very powerful.
I think it's a solid pick here. Yeah, picks like the Jack's still available.
True.
Very flexible.
There it is. So this is definitely a lot of value to come over to T1. Of course, you mentioned the Jax, but Camille is up. Like, there are plenty of things that you can synergize really, really well with the Sejuani. Aatrox still up and available as well, something that Keen and Doran have been great at in the past.
I think that could be where Keen goes blind here.
Ooh, could be an opportunity. Canyon also wondering what he wants to take into the Sejuani. See whether it is something a little bit more aggressive, perhaps. Maybe it's a Trundle angle. No, it's probably not a Trundle angle. That is the Victor. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man. Are we going to get Victor Orianna in our Fearless Game 3?
It certainly could be. Especially what comes with this. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Canyon just throws a curveball and locks Elise in, you know, and just says, look, I'm very good at this pick. I'm confident on it. I can outplay the Sejuani with this.
Doesn't he have a Lee Sin look in his eye?
He does kind of have that look in his eye. He has that little gleam.
A glint. There is a glint. You're absolutely right. And it's going to be
Lilia.
Lilia.
Was
it was a Lilia glint. And that is not the 2v2 that I was sort of banking on. Certainly two champions that are very, very strong, but we're going to need a whole lot of AD to come in from the rest of the map.
It's a lot of Gen.G. It's two squishy AP targets as well that aren't going to do very well if they get caught by a Glacial Prison. See what the answer is going to be. Jack's stocks are pretty high here, but Aatrox also incredibly strong in this situation against these squishy targets. Caitlyn! Nerfed Caitlyn. Guma pulling it out.
I mean, when it's Guma, I think that maybe it just brings Caitlyn down to real life. This guy is so incredibly good at this champion.
I mean, when you have a Sejuani for your front line and, you know, you have these two squishy targets who aren't great at getting on top of a Caitlyn, you feel really comfortable with what she's going to do in team fights once she gets out of the trough, but there's almost nothing that can stop you in the 2v2 that's left available in this game. So, might have to see something a little bit creative from Ruler. He's not known necessarily for that creativity. And the Jax feels obvious with the Sejuani locked in. There's no Gnar in this game. Is Keen bold enough to play GP? It'd be a lot of AD damage that they so desperately need.
Oh, K'Sante comes in instead. Yeah. That makes me feel less excited. I think the GP was a masterstroke there, Wolf. I think that would have been very, very cool. There's already a lot of circles that we can see that have been put together, but instead, K'Sante, I mean, it's Keen Sante, right? Like, this is definitely something he's been very, very good at. He can absorb a lot of pressure, but still.
Also consider, like, they don't really have any tanky members so far without him, and there's no front line, and if Ruler, or rather, if Duro plays a really tanky support, then he's playing one of those supports that's going to get crushed by Caitlyn in lane, so I think trying to opt for having some sort of backbone of your composition does make a lot of sense, and you can stave off the pressure of this Caitlyn with this a little bit better. And the Jax as well as Jinx will be the ban here.
Yeah.
Ruler's super famed for this pick.
Yep. Not going to be able to match the ranges. The Pyke ban is interesting. Like, why not ban Lux? Because I imagine that's what he kind of wants to play here.
Well, you know, they will have counter pick for Duro, regardless of what it's going to be, but again, I mean, nothing really stops these Caitlyn lanes that's left available right now. You're going to have to try to punish her out of lane, I think, more than winning the 2v2.
And the crazy thing is, I kind of feel like Gen.G probably want to just lock Karma or something like that. Something that can go toe-to-toe in lane.
That's what I'm feeling like. But, you know, do you want to go, what do you play Karma with is the question. Like, Karma Zeri doesn't sound too thrilling. But I do think you need some sort of really consistent late game hyper carry like Azeri if you're going to compete with this T1 lineup, with the AP lineup that you have already. Like, you really need something that's going to do that consistent damage. I think Jinx would have been perfect. Obviously banned away. Really looking a little quizzical.
Oh, Twitch. It's Twitch. It's a Twitch angle. As it's a Xayah. Never mind, it's a Xayah angle.
That's not the angle that makes me feel the most thrilled, if I'm honest with you. I think it's going to struggle in the early laning phase. It's safe, but it's just very low range in general.
Yeah, it's the range problem that is going to be there. Of course, with Jax and Sejuani already represented, having Featherstorm is going to be pretty important here for Ruler to try and keep him alive.
I wonder what Faker will end up playing here.
Oh, Brad.
Hard coming through, feels good here. And I mean, this lineup again for Gen.G is very low range, so really easy to set up combos with the Sejuani ultimate.
You can use the Tempered Fate to fish for Featherstorms as well, if Ruler is ever out of position. And I would hazard to say that at some points in the last game, he was somewhat out of position.
You might get your Orianna Dream here. I mean, Jax could be a ball carrier.
Yeah, actually feels pretty good.
It's quite decent into Victor. Talia somehow surprisingly still up.
Yeah, it's kind of
with all these bans, and actually will feel pretty good here too. And when you have the Xayah on the other side, champions like Talia feel so good because you can bait out the ultimate, and once it's gone, you just know that Xayah can't play the game. She can't get to the target she needs to hit.
It is Ruler. He is very, very good at this champion. It was sort of the meta where Ruler really did make the game kind of unplayable for everyone else. That's the crank.
And Duro was known to pull out the crank in challengers. In fact, I think it was he who did it when we had that big meme where I just...
Yeah, I think he was actually the crank.
Yeah. And Duro, I mean, he's very good at this pick, and I think it does, to a certain extent, kind of save the laning phase if he could hit those hooks, if he could actually make the plays. Because Lilia isn't necessarily going to bail you out of that lane, unfortunately. A lot of other, maybe AD junglers could have actually come down there and really put the punish on to a really hard-pushing Caitlyn. You can lane swap once, so you can get out of that tempo for just a moment, but eventually Guma will match you. And if Doran has the advantage, which he should, going to often actually be the first ones to swap and deny you there as well. So there's a lot of ways that I feel like this early game goes incredibly well for T1. It's a T1 Guma Caitlyn draft. It's the Guma fans' dream, right? It's exactly what you want to see. I think there's a lot of agency in Gen.G's draft, and they have a ton of damage. It's just not safe damage. You know, it's the damage that Lilia can set up. The burn from Lilia and Victor will tear through anything, but they have to live long enough to do it. And with the Xayah being so low, she can clean up if she can live long enough to do so, and that damage does come through. It's a lot of ifs, but I think if played perfectly, there's a really high ceiling with what Gen.G put together.
Not to mention, the crank always means that if you get a pick, you can kill someone. That is just what happens. Picking off the Sejuani and Jax going to be a problem, but elsewise they have so many options. As Gen.G, I think a risky draft, but one that they can make work. Let's jump into the Rift for Game 3. I love this. It's actually a competition between our fan chants here in Lowell Park. T1, I think, still louder, but Gen.G is starting to catch up, right? It's like we're not just T1 and the rest when it comes to the fandoms here in the LCK.
Absolutely.
As the Tiger Nation starting to come alive.
It's crazy. I remember in 2021, you know, I felt like we were talking about how the Gen.G brand hadn't taken off yet.
Yep.
It didn't have the same oomph to it that the Samsung legacy had. It wasn't quite there yet. But after Gen.G won a lot of LCKs, a lot of titles, I think the fan base kind of exploded and grew. And I think even though it was quite popular still in 2021, where it is in 2025, 2021 Wolf couldn't have imagined like how big this team would have gotten and how successful and consistently successful it's been across multiple rosters. Really only matched by the team they play against on this very stage right now.
Yep.
In T1.
I think HLE as well, getting a lot of fans after their LCK run as well as the first stand. So certainly starting to set ourselves up with a lot of pretty established orgs here in the LCK. It's great to see. Strovie and Faker fighting one another. Faker with some pretty good close range rocks there, as we can see. Victor really wanted to have Death Ray available as, ooh, a trade of skill shots. Duro missing, unfortunately, there, as I think you can miss a couple of Peacemakers and be okay with it. You miss a hook, you lose a third of your mana, and it's a long time before you can do anything ever again.
When you miss the Q at level 1, you're just a pillow to punch, you know?
Yep.
You actually are just a health bar that goes down if you stand near anybody after that. Has an opportunity to go for one over the wall here now, but it's too risky and isn't going to opt for it. So you miss that one, and then Caitlyn crashes the wave. And that is the Caitlyn lane. And that's why Blitzcrank can counter Caitlyn if the hook hits. And that's why, I mean, not counter, but at least give you something back. But when you miss, it's still Caitlyn doing what Caitlyn does.
And Keen able to walk out of the way of this Counter-Strike. We'd have to keep our eyes on this top lane. I've always really liked watching Doran play the Jax. I feel like he is one of our better team-fighting Jaxes, even though, you know, Keen has sort of made his name as the side lane Jax monster. Doran really just understands how to weave in and out with his Counter-Strikes to get as much value as possible. And have a looking here towards the bottom side of the map. Ruler actually, after that wave crashed in, only missed one in comparison to what Gumushi was able to pick up. That is not bad at all.
Yeah, the worst it could be for sure.
Doesn't Duro kind of look like a bad guy from Xenoblade?
Yeah, a little bit. He does have some serious turn your chin down, glasses go white kind of anime villain energy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he is good at that. And then the Blitzcrank skin is what I was talking about. But Duro, like you were saying, like just himself certainly has a bit of that in it.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying about the skin though. But
yeah. I swear I fought one of those.
I feel like
playing last night.
Duro, if he has those anime glasses on, there's a lot of screens behind him. You know what I mean? On the wall.
Yep. All right, Peacemaker coming on down, and T1 once again. I mean, this is going to be the first plate. This is just exactly what Caitlyn and Bard are supposed to do together.
Yeah, and even though they can't break and then topple Duro, they certainly can push him in.
Yeah. As it turns out, Duro's aggro range just isn't that large, and you can just kind of walk around and everything's fine. Hook is going to connect! And the Blade Caller comes on through. Gumayushi staying alive. The flash comes out, but he's in the alcove, and then he's dead. Carrier trying to play Gatekeeper, and Ona's moved on over as well. Duro going to be able to get the knock up there, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but I think Gen.G are okay with how this one has eventuated. Gives him the good old thumbs up, and finally does take down the Xayah.
Yeah, so that's the hook you're looking for. That's the one. All it takes is one. You get that angle, you do the damage, you end up getting the kill. I think Carrier and Guma felt pretty comfortable because Owner was in the area that they could actually commit to this. You can see where he is on the minimap right now as Carrier wraps around, but Guma just barely caught by the edge of this. It's a nice angle on the hook from Duro, and Guma just instantly deleted. Sure, he lives longer here, flashes, plays it well to try to buy time for Owner's rotation over, but he still ultimately dies. Because Owner rotates over, though, it is a trade, and Rua doesn't build a bigger lead than he could have otherwise done if Owner wasn't here.
Yep. Canyon going to be able to have some extra information with the fact that Ono did have to head down towards this bottom side, but it looked like there wasn't a lot on the map to be capitalized on, outside of the fact that Canyon was then able to get himself a couple of camps in the lead.
Yeah, small advantage for him due to the fact that there's a small creep advantage, but still an advantage to Ono because he picked up the kill in terms of the gold between these two. And still fairly sizable CS advantage there in the bottom lane. And you see Guma is heading up top side now where Ruler and Duro have swapped themselves. Grubs spawning in 15 seconds here. And this is where the first fight will inevitably erupt. In terms of advantages and level 6s, nothing really to write home about right now.
Yeah, bowling ball, spotting Owner there.
Doran doesn't have his ult just yet. Oh, he's not here.
Is in a really uncomfortable spot, but the rest of the team are going to move on over. There's the flash in, gets the knock up and then the hook, but Ruler unable to quite find it here as Owner goes out with a magical journey. Weaver's Wall just to try and save Carrier, and T1 will be able to reform the Phalanx.
Wild flash there from Carrier going in. Doesn't get anything for it, as we are just going to reset here a little bit. Double stun is pretty big.
Yeah, you can see Owner here as well under a little bit of fire as Gumayushi fighting Ruler. Guma wanting to get a few of these autos, but Ruler gets into the fog of war. Duro is in so much trouble. Knockup does come in as Canyon. There's a lot of bad guys here. Ruler trying to offer the damage back. Owner is in trouble, but he's calculated it, and he will survive. A disaster for Gen.G around the Grubs.
Yeah, it looked so good for them to start it off, but this comp is so squishy. And Canyon, no real way out of there. Tries to get over the wall and head his way out, but just is caught after Guma chases him down. Faker picks up that kill, and
damn.
Ruler still Xayah into Caitlyn, as it turns out.
He was playing that one very, very well, though. I was a little bit worried for him, 1 versus 2, but did have the turret, of course. And one thing I was really worried for is Chovy's positioning was not great. Having a look at here now, this is after that position, as Ruler starts it off looking quite nice, but
he chases
T1 outplays them.
Yeah, he chases Owner so deep that Guma has a massive health advantage and can push him away, so he can't offer any damage back as Duro goes down. Then Canyon takes a magical journey here and is just right into the waiting arms of T1. Tries to get that kill counterwise onto Owner, but is unsuccessful. So there being a big win here, and 800 gold, the lead now for T1, plus that grub advantage.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they didn't secure any afterwards, so I take it back.
Okay, well, Chovy is going to throw down the gravity field. And Faker going to get caught up by that, and the hook comes in once again. 2 turret shots onto Carrier. Chaos Storm means that Drew actually picks it up with the last tick of Ignite, and he's going to get flung back with the seismic shove, but he says he does not care about that one bit. Man. This guy's blitz, game 3, the youngest player on the Rift.
The least
and he's made so many plays.
Yeah, and that's, you know, if you pick Blitzcrank, you've got to be making those plays. You've got to turn them into successful ones. And 2 big ones already. It's like Ruler watched MSI last year, and he was like, give me a support that can play the crank. That Lehens guy was doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I remember that Lehens guy. He was pretty good.
You guys have a history of some crankers. Yep. I need one.
Oh, man, I remember that show. That was great. Crank Yankers. It was just about prank calls. It was very weird. Anyway, Duro's going to get caught out. Oh, the trap just barely. Not going to lock him down. And that's even without Merc Treads or anything like that. Duro able to make it out after the Cosmic Binding did come in.
Scary time, but does get out with his life. The lead is kind of faded here for the moment.
Yep.
Just 200 gold now. Doran will catch some of this and go back up again, but next fight likely to be on this Dragon, where T1 have a lot of vision at the moment to control wards and a ward on the entrance from Gen.G's jungle. As finally we're going to take these grubs down.
Yeah, there's going to be Ona taking the last one. And yeah, it was a bit delayed, but in the end it is a bit of a trade here, so no one getting any advantage. T1 does have the Feats of Warfare, because the first 3 kills, of course, going over to them in that phenomenal skirmish. As Duro wanting to look for a hook there, but Carrier just takes a magical journey. He's going to be okay. Possible crank angle, as he just Hex flashes his way over. And I think one of the biggest benefits here of the fact that Duro's been playing super aggressively, the early game went okay, is the fact that Ruler can actually exist in the lane.
Yes.
Because it could have been way worse.
Absolutely. That one hook that he had really helped stave off that Caitlyn pressure quite substantially. Keen here is Cassante.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if this will be successful.
I think he has the all-out as well, and he's going to use it. Brings Doran underneath the turret, and there's the Glacial Prison. It was all a bait, ladies and gentlemen. And Doran even grabs himself the kill. Teleport here from Chovy just to try and make sure that they can get some of this experience and deny the extra plate.
That's the Doran angle. Not sure if misplay or the biggest bait of all time.
and I reckon Canyon was sitting there. He was like, oh, that's what I should have been doing. Just using him as a bait this entire time.
Well, that's going to be plate gold going over to the top lane, going to the mid lane as well. And Duro wants an angle on Faker here.
All right, well, Duro is just going to light him on fire. Lands the hook there. Bowling Ball is going to connect. Seismic shove to buy some space, but Faker's getting sleepy. It's getting late in the day, and Chovy burns him down with the Death Ray. That should now be an angle on the Dragon if they'd like it, but the bottom lane for T1 is pushed really far up as this cannon minion finally will be taken down. Keen unable to get that one.
So much plate gold, even with Duro's punish there. Starting to feel absolutely worth as more money for Guma, more money for Faker. Doran's picked up so much.
Ooh, that minion. That was a pesky minion.
Certainly. But a pesky Caitlyn continues to eat away at this as Owner takes the Dragon. It's a late first Dragon take here, but it will be T1's as there's no answer from Gen.G whatsoever as more and more gold goes over.
And it's so likely that T1 just pick up Feats of Strength as well, because This Caitlyn not taking first brick just means that she's not really being Caitlyn. Gumayusi has historically been very good at being Caitlyn. So it's likely that they're able to make that one work. Doran as well here in this side lane, if left unattended, will just bonk this down with his lamppost.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how many plates they've gotten. We'll have the, counter and the exact number of gold in 2 minutes time, but I mean, we're still building them up.
Yeah.
Right now they have, if this one cracks, which it looks like it just barely will not, it's 3 plates here topside, 1 mid, and then 3 bottom. I think Doran will likely get that crack on this plate with just a little bit of minion touching it.
It's the ridiculous part is the fact that Gen.G have got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to get any control of any of these lanes, even with the picks that they've gotten.
And Doran walking up, and we'll just get pulled back. There's another all out here as Doran is going to take another turret shot. This time, he's dead, ladies and gentlemen, although doesn't land the Q, and Keen not going to overextend because Owner is obviously right in position. Carrier tempered faded himself preemptively.
Yeah.
That was a sick play. Did you do that on purpose? That was so cool.
Not 100% sure, but it looked cool in the end. And, Owner was there with his ult and flash. If he was just a little bit faster, that would have been a second bait by Doran into another kill onto Keen. Hex flash.
Yeah, looks for the hook angle. I mean, you just got to take those. Take the chances that you're given. Not actually going to be able to find it, though.
No, not this time.
Man, I am proud of Keen. Even though he's about to lose his turret, feats of strength are going to go over to T1. If that was me, I would have been running into that alcove and I would have 100% died and been tilted off the planet.
Yeah. No,
instead, Keen,
patience.
He is just able to walk himself back. It is going to still spell the end of his turret, and Doran will be able to get so much extra gold here. You can see 1.5k and feats of strength, my god.
Yeah, 1.5k feats of strength. Doesn't change the fact that there's still 3 plates down in the bottom lane either. Gen.G weren't able to get anything cross-map from this. They tried to make the play mid. Carrier with the Tempered Fate, totally fine. The Hex Flash into the hook doesn't connect. Guma's got his Collector online. Seraph's about to transform here for Faker. And T1, similar story to game 1, pretty significant early game lead.
Well, there's Captain Jack from Ruler. Doesn't want to use his ulti, happy to use the cleanse, and just walks it off. No Featherstorm required. That was nicely played, but still, that is a bigger cooldown in the cleanse.
There's the complete counter.
Wow, that's 9. Gumayusi gonna flash, as Duro is really getting so much use out of this Hex Flash. I could not be more proud.
Yeah, and there was nobody nearby, which of course Guma didn't know, but getting into his head a little bit with that one.
Yeah, and getting a Caitlyn's flash at this stage of the game, really, really nice.
Yeah, we're heading towards the trough now as...
All right, another hook and another flash!
Another one. This guy just keeps making these plays happen. He's just where he needs to be, and he threatens. And again, this time there was at least Ruler nearby, but I don't know if necessarily Carrier 100% dies there, 100% needs to flash, but he just isn't sure. And he's like, better safe than sorry. So now both bottom laners down.
Another Tempered Fate comes in. Has to flash to get out of the way of that seismic shove from Faker. T1 now all grouped up. Doran is so scary as well, now that he is grouped. And Keen is on the top side. Teleport in hand. But it does mean that this dragon in a minute and a half is what T1 are kind of looking for. Yeah. Not a lot else to fight for as far as this bottom lane is concerned, but this tower should just be going down, and that is what T1 are looking for. They're just trying to open up the map, take as many structures as they can.
I mean, with the natural prio that a Caitlyn gets in bottom or mid or in top, if she's lane swapped up there, they're just saying, okay, Caitlyn's fine, she'll start to narrowly stack up these advantages. Lilia can't punish very well. Let's just come and hover around Doran on this Jax and just let him kill the things. Oh, he's top lane, he's pushing all the way up. Owner Shadows lets him kill the things. Bottom lane, they group, he kills the thing. Like, he's most of this gold lead, really, just from killing all these plates, killing these turrets. 1.5k the advantage over Keen. I mean, he was a slightly ahead Jax, and now he's giga-fed.
Yeah, this is a very ahead Jax. But mainly just from playing the lane better, having a jungler that was ready to help him out as well. Him and Owner have actually played this one extremely well. And now the Rift Herald just going down slowly but surely here. Canyon in position to try and contest. Seismic Shove going wide. And that gives Canyon an opportunity to go in. Information advantage here for Gen.G, as it is going to be Owner with the smite. An early one there, unfortunately, for Canyon, as Owner has to flash to get out of the way. Keen tanks up the Seismic Shove nicely, and he is not going to be able to re-engage as they get some information. but out they go. Carrier looks for the Tempered Fate, does lock down Keen. Oh, Doran actually the first one to fall in the fight. Keen eventually falls down as they trade top laners, but Owner is going to be safe. And it's a 1-for-1 with the Rift Herald going over to T1.
Yeah, really close fight. But T1 ultimately walk away with the prize.
Yeah, I think the eye is now going to get picked up by Faker.
Yeah, it looks like.
Got a bit of a drive-by there.
Actually,
wait, did he? No.
Nobody got it.
Where is it?
Nobody got it.
Oh.
Just didn't get
I thought he was early enough. Never mind.
I thought so too, but fight was long enough, I suppose. Either way, secure but no eye. Ends up being a trade. They still get to keep their 2,000, now nearly 3,000 gold lead.
Well, there is no eye in Herald. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Yeah, they just, like, look at how early it was secured. There's nobody can get on top of it. It's just still waiting, still there, still there.
And that's what they were playing. They were playing the defend the eye.
Yeah. Looked really scary for Gen.G actually for a moment. Keen gets shoved back through. Everybody's so safe over this wall here, the blue buff wall for T1, so there's just no punish. And Gen.G smartly, after that kill, get the hell out of there. So trying to force the way to that choke point against this Talia would have been further a disaster. But they do defend the eye and see that it's just going to be T1 grouping to Dragon now with the Prio. They just have Prio seemingly everywhere where they need it, especially. And it's this Jax, this Caitlyn, that gives them first rotation. That's going to be the second Dragon. We'll see what soul we get. Maybe your Cloud this time. Nope, that's already a first one, so...
Yeah.
Oh, Infernal.
It's going to be Infernal Soul. That is a big deal. Very, very dangerous Dragon. As T1 just continuing to stack up advantages. Yeah, we saw that it was a 1-for-1 trade. Gen.G were able to stand toe-to-toe, but unfortunately, the result was T1 get a little bit further ahead. The problem is also, they're the ones getting turrets. They're the ones with shove in every single lane, and they are so good at playing around this Caitlyn situation, right? Where they have the sieging capabilities, and Gen.G are always having to play reactionary.
I just wonder, outside of Duro getting a pick before a team fight breaks out, is Lilia really going to be the champion that could set a team fight win up for you when you're down on vision? You know, she's just so squishy. Like, for her to come in and try to set up a sleep, she needs a arm guard at least, or a Zhonya's. A stasis would make her so much more safe to try to make that type of play, but it's so expensive to budget that in. You know, you're ahead slightly over Owner, but you're not in a position where you can budget that extra gold right now very easily. It feels so expensive to do so. And then otherwise, you're just kind of reliant on Keen setting up a front-to-back fight, which is possible, but tricky when you don't have vision. So I think Duro is going to have to, you know, do some heavy lifting again, grab somebody right before a big objective, then maybe they can get that vision. Otherwise, it feels like the trough, you know, we're getting out of it. Guma's about to hit that 2-item spike. Faker is looking great. Jax was already a threat in sides because they allowed for him to be in the early to mid game, but in the late game, we all know what he could do against a Cassante when he's this far up, and you leave that guy alone for just a few seconds, turrets will disappear.
Yeah. I think Doran is where a lot of the T1 chips are in, as Keen standing on top of a ward. That is not what he wants, as he should be able to absorb some of this CC, but not able to absorb all of it. Eventually has to flash, and will use it to get out of there. But the rest of T1 now grouped up. They've got a minion wave, and they've got an inner turret, and they have 4 people looking to try and take this one down. Canyon spinning. Duro's getting on in here as the Tempered Fate will lock down 2, but the tower is not one of them. Now Canyon trying to spin around here, looking for the Lilting Lullaby as Doran will melt. And now Faker and Rula facing off. It's like a tale as old as time, but this time Gumayushi going to be there with the ace in the hole. That is going to spell a disengage there from Rula.
Yeah, Faker versus Rula in the mid lane.
Another flash. Duro
Always
is activating, man. Activating Hex Splash.
He is. Faker versus Rula in mid lane is always a classic. Been some big moments across the years, especially at Worlds, but we're still in first match of regular season. The trade here will be Gen.G get Chovy to push and take out this turret in the top lane. He got basically the whole thing. He was given so much extra time there, but it's in trade for an inner. And T1 just keep going, well, if Gen.G are going to play it slow, we'll just group on this Jax, and he will kill a turret. And that's kind of been the name of the game this entire third and final one. Pushes his lead up 300 additional gold, gets the flash out of Keen. This mid turret also doesn't feel too sturdy when you consider how easy it is for T1 to group and take that one out as well.
And another really dangerous thing is the fact that T1 have stacked up 2 dragons and they've taken in a turret in the bottom lane. They have so much control over the bottom side of the map.
And their turret's full health.
Yeah. Every one of their turrets except for top, which is where Chovy had to be in order to try and take that one down.
And it was 100-0.
So healthy.
Yeah, I mean, until he went up there, that was full health as well.
Yeah.
Just had so much control of all 3 lanes. I do think that in terms of teamfight power, Gen.G have a lot. And I'm very nervous about Duro being in hook range of Keria, but they have a lot. It's just the lack of vision makes it so hard to play out. So they need to be very cautious and get vision where it's most appropriate around these objectives. The Dragon in 75 seconds is where they really need to be grouping and taking that vision away.
Duro also has his Mikhails completed as Chovy going to avoid the Tempered Fate. Canyon moving down as Ona taking some legitimate damage here from these mages. And Gen.G, I think they have an Otacon on the mind. I know this is a team that were struggling to work out how to make the best Otacon plays in the LCK Cup.
I forgot about that.
But let's see whether they can make some better ones now, as they have started it up. They have a lot of damage. But Ona, he's got an itchy smite finger. They do manage to land the hook, though. The Weaver's Wall comes in, and Faker is looking to try and defend. Mikhails onto Duro is pretty unnecessary here, but Gen.G, they're going to have to back away. This Otacon under 50% health.
I think T1 will just let it reset, though. There's no way to try to take this one away. It's just going to leash back to full health. And, you know, with all the damage done, Gen.G likely to give this up and back away. Do have that ward there, but it's on the other side of the Otacon wall.
Yeah, Doran sneaking around here as well.
I think, you know, for T1, you're very happy with this result because now you get the faster push to mid. You just take out this final turret, although they're a little bit shy on committing.
Luckily for Gen.G, Keen had full health and was able to rotate down, and now the Dragon is available.
Yeah.
And this is the real difficulty, right? Because Gen.G cannot give up soul points.
But because T1 committed to that mid play, didn't go for vision instead, didn't get the turret, Gen.G actually get a little bit of vision here. They have Prio on this Dragon, so this is where their team fighting can actually start to work, in theory.
Yeah. Ooh, bowling ball. Barely going to miss on a Faker, but does land on a Gumyushi there, as we can see.
I think this should
wanting to get in position. They're going to look for a fight. They're looking for Chovy, but Keen lands the Q. There's the hook, the 1-2-3 punch onto Faker, and it's Ruler that takes him down. The Chaos Storm now doing work as Chovy. He got out of there with a flash, but now he's getting back in. And Doran just trying to play this one defensively. Gen.G finally winning a fight and getting an objective.
Really important fight here for Gen.G, and they finally got to take it on their terms.
Oh, nice little Glacial Prison there from Ona, but unfortunately not a lot of follow-up.
Yeah, it's pretty tanky. Cassante, they're going to turn this into a turret as well. Keria nearly caught by that hook from Duro, but we'll get out. Didn't have the flash. But yeah, this fight is really about Gen.G having control and having the setup. You can see how far away Guma is. He has the push in mid, but they can clear it so fast. It's a Victor who's got his upgrade on his E. So, yes, Chovy is the target here, but they end up getting the Dragon and they can just rotate over. Duro is in perfect position to grab a hook here, pushes Faker in, they grab him, and then T1 are just forced to retreat. They do get away, but it's going to cost them their turret as well as the Dragon.
Yeah, the lilting lullaby there from Canyon, the flash Q to make sure that Gumyushi could not keep free hitting, had to play full defense mode. So important.
Just keeping him out of the fight is really important when he's such a significant part of the damage here for T1.
And 3 items on the way for both of these 80 carries, both of them scaling so well into the later stages of the game as far as DPS, but Ruler will not have the same range that Gumyushi does have.
Chovy did finish Rod of Ages, but also naturally had a whole level lead on Faker, so finds himself 2 levels ahead of his opposition, finds himself 500 gold ahead on top of that, and is able to budget that extra arm guard into his build, can turn that into his Zonias later for additional safety. Make no mistake, there's an insane amount of damage packed into these 3 champions, the Lilia, the Victor, and the Xayah, especially if T1 end up going close to them and are unable to secure kills, or if they look for a pick, fail to get it, and then walk in.
Oh, hook gonna connect. It's not exactly your favorite hook target there in the Jax, and that is why Duro immediately says, ooh, no, thank you. I will not take that one. Didn't have to invest too much, though. Did press the ultimate button, but as you can see, it's a blitz ult. It doesn't really, it doesn't have that long of a cooldown.
Even with the Otacon and Baron up here, Gen.G feel comfortable they can reset. There was no mid wave either for T1 to take the mid turret out. They're trying to with Guma, push that one in now, but Gen.G should be able to defend.
The topside vision here for T1 is absurd.
It's pretty crazy, and they're not utilizing it to start an objective just yet, although, as I say, if Faker goes in.
Yeah, there's a brilliant Tempered Fate there on to Chovy. And Ona has engaged, but I don't know whether they really want this because Keen looking for an angle. Doran is teleported in, but he might get Sleepy pushed back towards the Baron Pit. There's the all-out from Keen. Wanted to get him over the wall, but now he's 1v2, and the other 4 are looking for the rest of T1. Doran, likely the first one to go down, but Keen is getting lower and lower, and it's Gumyushi there to defend his top laner. Chovy, I don't know about that one, really wanted to kill his ex-top lane player, but no one is dead.
Yeah, but this is a time where T1 have to reset, and Gen.G are going to look to try to take the Baron. Back from Owner, I think. Oh, no, wait, he hasn't fully channeled, but he is backing. He has no vision, so waits for this. Could attempt to steal, as they don't know that he's there. He has that control ward, too.
Yeah, Weaver's all going to come in. Yeah, Carrier is the one that checks. As Ruler, Featherstorm is going to break that one. He looks for Faker, but he doesn't get it. The Seismic Shot going to connect with Faker is still going to be dead. There goes the Talia to start this one off. Duro finds the hook onto Owner. That's going to force the flash, and now Chovy comes in with the follow-up damage, and one after the other, the T1 players are falling. Ruler gets in there with those feathers, and the Baron should be next on the menu.
That might have been the game-winning moment there for Gen.G. It's not over yet, but grabbing Baron and Otacon off of this is going to be huge. It's going to take a while to take this Baron down, and some of these T1 members will respawn, but trying to gather up and fight just doesn't seem realistic. Owner doesn't finish his back. He decides, I'm going to stay here. We have to try to stop this. We have to stop the Baron. Otherwise, this game will surely be lost if they take both objectives. They feel priced into the play. This is moments, of course, before where Canyon's able to actually buffer this. The Tempered Fate catches him here, but there's no follow-up. And then Owner gets pulled back in, and this is never going to be an ideal fight here for T1. I love this teleport from Keen because it keeps T1 kind of trapped here. Then they end up getting fragmented and split by this Cassante. Doran takes a ton of damage, and Chovy is able to get control of the center of the fight here with his ultimate coming down as he chases T1 away. From here on out, things get really awkward for T1 because Owner's alive. He knows they're likely doing Baron. Carrier has to come over here and check. Faker ults in. They're so desperate to stop this objective, but they're just not grouped up. And even though Rua doesn't have the greatest callback here on his feathers, Faker is in no man's land. He is dead. Owner is zoned away, and Gen.G likely to get both objectives off of this. And that might be enough to really push them over the edge and win this game. They're taking the Otacon as we speak. T1 are.
Yeah, T1 have actually got on top of this. The Drake was picked up by Gen.G, but Gen.G also get into position to try and fight for the Otacon. Remember, this is not voracious. You don't just get the withdrawals as the Tempered Fate goes wide. So does the Glacial Prison. Chovy still not, Canyon not able to get the smite. And he also has to flash out of the way. So T1, they're the ones that get the buff, but unfortunately they don't get the extra flowers that are scattered all over the floor.
I really want to see how T1 was able to just get onto that Otacon. We'll have to wait and see. We were in a replay when it happened, but the smite was a little early there, and Owner secures it. So is it going to be the biggest? As you can see, Gen.G are the ones who have all the blood petal stacks here. The secure of the objective not as important with this one as it is with the Voracious, but still.
And also, I actually misspoke. I thought, like, when I looked up to the top of the screen, I saw, like, there's an Infernal Dragon that was taken. That was the one that was taken earlier.
Yeah.
Gen.G just took the Baron and then went home.
Yeah.
And T1 booked it to the Otacon to try and take that one. So
that was
still a bunch of fight left in this team.
It's really risky to go straight from Baron into Otacon at that moment. A T1 are rushing towards it. But if you just back and T1 get on top of it, they have an opportunity for a crazy fight like this. They're not favored here necessarily. But when you look at the Otacon, look at how low it goes. It goes down to 1,000 here. They wait.
Oh, 657.
Yeah, and it's actually the smite that goes over to Owner, secures this one, and they leave. The plants, of course, do go over to Gen.G, so they end up getting the blood petals. They will not get the additional objective stats, but at the end of the day, I feel like Gen.G are okay with this situation. However, they lost a decent amount of Baron time from that contest.
Yeah, as Duro looks for the hook onto Faker, gets another flash. This guy is just taking flashes all over the Rift.
It's insane how many he's gotten.
He is the crank, man.
He is. He's 8 out of 9 KP this game. He is just having a fantastic time. But Gen.G, with this play, they push Faker away. That's a lot of the wave clear gone. That's a turret dead.
And 3.5k is the Rebel Baron power play here as well. Doran trying his best to get some split pushing happening towards the top side of the map. I got actually very confused in that initial fight where Canyon was not actually glacially prisoned because it was a Captain Jack McHale's from Duro that makes sure that he's kept alive. Then he's hit by the Tempered Fate, and it looked as if he'd used Azonya's, but he didn't have one of those either. So it was a very confused play-by-play commentator.
While he was
a very good play from Duro.
While he was also using his Eep to try to buy some space and distance in that moment as well, which almost made it look like he buffered it there.
That would have happened as well. But it was a lot of things stacked on top of each other.
Faker, right now, so close to a death cap. So close to massive amounts of damage to break through this front line. But with Gen.G having an insane amount of control at this moment in time, to play so cautiously, wants to farm that last bit up He has a Void Staff and Sork Shoe, so it's about as much damage as you can get on a Talia. Once that item is completed, it's going to be a huge spike for him. And this game is not over yet. I mean, Gen.G haven't broken open the base.
Oh no.
And we're still 2 Drakes apiece. What a banger series this has already been, but is continuing to be here.
And I think the next fight going to be around the Baron. Whoever gets that gets Soul Point on top of it. Going to be absolutely huge as Canyon comes on over and says thank you very much to his former top laner. And Ona now looking for Chovy. He'll get him. Chovy, remember, does have the Zhonya's and has a gravity field as well that he can put down.
And Sejuani and Bard aren't known for 100-0ing a Victor.
Yeah, and they've got a teleport for their trouble as well. Actually pretty good for T1.
Yeah, actually going to be really happy with that. As, you know, ults, the ult is used for Owner, but on a relatively low cooldown will be available for the next fight easily.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's really huge for T1 that they were able to get so many of those turrets early. If they weren't able to do so, it'd feel so oppressive. It'd feel like they didn't have that many angles. Sure, they'd love to have some of the standing gold if they were up, but gold is still relatively even. At 32 minutes in, 3,000 gold means way less than it does at 15 minutes in. And again, Faker's looking for that final spike here. Death cap completed, level 16. He's been 2 levels down on Chovy, but he is going to do massive damage if he can get a shove. Maybe that's set up by Keria. Gen.G in complete control right now, but all it's going to take is one clutch play, one big fight here for T1, and they could win the upset here.
Oh, yeah.
It is 90 seconds until that dragon spawns, and Gen.G are stacking up that adaptive damage.
30 seconds until the Baron as well. Right now you can see there is a smattering of wards of the red variety there on the north of the map. Not a whole lot focused around the Dragon, but the Baron really is going to be the big prize. Ona taking the blue buff on Vision here as well.
It's not possible really for T1 to get that deep vision cleared at this moment in time. Getting the blue buff is all they can hope for. And maybe if Faker's given some time to push out that top wave, you could try to wrap around, set up a Weaver's Wall, but if Gen.G play this slow and safe, it's so hard to punish them right now.
Yeah. So now, 2 seconds, Baron going to be up. Keen has access to a blast cone here, going to activate it, gets himself towards the Baron pit.
Now,
Ruler is waiting for an item. It looks like Infinity Edge is extraordinarily close. 4 items now done.
There it is. Yeah, it's done. If Chovy shows up to this Baron with the IE on Ruler and Canyon on this Lilia, the Baron just disappears. So T1 constantly have to be checking. They constantly have to be trying to leapfrog their vision into the pit. That control ward denying Keria access to seeing what is going on here, but they have to stay in this vicinity. When Chovy is missing, he could be TPing in to start the Baron at any moment. He is missing now. Might buy a Void Staff before he shows up.
I do really love this from Gen.G though. They're using Cassante to clear wards. And I think that is exactly what they need to do, because he is the one that can actually tank if there is an engage.
There's that TP, there's the Void Staff.
Oh my god, look at how quickly this Baron goes down. Owner is trying to get into position. They have the Weaver's Wall. T1 know exactly what's going on as the Tempered Fate is going to delay the fight for a little while. Down to 3,000. Owner gets into the pit though, and Gen.G need to go down to 3, and it's Keria that takes the Baron. What the actual hell? But Gen.G is still looking to win the fight. Keen finds the knockback, and Ruler is starting to layer these kills. But it's Gumushi trying to kite, and he gets death rayed by Chovy. Ruler left alive, but so is the Goad, and Keen, he cannot kill him, and he'll let him slink off into the fog of war. The teleport to get Faker out as he denies the Baron, but he won't be able to deny the Dragon.
Yeah, he'll have some Baron-empowered minions to help slow this siege here. Ruler just has this one cannon minion, but look at how quickly he can take out this turret. Once it's gone, he should be able to then take out the inhibitor. Faker going to get some health back and maybe come over here and try to contest, but I just don't think it's worth it. Too risky to win the 1v1 against a 4-item Xayah. Down it goes. Go back to this moment here. Owner is able to slink his way into the pit. Crazy gets hooked here. Has Glacial Augment, ults, and then the ult comes through from Keria to buy enough time and space here. Look at this Baron as he flashes Keen's knockup. Is in the pit. There's nothing they can do. 3 health! And it goes to Keria, but unfortunately Owner is on the wrong side of the fight after this. Does get picked off, and Ruler is going to be able to help carry with Chovy. There's so much damage in this Gen.G lineup when they're in range. And when T1 have to walk towards the Baron and get into that range, they're all going to die, with the exception of Faker, who barely gets his way out here with a nice setup of the Unraveled Earth and one more flip back. Has to commit his teleport to escape.
Oh,
man, what a fight. What a close situation that was. But Gen.G still walk out the victors. Even though Baron is up for T1, it's only on that victor, and they're not in a position to really siege the base. They lost their inhibitor in turn.
And triple Infernal. to be picked up here by Gen.G as well. They get themselves the soul point. That is a big one. And man, Chovy with the Magi's Soul Stealer purchase here at 37 minutes into the game. He's 3-0-6 somehow. I actually feel like he's been in awkward positions throughout this game, but never once has he actually fallen.
He's been positioned, or he's positioned himself in these team fights very well and has layered a ton of damage in and has spent a lot of the game in sides, just, you know, kind of clearing these waves and making sure they have full vision control. Now getting control over the Baron pit again, but less relevant here since T1 has the Baron. Yeah. And Gen.G, it's with this composition, they have a decent amount of siege, but with the low-range Xayah, it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to do a whole lot when there's no objective up. Their biggest prize, of course, is going to be that next Dragon when it does spawn here in 3.5 minutes. Of course, the next Baron, too, could be an option for them as well, but it's going to be a bit of a lull state here as T1 just try to defend these mid-waves. If they make a mistake, if Gen.G are able to push vision up and maybe even wrap around some of those members trying to clear the mid-wave, there's technically an angle, but I feel like T1 know this game isn't over yet. They're on the back foot here, but they can buy themselves one more team fight, likely. Again, without 100%. Any incidents, in 3 minutes' time, they get another opportunity because Gen.G just cannot siege them with this comp right now. Too low range.
And they're also going to have 6 items on Gumayusi extraordinarily quickly. 6 items already done for Ruler. Has that Bloodthirster as far as the advantage is concerned. Okay,
this is
Caitlyn is really going to do a lot of work and has so much range in comparison. Like you were talking about, Gen.G are really going to have to full commit if they want to be able to take down T1.
I mean, there's one flank ward that's now getting eliminated by Gen.G. That was one other angle T1 could have had to try to punish some of these pushes. Gen.G is playing it very safe. It's one of those boring Gen.G games, you know, where they just don't make mistakes.
Yeah, it's so boring.
But it's you know, in terms of their play, they're not going to push up and try to look for a play. They're just going to win slowly because they have all the cards. And so T1 just kind of has to sit back, clear it, and wait for that Dragon timer to run out. It's at the same time as the Baron.
And what they have to avoid is getting caught up in the moment, right? Going for a play like that, because right now, like you're saying, they can just suffocate T1 out, get themselves the Infernal Soul, get themselves the Baron, force T1 to check. But we've seen some teams take some liberties on that front in the past.
Guma finishing his build now in the position to do a ton of damage in these fights. Level 18. But can't fight what you can't see. And Gen.G have so many control wards. They've got line of wards through the center of the map as well. Maybe this ends up being a trade of objectives, but my money's kind of on the Infernal Soul as being the more valuable and more permanent objective at this point. Yes, we are 40 minutes into the game, and one team fight will probably just end the game either way. I think T1 will probably just have to follow Gen.G and fight them directly. Just so challenging when you consider this inhibitor is also still down. It will respawn, though, before the objectives, just barely.
Yeah, Gen.G really putting their cards towards this Dragon, which will go down so extremely fast. I like that Ruler changed position there as they think that they've caught Canyon, but the follow-up is just not there. Faker.
Good Mikhails.
Yeah, going to get Mikhails so that he doesn't fall asleep, but Owner is going to get slowed down. Chovy on a flank angle, the flanking Victor, and they look like they've caught Gumayusi. The Chaos Storm goes down as they take the magical journey to get them to safety.
Crazy
and now, a teleport from Doran, who dives in on top of Chovy, does keep himself alive. The Tempered Fate to save the top laner, and it's all just, please, can we disengage on both sides? And they will agree to terms.
So many ultimates used here. Ruler and Keen, the big ones left available. Sure, Doran's got his, but he's a Jax. That's not an ultimate to write too much home about. 20 seconds until Baron. T1 are the ones who have to reset. There's fruit here picked up from Gen.G. They're going to sustain their way back up, and they may be able to start this simply on spawn. They do so much damage, Atlas, to this. Yeah. We saw it last time, and that was even more items on their side. T1 have to rush over to contest.
Every time these bowling balls land, it's so dangerous. But the Lilting Lullaby still, with a few seconds left before that comes off cooldown.
Doran on a flank again.
Yeah. Keen, not really a target that he's looking for, but Ruler is right up there, actually looking for Owner. The amount of damage these feathers do is absurd, as Chovy as well, just pushing them back.
It's Baron time. They're just going to rush over and try to take this out. T1 are going to trade it for Infernal Soul, but their base is the one that's open.
And it's Soul Point. It's not even Soul, so the Baron, so much more important here for Gen.G at this point in time.
Absolutely.
They will be able to take this one.
And I think that T1 just said, look, we're not in a position to fight this. Yeah, we have a decent amount of wave clear. We defended last time around with our own Baron, your Siege.
Take the next best thing. 100%.
Take the next best thing and try to back away. Try to play this one out for the next objective. But surviving this is going to be a little bit more difficult. Last time they didn't have the Siege, but this time they have super minions at least.
I was so terrified. Like, Ruler was kind of frontlining in that last moment. Was also kind of frontlining right then as the ace in the hole doing a bunch of damage as well. As you can see, 6 items onto Gumayusi. They've got the fully upgraded shoes as well, and now that we've got 6 items coming in for both teams, having feats of strength feels a whole lot better because you get those extra stats on top of all of the money that has been picked up on both sides.
Chovy is pretty far up here without any teammates. He could be a target of T1's. He just teleported too, so...
Oh, Doran actually not opting in for it. Didn't have full information and isn't going to risk it. Man, I agree with you, man. I thought that Chovy was dead. But does have Gravity Field, is actually pretty good at keeping himself alive when he's jumped on by a single melee target.
I thought maybe Keria, Magical Journey's over and eventually catches up with him and then he just gets collapsed on there by everybody, but Doran, without a lot of information, like you said, just doesn't want to throw the game there. From his perspective, that could have been exactly what happened as Duro has a hook angle potentially. Here he goes.
All right, can he win the game off the back of this one as he's just walking towards Doran? Oh!
Predicting the Weaver's wall timing.
Was thinking that Faker was going to come on over as well. Wasn't actually there and was a bit early on the hook regardless, but still they do get that cooldown as Canyon gonna get flicked back, but the Glacial Prison misses because he gets put out of position with that seismic shove. Still the defensive wall of traps, and the fact that they can flick these siege minions towards these inhibitor turrets means that the defense from T1 is definitely scary.
They're just continuing to clear these waves.
Oh my, okay. Oh, every time he walks forward, I'm scared. As there is another Tempered Fate onto Ruler. Doesn't actually use anything. As the rest of Gen.G are moving over, the hook goes wide, seismic shove as well, no joy.
Mikhail's used there to guarantee there's no follow-up there on Aguma. They're going to clear this wave again, but Chovy's got this inhibitor on his mind. It's open, and down it goes.
Yep, that is the inhibitor.
And, I mean, now Gen.G still have a little bit of Baron left.
30 seconds.
They could try to collapse here onto T1 on that bottom turret as well. Something's going to have to give here.
Yeah, and Gen.G, they know that they have the advantage as they can push these minions in.
T1 may have to just find an engage. They may have to find an angle, otherwise it's going to get worn out of this game.
Yeah, that is just going to be the turret falling down, though. T1 realizing that they're going to have to defend under their Nexus turrets if they're going to do so. 14 seconds time.
Just so much damage.
Is going to wear off. Exactly right.
So much AP. I mean, they just basically two-tap these turrets if they get on top of them.
And T1 can't really find an angle there. Finally, the Weaver's Wall comes in again, but it is used just defensively as the Glacial Prison flies out once more, but it's not used to engage.
Baron's done. Minions are running out.
Oh, the hook barely going wide there as Doran goes in, but he's just going to explode. Goes golden, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Tempered Fate there to start that one off, but he gets the leap strike out and he survives.
The turrets are still pretty healthy here as Gen.G have to wait for this wave of super minions.
Another turret going to fall down. 3 inhibitors will be taken by Gen.G. And T1, they're going to have to hard commit on something.
T1 don't have any teleport wards, no way to get around, and Gen.G are just going to get away.
Oh, never mind. So
but they don't get the inhib.
Yeah.
They don't get the inhib. If they stay for that inhib, I think that's the one way T1 can find an angle on them. Longest game of the season, by the way.
Of course it is.
And Gen.G now have 2 inhibitors down, or T1 have 2 inhibitors down. Gen.G take 2, which gives them a lot of prio for their 4th potential Infernal Drake and the Soul to come with it. We already talked about how much damage there is in this comp. I mean, Chovy's been sitting on 10 stacks of this forever because he's been 306 for feels like forever as well.
Yeah.
But like he's got so much damage. The Lilia has so much damage. And then when you add in the fact that they have all the stats from triple single elemental drakes, elemental infernal drakes, plus then the big boom boom that comes with the Soul if they secure it. I mean, they could just kind of walk at T1 and end the game at that point. So T1 have to, I mean, they have to group for this somehow, but
Chovy doesn't have teleport.
Yeah.
Oh, could have been an option, could have been an angle.
I think they have enough time to get him back, though.
Yeah. I wonder whether he's going to sell something. It could just be a sell the Magi's buy a death cap, but instead he's just going to load up on... Oh, actually it was.
Sell the Rod.
Yeah, no,
sell the Magi's, yeah.
Yeah, sell the Magi's. 10 stacks not enough. Grabs himself death cap. That is a very, very scary max damage potential. Victor. And now going to actually teleport in, not taking any chances.
Yeah, the angle here for Faker. both gives him a potential cross setup, but also allows him to clear out this bottom wave.
Quadra Infernal Soul has now been picked up by Gen.G.
I just don't think they can get into to win a fight. Faker has to clear this bottom wave. And Baron's not up for a minute, so it's not like they can trade. And T1 keep living a little bit longer, but it feels like they're just delaying the inevitable. Because Gen.G seems so inevitable in this game. Their siege isn't great, but their wave clear is also fantastic. And when they have Baron, if they win this next fight, if they secure Baron with all the damage they have, I feel like there's no way T1 defend that one, right? I mean, they've defended so much. They've held on so long. But it feels like enough is enough at this point. Gen.G are too big to fail.
I mean, that's what it feels like. I just think so much of this comes down to both of these support players. I think if Duro lands a crazy hook onto someone and they blow up a single target, the game is over. I think if Carrier lands the best possible Tempered Fate in a team fight
into a big Counter-Strike.
Yeah, right?
I can see it.
The setup is definitely there. The amount of follow-up that they do have, if they can layer it in, is huge, but they need to be able to find a window to get that and avoid the explosive damage of Gen.G.
Chovy not having TP means he can't backdoor or anything like that.
He's gonna connect onto Owner. King gonna push him back, but now Faker gets in there. They know that they have to commit to something as Chovy is also taken relatively low. The Chaos Storm in answer though, and Canyon and Ruler, they're staying on the Baron.
They're staying on the Baron. T1 can't get there quickly enough. It's just gone.
Yeah, just taken. And Gen.G, they sacrifice half the health bar on Chovy. Still has flashes. Canyon's looking for an angle. Oh, Gumayusi could juke. Gets him out of the way. He's still got the 90 caliber net and 5 players alive on both sides.
Gen.G, I think they could just group as 5 and walk down the mid lane. The inhibitor is going to respawn in 40 seconds, but even if it did, I think they just blow it up a second time. They have so much damage here.
Oh, these bowling balls. The fishing here by Gen.G.
Incredible, respectful play from Gen.G as they look for the third inhibitor.
Owner is going to look for a potential engage, but it's on to Keen. Another hook is going to go wide this time as inhibitors, all of them, now on the floor. And oh my god, Gumayusi! That headshot is exactly that, as now Keen, he's down low, the 3-man Tempered Fate, this might be the angle that they're looking for. The Featherstorm now on cooldown, but Gen.G, as long as they can walk away, they have an advantage.
Oh man, that has just been the story of this game. We got a Jin Air game on our hands.
I may actually have a heart attack, Wolf. I don't know. I think it's just too much.
Okay, teleport coming through here from Keen. They're looking to take out this mid inhibitor again as it respawns and push down the mid lane.
Yep, 15 seconds. And until the bottom inhibitor is also going to go down as Weaver's Wall to buy some space for T1.
I mean, once we get double super minions coming down the space, surely Gen.G can end with that, right?
I don't know! I really just don't know!
The wave clear is just so insane for T1. They can buy so much time.
I mean, at this point in the game, if T1 just kills all of them, they win the game.
They're hanging on by a thread of a thread. A thread of a thread here, but maybe a miracle play could happen. Tempered Fate, 1 second, it's back up. What do you got, Carrier? Where's the angle?
Ooh, another hook this time. Going to get sidestepped by Ona beautifully. Tempered Fate connects. It's only onto Canyon this time around. Seismic shove, and Duro is already dead. Canyon goes down as well. T1, this might be the opportunity. This might be the angle, but Keen is a raid boss. Another double shove onto Chovy and Ruler. But they are able to walk their way out. Still, it's Keen that's on the floor. And now T1, if you kill these two, they are just dead. Chovy, the one that could tank and teleport to get Faker in there. And Ruler, he's got a Featherstorm, but he does not have his life. Owner goes down, Chovy against the wall, and he gets 2.
That's massive that Chovy's able to get those 2. There's so many standing structures up for Gen.G.
I mean, Faker and the
Chovy gets him!
Chovy, you psychopath!
He's got TP, but he's not going to be able to use it here. He's just going to go home.
Oh my god!
Wait, no, he's actually going to get TP in. He actually goes home and TP's in. Faker, not fast enough to get back.
He's got an army of minions. He has an army of minions and 1 Nexus turret between him and a regular season Game 3 victory against T1.
How good's the wave clear now? Alone against Chovy. Not good enough, Atlas.
The seismic shove is going to go wide. These Nexus turrets go down so quickly. Chovy is going to do it in the most heart-wrenching 3rd game of any regular season of all time, and Gen.G will do it.
Chovy with the plays there at the end. If he doesn't get those kills, T1 continue to live. There's so many structures for them to kill, but they could get map control back, but he gets the kills, gets away, gets home, and TP's back to end. So many minions, so many defenses for T1. How many of those pushes did they defend? 4, was it 5 of Gen.G's where Baron is up, inhibitors are down, they held on, but Gen.G slow and steady wins the race, safe, calm and collected, and finally
they're able to take the third win. What a great first matchup between these two, and Keen will take his 400th win.
Just an easy 400 wins there for Keen, no worries at all. Evens out as far as the full LCK win record with Lehens, his former teammate. Very, very cool stuff. Helper there is, yeah, I could imagine probably also feeling some heart palpitations after that one. What an incredible series.
For just one moment, I thought T1 maybe could pull it back. For just one moment when that...
There were a few moments at the end there.
I mean, when the Tempered Fate hits and Faker had the follow-up shove, I thought we were going to see the craziest comeback, the biggest miracle defense to win. I mean, that alone wouldn't have won them the game, but they would have prolonged it and then had a better chance to actually win it later. But Chovy said no.
Yeah, Duro.
And Duro said, I've controlled this early game. I took so many flashes, probably double digits of flashes across that game.
Not only enemy flashes, but also his own flash, which is what I truly respect in this game. But
I am sweating.
Oh, me too.
Drenched.
But what an absolute joy this series was. And the best part about it is, do you know what we learned? We learned that T1 and Gen.G are both really good teams. As this girl made a bet to one-shot a Cass if Gen.G were to win this. And for Keen's 400th win.
And she did it.
And she did it. Nice work.
Clean.
Oh my God, man.
I mean...
Let's have a look at some damage numbers, shall we? That's going to be fun. Let's have a look at some highlights first.
I look at this game and I'm like, could either of these teams been like any more resilient? The fact that Gen.G knew that there were so many ways and so many different combos that T1 could beat them with that they constantly played it safe. They never got too aggressive. They never overstepped their boundaries until the very end, but it was still Chovy who cleaned up and they still win the game. But beyond that moment, they were like, I will never lose this game. I will win it 100 out of 100 times, 100 different scenarios we play it like this, you win it every single time. And T1 were like, we will not lose this game. We will clear these waves. We will defend, and we'll wait for you to make one mistake. We will finally find that mistake, and we'll find, otherwise there's no way we can win this game. We can never win a fight on our terms. And they waited and waited and waited. And like, I don't know, watching both of these two teams just play to their peak best was just simply a treat. This was the moment where maybe T1 could have gone back in.
And it's precisely what we were talking about, right? It's the Tempered Fate that's going to get the pick that they needed. Duro probably didn't need to walk into the seismic shove, but this double shove to follow it up on both carries from Faker.
Look at how low Chovy is. Guma's full health here.
And
look at the Infernal Soul damage.
Guma dies to 2 death rays. He got hit by that one just there at full health. And then Ruler just goes completely ballistic, but that sets it up for Chovy. And now look at this. Chovy versus both Faker and Gumayushi. And Faker does clear out the vision, and then Death Ray predicts him walking over.
Just perfect. And then here, I actually thought Chovy was going for a TP back to the base, so he wouldn't be able to TP to end. But he actually is just able to full channel, has the empowered Baron recall, gets back to the base, then TPs in for the end. If Faker finds him there too, maybe it's a different scenario, but he got just enough space away.
That is the smallest 35k damage I've ever seen on a graph, as both Gumayushi and Chovy doing 55k in one game. 50 minutes, our longest so far of the season. It has only been 1 week, as this is the final game of the week. Thankfully, you know, I imagine the entire team going to need a couple of days break before we get back into it. But my God, what an incredible treat this best of 3 was.
Wow.
The 3 Barons to take down T1.
I mean, you know the term glass cannon.
Yes.
I feel like Chovy personified it in that final moment better than I feel like anything ever could. And even though he had a lackluster
7 Azir game and gets player of the match, and I don't think I could dispute it.
He had a lackluster Azir game. He had a really nice play on the Galio to protect his AD carry. Remember that moment where, you know, the Ezreal was collapsed on, or the Ezreal was collapsed on. He barely survives there to that, but the play there in the end of that game, by the way, 0 deaths! Not a single death in that game. Had a Majais he sold. Was enough to sell it for me. That was enough to sell it for me, I think, yeah.
All right, well, I think we definitely lost some years of our life. I think if I was going to be voting for player of the match, for me it would be Duro, because he has so many less years than the rest of the players that are on that stage, and he kept his cool. He still landed so many of these hooks in that game 3. So much of why the early game was competitive was due to him And I just thought that like being in that high pressure situation and still being on the winning team, incredible stuff there from Duro, who was under a lot of scrutiny in the LCK Cup. Oh man, but now we get to talk to Trophy, which I think is very fitting as we approach the end of this series, because I think that he is going to have some choice words for sort of what the off-season had been between the LCK Cup and now, and it's time to hear from him. We're going to have a break. See you later.
젠지의 대결. 젠지가
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen.G.
선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations.
네, 초비
Thank
선수
you.
오늘 정말 대단한 경기였습니다. 승리
This
소감
was
먼저
such a big
들려주시죠.
match between T1 and Gen.G. How do you feel? In the end, we were the victors, and I'm really happy about winning. But in the end, it was really rough, and it was a pretty exhausting match. Yeah, it must have been so draining. So how did you maintain your focus? Towards the end of the series, the game did drag out, and as for playing out Victor, you just have to make sure that you just don't die. So I think that's what I really focused on. And yeah, I mean, maintaining my focus was definitely my priority. T1 seemed to focus down top and mid today. So was there anything that gave you trouble in game? Yeah, I felt like they were really focusing me down in game 1. And not being able to play out and feeling helpless actually left a lot to be desired. So I think just coming back stronger was really the key point here. So what kind of feedback was there after game 1? No, game 1 just ended without us being able to do anything, but we decided that in game 2, we had a lot of conversation and discussed the best way to create and construct the comp and the draft, and I think we were just focusing on the team fight. And today we are celebrating Keen's first ever 400 wins as a top laner and Ruler's 600 games. So would you like to send them a message? Congratulations on 400 wins and 600 games, and you know, it feels nice to be a contributing factor for those big milestones. So congratulations, and you're welcome. And game 3 was such a chaotic fiesta full of action and with nothing predictable. What do you normally have on your mind while playing out such a chaotic game? There are a lot of non-target CCs from the enemy side, so just being able to dodge and juke them and being able to sort of trade out during the team fight was really my main point.
그러셨군요. 자, 그렇다면 모든 선수가 잘해서 이겼겠지만 초비 선수가
And of course,
3세트에
all of your teammates played out really well, but in game 3, who would you pick to be the MVP? Game 3, I guess in the last team fight, during the last minute of that team fight, I think Victor did really well. I think Victor was the best player. And I think the rest of them, the rest of the 4 players did really well, but what do you think, Heji? Who do you think was the best? You know, I think I need to make it up for Duro. I think Duro had such really great blitz crank grab moments. So do you agree? Yeah, I mean, Duro did really well with his blitz. And your next match will be against Notion Red Force. What is your resolution? Being able to win against T1 makes me really happy, and we noticed that there are a lot of things that we need to improve on. So we will make sure to come back after fixing those areas and come back even stronger. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy. And back to the space. Thank you.
What a series.
Whoa!
What a series.
Man.
What a series.
Call an ambulance for us. You know? We got shocked. We got shocked after
No,
that.
it's true, because not only did they play that game, but I actually had already put in my Duro vote with POM comment, the Crank incarnated, you know, because he had an incredible series. And then Chovy, while he was playing on stage, actually took a break. You didn't notice it, but it happened. Came in, punched me in the face.
Yes.
Violence.
You will
Violence.
vote for me. And I was like, okay, you know what? Fine. And I had to. We all had to.
You know, even before that last 30 seconds, you know, the game was so intense. You know, every single fight, you know, they were trading so hard. I thought it would be the end, but no one died.
It's a regular season best of 3.
That's crazy.
Why are we going this hard?
I don't know, but you know who went hard? The Cass one-shot girl. And so in honor of Cass one-shot girl, who was celebrating 400 wins.
Are you going to one-shot?
I'm one-shotting water. We tried to get other things here, but we're a family-friendly show. One shot.
Let's go! Gen.G for the win! D-Gun!
All right, let's go. Let's go to the player of the match results. Lots of votes could have gone everywhere, but it is. Oh, we got one for the Jonah Strong getting the Cannon vote there as well. But
I agree.
Okay.
Chovy with the play.
So because of his performance in game number 1, I think Chovy for many of us was initially not going to be in consideration, and it was 100% Duro or Canyon. So I think this votes make a ton of sense, but the rest of us, I think, got swept away in the aura of just kind of 1v9ing the final fight. Duro, by the way, the fact that even though it ended up being really bad, he when Canyon got ulted, trying to walk in front to ensure he wouldn't get hit by the Sejuani, I thought was actually really cute.
Yeah.
Ended up with it dying because he forgot about Faker, but
and also, you know what? Like, considering one of the hardest game to play Blitzcrank, you know, when Blitzcrank get into the last game, late game, then it becomes really hard, you know.
So good.
There were so many interactions.
Keria was
you remember
so
earlier
good.
in this game, you wanted to point out the Keria ulting while Cassante was ulting someone, so it kept them in place.
Yes.
Like, there were so many micro interactions. Man, if this was a best of 5, this would have been even greater. Let's get to your comments because we have a special interview coming in just a little bit, so we got to get to it. There it is. Cronny already highlighted it.
I got nothing else. You know, I wanted to do a hyperbole. I'm like, no. He just said, no, I'm not losing. And then he didn't lose. Easy. I do think Infernal Soul did a lot of heavy lifting. If Gen.G didn't get that, they would have just again, keep that in mind. If this happened before Infernal Soul, they would have lost that game. Like, without that damage, I don't think they actually get it done.
I agree. Like, he refused to lose the game. So, yeah, I mean, he is the strongest player in that game, and after that, you know, like, nah, I'd win, you know. That's the Jujutsu Kaisen moment right there. I mean, Gojo Satoru didn't win, but Chovy, man, he's one of the strongest mid laner in LCK.
I also celebrate. That was a good reference.
Yeah, I also already had my Keria POM comment ready, which was Stand Proud Duro, you were strong, which is another JJK reference. We're big weeps on the desk here today. I want to see what the green cast if we have
before that we got to get to Wolf. Church is in session,
of course.
Yes.
Yep.
I actually have one, and I'm gonna wait to see if anyone uses it here because I finally feel like.
I mean, the fact that Wolf got a comment out at all is great because he cast that series, and thinking of anything is hard.
While he was texting the comment back, his phone just got covered in sweat. Took a little while, huh? This is who I am. Helios going with that one. You think we're losing? Pray, Chomen. I like that. We've never heard Chomen. Guys, this is clearly the glorious evolution of the mid lane. I think that one could have been good because Victor, he scaled all the way on up. He waited till game number 3. Yeah, you know, Victor from Arcane. That chest could be there. We also have some of the cast, not only the highlights, not only from us here, because you've seen how we've been acting, but the guys on the call. This was, I believe, the Steel moment, the Baron Seal moment. This is the game end moment from last game from Atlas and Wolf. How good's the wave clear now? Alone against Chovy. Not good enough, Atlas. The seismic shove is going to go wide. These Nexus turrets go down so quickly. Chovy is going to do it in the most heart-wrenching third game of any regular season of all time. And Gen.G will do it. Chovy with the plays there at the end. If he doesn't get those kills, T1 continue to live. There's so many structures for them to kill, but they could get map control back, but he gets the kills, gets away, gets home, and TP's back to end. So many minions.
He had like do like a minute of yelling, man. A minute of high-pitched screaming because that final fight was insane.
Alice was looking at the stars, dude. That's all he saw. All right, my gosh. Well, we go ahead and take a breather from that. Standing by is the man of the hour. It is his day. Ruler with the interview right now.
네, 이렇게 해서 PM으로 선정된 초비 선수와의 인터뷰까지 만나봤는데요.
Thank you very much, guys. We are joined here by Ruler,
바로 LCK 통산 600전에
our special guest for the day in the Korean analyst desk.
대왕 룰러.
Hello,
정말
Ruler.
힘든 경기를 마치고 오셨는데 600전 승리 너무 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations on your 600 games. How do you feel?
2년 전이죠. 2년 전에 이제
First
LPL로
of all,
가면서
2 years ago,
이제 기록이 끊기면서
when I went to LPL,
이런 건 꿈도
I
못
think my
꿔봤어요.
milestone, there was a
그냥
break
생각해서 지웠었는데 이렇게
in my
갑자기
making some history and milestone.
거예요. 그래서 좀 놀랐고 앞으로도
And all of a sudden, I was hit with that 600 game milestone today. And all I'm thinking is that I want to keep it going. I want to reach 700, 800 games in the future. And in game 2, we noticed that your Ezreal getting focused down relentlessly. So how did you overcome that and play so
힘들면
well?
안 되는 상황에서 제가 조금 좀 실수를 해서 좀
You know, it wasn't supposed to be as difficult, but because of my mistake,
저희가 조합이 좀
the enemy took the lead.
제가 못 큰 건 아니었어서
But in the end, we had a really good comp, so
해보자. 그냥 내가 미안 얘들아.
I think my mindset was just all on, you know, we just gotta play out really well. We can do it.
오늘 경기에서 상대방이 케이틀린을 꺼냈어요.
And today, in response to the enemy Caitlyn, the analyst desk was wondering if you would go with something like Seri, but you ended up picking Xayah and Blitzcrank bot. So can you explain why?
일단
Yeah, I was in between Seri and Xayah.
서포터 챔피언 풀도 좀 넓어질 것 같았고.
But in the end, picking Xayah actually enabled my support to pick from a wider arrangement of support champions.
고민을 하다가 그래 자야 하자 이런 느낌으로
So after long hesitation, I ended up just picking Xayah because of that.
CC연계가 됐었잖아요. 그렇죠. 그 효과가
And
확실히 엄청
with
컸네요.
the kills, I think you guys were really good with the CC chains.
파트너인 룰러 선수 입장에서는 몇 점짜리 블리츠였나요?
초반에는
So let's talk about Duro. How would you rate Duro's Blitzcrank gameplay today? During the early games, I would say maybe like 9, but towards the late game, I would say 2 out of 10.
조금 초반에 좀 잘 썼잖아요.
네네.
Duro was really good with his grab and hooks in the early game, but as the game got prolonged, it looked like he was trying to grab at the wrong timing, so that actually was maybe a little regretful.
그리고 오늘 경기가 정말 힘들었어요. 마지막에 뭐 릴리아도 먼저
Yeah,
잡히고
well, today's match was extremely draining and exhausting for you.
어떤 심정이셨나요?
일단 게임이 갑자기
And at the very end, when it was just you and Victor left, what was going through your mind? Yeah, the enemy was just chasing us. But Victor was able to use his laser and do a lot of damage. And in the end, we were thinking maybe this actually could play out in our favor. Definitely came back from a very dire moment.
그러면 저희가 마지막 세트 또 봤는데 뱀픽 분석하면서 계속 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And let's take a look at the draft of Game 3. From the draft, it looks like Gen.G was trying to take Victor and prioritize it. So it looks like you guys actually stole the Victor away.
약간 이거 대놓고 여쭤봐도 되나요? 그런 게 맞았나요?
일단
Can we just ask you, was that right?
쓰기도 하고 그리고 또
Yeah, Chovy's really good at Victor.
많은 챔피언을 쓰면서 3세트를 왔고
And so is Faker, and I think
당했다 보니까 이제
since our champion pool and champions from our pool was actually banned away as well, we had to prioritize on getting the victor on our side.
또 수월할지 조합이었었는데 여기서 젠지 입장에서는 초반을 좀 버틸 수 있겠다라는 생각이
Yeah,
있었던 것
from
같고요. 그래서 중요했던 장면들이
Gen.G's perspective, it looks like it was really important to keep the sustain going throughout the game. And let's take a look at this replay. And in this scenario, it looks like Gen.G has a few more kills that allowed them to actually engage as well. But how is being able to pull this off with K'Sante, where you're able to get a pick off first after even getting engaged on it. And Rula, can you explain and walk us through what happened here?
왜냐면은 저희 조합이 계속 힘이 이제부터 좀 계속 나기 시작하는데 여기서 미드 타워도 좀 거슬리.
So I think this is the moment, this is the timing where our team can actually fight back.
그래서 좀 많이 유리해졌다
And
생각합니다.
just being able to take objectives like the dragon actually allowed to fight back against the enemy quite well. And let's talk about the last team fight over here. The Bard had a really good ult here, and you guys were definitely put in a pretty dire situation here. But there was so much push back and forth, and K'Sante was absorbing a lot here. And Victor able to apply a lot of damage.
레이저 이탈을 케이트린한테 잘 맞춘 게
Because Victor was able to land the laser on Caitlyn, it looks like it was able to play out well in the end. And it looks like if you weren't caught in the front, it looks like Victor might have been the one who would have died first.
저도 동의합니다.
So you surviving in the end had won you the 50-minute game here.
그만큼 결단력 있는 이게 딜러진이 이런
And so what is decisive moment here? How you played it out?
침착하게 이렇게 레이저를 긁어주다 보니까
And Chovy, you were so calm. You remained so calm throughout this trade as well. And even in this replay, when we look at it again,
기다리는 것 같습니다.
I feel like this is the moment. This is the moment that you could actually witness Victor's late game after all the scaling.
승리를 거두면서 정말 좋은 스타트를 보여주시는 것 같습니다.
And what a great start for Gen.G this opening week. And let's take a look at the POM votes here.
확실히 좀 미드 서폿이 좀 많이 나왔죠. 특히나 미드 같은 경우에는 초비 선수가 오늘
There's a lot of mid and support.
것 같아서 많은 표를 받은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, mid actually showed such incredible carry potential and power. I think the play at the very end is what really turned everything around. So kudos to you, mid, Chovy.
정말 많은 분들께서 룰러 선수를 응원해주고 지지해주시잖아요. 마지막으로
There are so many supporters and people who cheer for you, Ruler. So any message over to your fans?
제가 오랜만에 또 LCK 돌아오긴 했지만 이제
First of all, it's been a while since I returned to the LCK. But there are a lot of Korean fans that have been supporting me ever since I even went to this LPL. And after my return, I'm just really grateful that there are so many people still supporting me to this point. And I really want to showcase and repay by giving you even better performance, and I'll put my best efforts forward. And last question, with all the 600 games, can you pick out the most memorable game in LCK? I guess the last game I played just today was actually quite memorable, but in 2022, there was a Lucian Nami game
DRX였다. DRX
against DRX.
경기전에서
그 탑에서?
아닙니다.
아닌가요?
그 루시안 나미로 이제 장로용
With Lucian Nami, I think it was the Elder Dragon fight. I can't remember correctly, but
그렇게 플레이하기 좀 힘들었을 것 같은데 뭔가
I think it was a really difficult moment to play out as an AD carry, but I think I did really well in that moment, so I think that's the most memorable moment for me. I hope that you can build even more memories in the future. And thank you so much for blessing the analyst task here, and I hope that we can see even more ceremonies of you winning in the future.
Thank you very much, Deer. Everyone, put your hands together for Deer for the longest translation that she's had to do in 2025. Thank you so much, Deer. It was great to hear from Rulu Sunsu and all the different angles that he took on it, specifically Be a little strict on Duro there for the game number 3 hooks at the very end of the game.
Not as much trash talk as I was expecting, honestly.
Yeah.
Ruler really got to step it up.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Duro in the late game, even though his hook was not on point, you can see the item difference in the late game. I think Carrier, maybe he was buying too many control wards in the late game, so that's why he had low cat and redemption advantage over Carrier. So I think it was kind of huge when it comes to the late game.
Because that is actually a substantial amount of extra HP team-wide, right? So particularly in these long games, I think it is something that's often talked about. And the funny part is I still think Carrier was the best performing member for T1 on the day. But that is something that could have been the difference maker, right? Imagine in that final fight if it just had a little bit more health with how close the margins were. Crazy game. What a day.
What a day indeed. But it's been quite the week as we look back at some of the best ceremonies that we've had from all of our winning players. And oh, that's right. We kicked off with a walk down memory lane with the greats, Rocks Tigers, joining Peanut for Hanwha Life Esports presentation of returning to week 1 with the cup.
I love it. I love it.
This is the best one.
I love those
Can't beat
players,
history.
man. I love those players. You can't hate those players, man.
They did get, unfortunately, you know.
We forgot about this is the best ceremony. This is the best ceremony. That was a great ceremony, Chronicler. What are you trying to do here, man?
Well, there was a game afterwards as well.
Yeah, but there is a ceremony now. That's what we're doing.
No,
Look at that. Look at those fist bumps.
This was the best ceremony of the week. Nongshim have an ongoing one where so far they have been nailing it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Grim Reaper Kingen, if it wasn't specifically Rocks Tigers, I think that this would probably be my fave.
I don't like this one.
But you can't.
I don't know why I don't like this one. I don't like this one.
Yeah, I wonder why. Interesting.
This one's great. Did you see these? They came out with fan signs.
Yeah.
And then they were gonna cook. They were gonna cook the Nongshim. Yeah.
They're cooking ramen.
Yeah. They cooked it. And then President Palu was very hungry and boop. I mean, they got that right. It was 0-2.
Well, it didn't age well.
Man.
Showmaker always with the great ceremony.
Yeah.
Hit him with the Mbappe.
Showmaker has had such a high standard for himself, it doesn't quite count.
And Gumayushi. Shows his name.
That's good. But come on, guys. It's Rocks Tigers.
It's Rocks
It
Tigers.
has to be.
It's Rocks Tigers.
Let us know in the chat with your flags who you think is the best. And if you don't have access to them, well, you should subscribe to the LCK channel. You get all of those, plus Ox Sausage, which is the great...
What about G-Sun Easy?
G-Sun
Or-
Easy is
Yeah,
also
that's
in
a good
there.
one. What did it, Chad?
What did it, Chad, is in there. Look, that's... Can we...
Someone with did it, Chad.
Let's go to the standings. But did still doing the face. So we take a look. Gen.G move on up to second place, which I was right. Nongshim sit alone at first place because they have clean 2-0'd all opponents that were put before them.
Can we just stop the split and just finish here? That's what Nongshim fans would say.
BNK Fearex are fifth. They're in Legends. If we stop it here, Hanwha Life's in Rise.
Nongshim actually tweeted that, which was great. Stop the season right now.
Stop the season right now, you know.
And Gen.G coming off to an incredible start. This was their 2 main opponents, right? Like, this is the 2 teams that were supposed to match them. Now,
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, look at there. Friday, the last game. It's number 1 versus number 2 here,
Yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Chronicler.
So I do want to talk about the Sunday match. I'm just going to gloss over that, Digon.
Okay,
I have no patience for your shenanigans.
All right.
DK Gen.G, it's a mega banger. The Saturday show them this week, also incredible. A great week of matches. And a Telecom war. As a,
Yeah.
you know, we gloss over it, but that one always delivers somehow.
As a T1 fan, I think I would be thinking about next week's schedule as well. You're playing against KT and HLE, which means that it's pretty rough after this kind of rough loss. So I think it's going to be really tough week for T1 or the bouncing back the week for the T1. We'll see. We're going to figure it out.
Bro and DNF on Friday. That's a big
All right.
one
Yes.
for both
All
these
right, bro.
squads because they play Hanwha Life and D+ earlier.
Are you
in the
predicting,
week.
Digon? I know that's a painful one. For
You know, we got time to make predictions. What we don't have time for anymore is
Digon.
today's show. It has been a hell of a week. What a final treat that we had here. And it is the beginning of a long, great season. Take care of yourself. We'll see you on Wednesday for more LCK action.
good.